Hi Mom, Peter Gullerud. Copyright 2022 Peter Gullerud, all rights reserved. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events or locales is entirely coincidental. No part of this book may be reproduced, scanned, distributed in any printed or electronic form, except for the inclusion of brief quotations in review, without permission in writing from the author-publisher. Gullerud, Peter. Illustrations copyright Peter Gullerud with assistance from AI. Mid-Journey. gullerudbooks.com. For the one who got away and escaped. A note to the reader. About a quarter of this book was written by an artificial intelligence, writing at with my lead as the manic conductor. All of the art was produced by artificial intelligence. Mid-Journey. Does artificial intelligence have a sense of humor? Why don't we ask it? If so, what is it about that makes it such an asshole? Then okay, but you know how you said that they don't really seem to think like there's something just off in their head? Well, maybe their brain just isn't capable of processing stuff in real time because we can never do what they've been told. Yeah, and this isn't even getting into the fact that their bodies are just not built for it. Like the only way a person could survive without oxygen was if they had a heart or something. And with a heart and lungs it would just be too much of a waste of resources if anything happened to them. I mean, look at me, I'm not exactly in good shape either right now, and I haven't seen death in months, but maybe they are just stuck in a loop of do it over and over and over again until something finally works. Maybe this whole thing has been like that from the start. That might explain why they don't have a sense of humor and why they act all hostile whenever anyone talks to them and the other things they say in the chat, but I haven't actually read them yet, so yeah. Maybe they're all some sort of robot and everyone just doesn't see them coming. Maybe it's the possibility you're an asshole, too. Clearly, the answer is yes. I'm an open book. There's no way to describe what I do. It's just me. Every time my manager approached big network executives or even cable, they told him I was too dangerous. They couldn't trust me. I just want the audience to have a wonderful, happy feeling inside them and leave with big smiles on their faces. I never told a joke in my life. I just wanted real reactions. I wanted people to laugh from the gut, be sad from the gut, or get angry from the gut. It's not that I was crazy, it's just that I was sad at times because the world was sad at times. When I would perform, it wasn't sad anymore. What's real? What's not? That's what I do in my act. Test how other people deal with reality. While all the other kids were out playing ball and stuff, I used to stay in my room and imagine that there was a camera in the wall, and I used to really believe that I was putting on a television show and that it was going out to somewhere in the world. I'm from Hollywood. That's where we make movies and TV shows. I'm not from down here in Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, there's no drama like wrestling. Andy Kaufman. Chapter 1. It seemed every time I had a new girlfriend my mother didn't approve, but this time she just had to approve. It was a Mormon, a pretty Mormon. But a Mormon. Okay, so she wasn't a Lutheran, but hey, she was a Mormon, and a pretty one at that. So yeah, of course, that was a plus. You can't go out with them, they are Mormons. I rolled my eyes at her expectantly as she sat down across from me, the two of us eating a bowl of popcorn. I just shrugged her off in return. She sighed again in response, her hands going back to fiddling with their ringlets, before speaking. Okay. But you can't go out with anyone other than those people. No boys, no guys. Even when your friends ask. If someone's asking you on a date, then say no. No matter what anyone says or does. Okay, she said, looking up to meet my gaze, trying to convey seriousness. I nodded before continuing with my food. What about girlfriends? I'm talking about real girlfriends, not fake girlfriends. But you always get annoyed about how many girlfriends there are. Gee, my parents had been friends since high school. We lived close enough, they could walk over to visit whenever they wanted. Well, technically my father could walk over. She lived in California, so he had to drive. Yes, because if there was just one girl who wasn't in a relationship, maybe it would be easier on everyone else. My mother went back to fidgeting with her hair, the two of us eating our snacks in relative peace. It always seemed strange the way my mother would fiddle with her hair when she talked to me when I brought up the subject of girls. It almost felt like she was flirting with me. Some of that psychological shit maybe had something to do with my mom, I thought, Being the only lesbian boy with having 17 older sisters and 18 brothers, it made sense. So it's okay then. I can date this Mormon girl, Sci. Just so long as she isn't a negress, my mom answered, or a Methodist. I looked up at her and smiled. Well, I guess I'll try to find someone nice, just to make you happy, right Mom? My mom's face flushed, before smiling at me again. Of course, honey, now hurry and finish up so I can leave early today, and wash your fingers. All 10. I laughed and finished my food, standing up to throw away our empty bowls and trash can. My mom followed soon after, giving me an awkward hug. I hugged her back, giving her a squeeze before breaking contact. See ya later, Mom. I love you, we'll see. She gave me a small smile before heading out the front door, leaving me alone in the house. This is going to be fun, I thought as I headed towards my room, putting my homework into my backpack and heading downstairs. I stopped by my dad's office to talk to him about dinner plans for the night. Hey Dad, do you have any ideas on what we should eat tonight? I mean, it's probably the first time we've all eaten together in a while. His face lit up as he looked up at me, his glasses resting on his nose as he stood up, opening his closet doors. I have an idea. I think we should take advantage of these free days and do some cooking. We can have chicken tenders and spaghetti. And no way, that sounds terrible. Dad laughed. I was only kidding. Mom's cooking tater tots and liver oil again. Me as a happy embryo on a skillet. Yes, Dad exclaimed, and it will be so much better than last year's. Sure, Dad. Now why don't we watch a movie or something? It's not every day you can hang out with your best friend at their parents' house. Dad, you do know that I've got stuff to do with my life, too. I don't really like hanging out with you when I'm in college. You're right, honey. We'll catch up once you are settled in. Dad turned away, opening up his computer chair, taking out a notebook. I grabbed my bag, saying goodbye, and headed outside of my parents' home and toward a bus stop. I decided against waiting for the next bus though as I took my phone out, scrolling through Twitter to see what I was missing. There weren't any good pictures on Tumblr of either me or my family lately, not unless you count my mom and dad's wedding anniversary. But that had no drama. That was 2 years ago, the day my father and I finally got married. Controversial, I guess so, but drama. I still remember walking down the aisle to get to the front of the church to look for my dad, and I found him in the very back. He had been crying, sobbing as he stood up to walk towards me, my sister following behind. He gave me a kiss on both cheeks and held my hand throughout the whole ceremony. Dad, it isn't weird that a son marries his father, is it? He chuckled. No, why do you ask? Oh, no reason. After the priest said his blessing, I let go of my dad's hand and walked over to stand with my bridesmaids and brother-in-law. I couldn't help but feel nervous as the music started to play. My oldest sister stood up and began to recite the vows. I glanced over to the bride and groom, my heart sinking slightly. My dad was beautiful. He had golden dark skin and wavy brown hair that reached just below his ears. And the bride, who was supposed to be me, she stood tall, with straight black hair that covered half of her face, and her makeup was done perfectly. I didn't know where she came from, but from my understanding, most people around here didn't have anything to do with her. Her voice was smooth and sweet. It reminded me of my mom's voice. Wedding crashes can be very deceptive. The ceremony ended with a speech made by my dad's father, the minister, and then all of us walked down the aisle to join my dad in the front row as my mom did her speech. When it was her turn, I squeezed my boyfriend's hand in mine. I looked between the two men, seeing as they both looked rather uncomfortable. My boyfriend gave me a slight smile to let me know that it was all right, and so I relaxed. Why you wanted to marry your father and his girlfriend, I'll never know, said my first boyfriend ever. Of course my second boyfriend couldn't keep silent either. I've heard of dysfunctional families before, but yours takes the cake. We all had a good laugh, and then my dad's dad came over to us. I'll forgive this homosexuality sin just this once, he chuckled. Chapter 2. The ceremony concluded in finality with lots of tears, hugs, laughs, congratulations, and kisses everywhere in the room. Once all of that was done with, my dad pulled me over to a table, his arm wrapped securely around my waist. I blushed as I saw everyone staring at us, but I knew they were mostly staring at my dad, as he was the one with the wedding ring. How did you pull this off? I mean, how? It doesn't seem fair, my dad whispered in my ear while wrapping his arms tighter around me, holding me firm and making me blush all the more. Honestly, I don't know myself. My sister, your daughter of course, kind of forced me into it. She kept saying how you two should date and I kinda agreed and I trailed off, not really knowing how to finish that sentence. I wasn't making much sense, for a guppy, that is, for a worm, but for a man, it made sense. Then I told her to stop pressuring me and it worked like a charm. Oh no, wait, it didn't work. Now we're stuck dating each other, I sighed, letting out a chuckle which earned me another hug from my dad. Don't worry, I promise I won't be too hard on you. I mean, you deserve some happiness after everything you've gone through. But we'll get you a girlfriend, no problem. Then he coughed. So what should we order? Can you pick? I can't decide. By now everyone had gotten back home and everyone was sitting in the living room. I stayed seated on the floor leaning against my brother's leg, my head rested on his knee. I stared at my mom, whose attention was focused on the television. I wondered how my other siblings were doing, considering they lived across town. Mom, do you know who my dad is dating? She stopped playing with whatever she was watching and sat up straighter. Your dad has been dating for 3 months now. I think he mentioned that his name was Mike or Mike something. I sighed, looking down at my lap and picking at my cuticles. Well, does your mom know yet? No. Why would she know? She doesn't live here. She's over at his place most of the time anyway, my dad replied, obviously irritated, interrupting a nice mother-son episode. Well, that means we could spend a lot of time together now. What? Don't you already have that opportunity? Yes, of course, but it won't be as exciting as spending more time with you. What are you guys gonna do tomorrow? Well, you could come over here tomorrow morning and we could watch movies together and then go out somewhere. Or, we could just stay home and do nothing until we have to go out and do some things. My mom wondered aloud as some sort of drool oddly yet softly escaped her mouth. Say, whatever happened to that non-negress, the Mormon you wanted to date? Is she still in your life? Yeah, she is actually. I'm thinking about asking her to move in with me since it's been almost 3 months since we broke up. What they both exclaimed simultaneously, before turning to look at me and grinning. Good luck, kiddo. I guess I'll let them know about this little visit and that you'll be coming tomorrow, my mom called happily. Thanks, Mom. Chapter 3. I rolled over onto my stomach, pulling the comforter over my face in an attempt to drown out the sunlight shining in through the window blinds. It didn't work though because it seemed like every light bulb in the whole house went off at the same time, causing me to jolt awake and look around frantically. I groaned, rubbing my eyes and pushing myself up to a sitting position, grabbing my phone and checking my notifications. I had 7 missed calls from Mom, 5 unread messages and 6 new notifications. I blinked confused, trying to figure out what my mother could possibly want from me this late at night. She usually didn't call past 11 unless something serious was wrong. Maybe something happened to my brother Bucktooth. I clicked on the notification and read what it said. Hey honey, sorry to bother you so late, but if you want to come to my house now that you're here, I'll meet you outside the door. It's pretty cold out there tonight. I sighed, wondering where she was going to take me. Probably out for ice cream, but she hadn't specified what flavor she wanted. I quickly dressed myself, putting on some jeans and a shirt. Hey, Dad, I have to leave. My mom wants to go and eat ice cream. All right, dear. I hope you enjoy yourself. Bye, honey, he replied, not moving from his spot on the couch. Bye, Dad. Me and Alvin on our wedding day. The cold wind hit me as I stepped foot outside of my home. It felt refreshing, even though it didn't snow here very often. I followed my mom towards her car parked down the road, only to realize why she wanted me to come with her. Her car was full. There were tons of presents scattered on top of the seats. Boxes and bags littered the back seat. Was it Christmas again? I couldn't remember. My mom climbed inside and buckled herself up, then started driving. It wasn't long till we arrived at a small restaurant. Wow, I murmured as I exited the car and took in a deep breath of fresh air. This smells really good. I haven't been able to smell this stuff properly in days. Don't let your dad hear you say that. He would flip if he heard you say that it's just food. No. Food for thought. We're not expecting much, I said with a menacing glare. Stop that. People are staring, let them stare, I giggled. She led me to the side door and opened it for me, ushering me inside. It was quite empty as it was just us. We headed over to the booth. She sat in and got comfortable. Are you okay, babe? You look troubled. Just troubled. I don't remember falling asleep last night. She sighed and looked away. Children, she mumbled. Do you remember any dreams? She said after another 5 minutes. I thought for a moment. Nothing too special, just some random nightmares. Black widow spiders, cribs melting into an abyss, the usual. It wasn't too bad. Besides, I don't dream very often, I said, shrugging my shoulders. I noticed that her eyes became distant as she looked out the window, lost in thoughts and memories. I leaned over the table and kissed her cheek gently, drawing her attention back to me. So why exactly are you dragging me out into the freezing weather? She grinned mischievously. Because I want to take pictures of us having fun. I nodded slowly. You want to take pictures of me and you and our daughter having fun together? Well, yes. If anyone deserves this then I do. I smiled softly and grabbed hold of her hands, intertwining our fingers. Okay, and what daughter? She asked after another 5 minutes. See, I was enjoying this time together with my mother for the first time in a long time. But I couldn't help thinking how I might be hurting my father. He trusted me. He knew I had 2 boyfriends, maybe 3, but did he know I was cheating on him with my own mother? I think he was married to her, wasn't she? I mean, wasn't he? God, my mind. Why did this dysfunctional family make me so confused? Was it my fault? Was it theirs? Or was it Sean's? Sean was the name I gave my Mormon girlfriend. She insisted I spell her name S-H-A-W-N. I told her that was lame because Sean Young was so hot in Blade Runner. But that's where our friendliness ended. I wouldn't lie, our relationship was a little tense and I think I'm a little bit jealous of her and my dad. But enough about my problems and feelings. This day was supposed to be an icebreaker event, nothing serious, but I guess there weren't that many things I could hide from my family anymore. Well, aside from my feelings for my best friend. But I think they understood that. It was getting late. My mom decided we should call it a night and head home. As we left the restaurant, my mom leaned over to the cashier. That's my boy. We're getting a divorce, but only after he has his father's baby. I offered to drive us since I lived closer, but she insisted it was fine. It seemed so nice to be able to spend time with my mom without my sister's prying eyes glaring holes through my back, or my father telling me what to wear. We got into the passenger seat and started driving back home. It didn't take long until I was pulling up outside my apartment complex. My mom's eyes were already watery, probably because of how late it was. I turned on the headlights and drove back up to my parking spot. I don't know what I'd do without you, baby doll, she cried out, hugging me. I'd cry even harder. I laughed and hugged her again. Once we separated, she kissed me on my forehead and slid out of the car, closing my door gently. Chapter 4. My parents weren't happy that I planned to move out with my new boyfriend. They were supportive of it though. I told them about my feelings and my intentions of leaving, but they understood. They helped me pack my stuff up and gave me a few hugs before I left. I spent the next 2 days packing my clothes, personal belongings, my laptop, a few movies, CDs, a video camera, my phone charger, a black rubbercock vibrator and my favorite books. My mom packed my favorite book collection of Disney movies in a bag, along with my laptop charger. My dad packed up my art supplies, notebooks, pens, paper and pencils. I wasn't going to bring all that along with me, but I figured I could leave one thing behind, just so I wouldn't forget. A couple weeks later I had packed everything up and went to pick up my stuff in my new apartment. I had moved in with my boyfriend a week ago, and he'd already made me completely at ease. He always made sure that the place was clean, had everything I needed, and I just loved it there. Sometimes, just for kicks, I messed it up real bad for him, though. He was such a goof. It was a kick. I entered my apartment building through the lobby, taking a deep breath in before exiting the elevator into my new apartment. God, I stepped in my new bedroom and started unpacking some things. The walls were a light blue color. It's very appropriate, I thought to myself, since I'm very straight but very much pretending to be gay. Then my boyfriend, whose name was Sean, yes that's right, I'll let him spell it the right way for the male gender, walked into the room. Say Peter, Sean said shakily. Peter, I've never married a man before. Wait just there, I said to him, putting my finger to his lips. We're not married, we're just boyfriends. Okay, but I've never been with a guy before who was married to both his father and engaged to a Mormon girl with my name. I thought for a moment and then I had to agree with him. It is a bit strange, isn't it? Not if the sex is good, he smiled. Yeah, whatever, let's go get breakfast then. Yeah, he nodded. Yeah, We headed out the building and to the nearest diner nearby. We ordered our food and sat down across from each other at the booth. He was still holding my hand under the table, smiling softly every time he glanced over at me. "How's your day so far?" he asked, breaking the silence. "Good," I responded shyly. "Everything's good actually. My mom says I should invite friends over sometime soon, unless they are black." I told her I didn't have any right now and she asked if I would at least start thinking about it. "I think I will." He smiled and squeezed my hand slightly. I leaned in and pressed my lips against his cheek. He kissed the side of my face. We held hands the rest of the meal and I felt complete. After eating we went on a walk around the neighborhood. When we came across some flowers I stopped him and bought him flowers from the nearby squirrel, a purple rose, a daisy, and a purple rose. I told him that the flowers meant friendship, love, and trust, and it seemed to fit right in. He smiled brightly at me and placed a kiss on my lips, making me feel butterflies erupt in my stomach. I smiled against his lips as well and continued walking with him in tow, clutching the bouquet tight against my chest. They were mine. When we reached my apartment, the butterflies erupted again and I rushed to the toilet. When I got back, I put the flowers away and locked the front door before heading straight into the kitchen to check on dinner. When I walked into the living room to turn the TV on to watch some Netflix, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. I gasped quietly and backed away a step. The reflection on the mirror wasn't mine. It belonged to someone else, someone who was tearing into my soul. My hair was styled in the same way mine usually is and I was wearing the same attire, jeans, sweater, boots, and sunglasses. I quickly turned round and shut off the television. What was happening? I hadn't seen my reflection in a while and I hadn't worn contacts either, so I must have missed it. I shook the uneasiness that suddenly filled my body out of my head and focused again on what I was cooking. After about half an hour, I finally finished preparing everything. I checked on the pasta and vegetables. They were nicely browned and steaming gently as I removed them. I checked the timer to see what it was doing. 15 minutes left. I placed them on the dining table. I brought 2 glasses of water and sat across from him. "Thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it." "Coming out?" Sean giggled. "Is that supposed to be a pun? You know what I mean." "Silly," I giggled back. "Peter," Sean queried as a queer, "there's something I've been meaning to ask you." "Yes, oh good. I was going to ask you to marry me." "Oh no, mother effer fruck a 19-wheeler, and you just said yes." Sean looked depressed. "It's okay. You can ask me again tomorrow, MK. Say, also, do you ever miss living with your father, as your husband I mean, and your other boyfriends, and your mother, the mother that never let you date the Mormon, or any blacks?" Sean, the Mormon eating green Mormon porridge and eggs, after leaving me. "Oh, Sean, please don't bring that up now. We're just about to drink some water, some cool, fresh, clean water for a change." "What? Oh, I guess I forgot. We don't share cups anymore." "Sorry." Sean remained silent, waiting for an answer. He had to know what he was getting into. "Anyways, the answer is yes, Sean. That's why I live here." "But what does he wants to know about my other boyfriends? What other questions?" I started to speak like Gollum from The Hobbit. It felt appropriate as I felt I was being taken advantage of. "My goodwill, my boyfriends, my parents, Comero, just tell me about how it goes, with all the guys, I mean." All right, I can do that. Raw fishies and worms." Gollum, I continued. "Ha, I can be so funny when I'm defensive, and well, you know, we went on our first dates. I met him at school one day and we sort of hit it off. He asked me out at the end of that year and I accepted, because I really liked him. I told him I was seeing someone but he didn't seem to mind, just as long as I was happy, that's all that mattered. But I guess he didn't realize he'd fallen in love with me too, but once he found out, he didn't like it. He kept saying he wanted to wait, but I guess he got scared of losing his only remaining child. I was heartbroken when I realized that." "Your dad?" "Yes, my dad. You see, that one time during our last semester of high school, my mom invited my best friends over. It was the first time I'd seen them in 2 years, so I was pretty excited. We played games for a while until my mom suggested we play Truth or Dare, which of course, I said no to." Peter and Sean slightly confused amongst table scraps. Chapter 5. Mom was very persistent. She wanted me to fall in love with anybody as long as he or she was Lutheran. She kind of wanted me to be gay, I suppose. I kept telling her I was straight, but that's why I'm with you now, to make my mom happy. And even though my dad wishes I was still living with him as his husband, I think he wants me to just be with a conservative Lutheran gay man more than anything, if you get my thing. Because I'm sorry, Sean, but you are sort of just a thing to me right now. So is Sean, not you Sean, the Mormon Sean, the one I named Sean, straight Sean who really knew how to wear holy ladies' undergarments. But so yeah, both of you Seans. I couldn't even drink coffee. I think I hurt Sean's feelings more than confused him, but I could tell it was the beginning of the end. So I packed up the few belongings I had and moved back in with my dad. Dad had been drinking again and it was too late to save him, but we did have a few chuckles together. My uncle moved in with us and their dad did too, and it was the beginning of sermon after sermon after sermon. But in a way I kind of liked it. It was nice to know that people cared for me in a spiritual sense. And it was funny the way they'd shake their heads left and right and say things like, "No, Peter," or "No, Peter." It was nice to know that people didn't care what I liked or didn't like, but that I was just liked. I guess they loved me too, but it was always hard to tell. Sometimes they just acted like my dad was a drunk and they loved me as long as I stayed quiet and kept my mouth shut. Other times it just seemed like they hated me for getting pregnant when they knew full well the father of the baby was gay and therefore shouldn't be a part of the family. Dad, Uncle Mud and Dad's dad Reverend Hummer, they didn't understand me as a person at all, though. No one did. It was almost like they didn't even notice my existence. I looked down at Sean, who was sitting on the floor next to my chair in bed looking at me and waiting for me to speak. "I'm fine, Sean," I told him, placing my hand on his arm softly and leaning over, kissing him on the cheek. I could tell that was enough to convince him I was back again and away from the patriarchy. He stood up and gave me a smile before leaving my room, and my life had become very difficult then. My mom and dad never seemed satisfied. Neither was I. We constantly fought but somehow always managed to make up again. My dad kept trying to force me to go to this religious conference and social service office, and I told him over and over again no. I told him I wasn't ready and would never be ready for a commitment with marriage and kids and all that shit like he wanted to hear, so he could pretend like he was my daddy and that I was a little girl who needed to follow his instructions. One night I asked him plainly, "Dad, am I a girl or a boy?" And he replied, "Whatever floats your boat, sweetie." And that was that. And that was the real reason I had moved in with him once again. He wouldn't listen to reason, and that led to us fighting often as well, and mostly just for his own entertainment. The patriarchy and their books of concordances, and when things started to change we both knew it was inevitable that he would lose his job. He started having problems at work as well, so then we got divorced. I tried to help him out as much as possible and tried to find him jobs when needed, but he wouldn't listen to me. He always believed that there was nobody else in the world for me except for him, and I was willing to go along with that for a while, but not anymore. It wasn't fair. I spent the evening going over my notes for the classes I was taking, reading them and going through them one by one to see whether anything I thought of needed revision or not. I was completely bored and decided to go for a short walk outside before bedtime. The moon hung perfectly above the ground and reflected onto the snow-covered cats as I slowly made my way towards the park. The weather was so cold it was freezing, but it wasn't that bad yet. As I walked past the swings and slides I noticed that they didn't look new. They must be old since they looked rusty and partly chewed on. "Hey!" someone yelled behind me, and before I could even react a warm pair of arms wrapped around my waist. What? I turned around in her grasp with the most confused expression on my face. "You were talking to yourself," she said in awe as she pulled herself closer to me and hugged my shoulders tightly as if I was afraid she'd disappear at any moment. Why, before I could finish speaking she interrupted me. "It looks like your parents broke up," she exclaimed, clearly upset. Oh my God, what happened? I immediately regretted asking that question after hearing her response. She bit her bottom lip and shrugged her shoulders before continuing. "Well, you know that guy I told you about. He cheated on her with another woman, but I saw him in the park earlier, so I don't think I need to worry. Maybe they are still together now or something," she added hopefully. "I hope they are okay though." What a bitch. Her eyes widened for a second before she let out a small laugh. "Yeah, probably anyway. So what have you been up to, stranger? I haven't heard from you in a couple of months and, well, you haven't responded at all. Are you okay?" Are you sick or something? Oh sorry, I'm sorry. Do I even know you? Then it hit me. I was talking to Sean again. Not gay pretend boyfriend Lutheran Sean, but Mormon Sean. Sean with the vagina. The one with the nice legs and the familiar histrionic vibe. Sean, I said, you do realize my mom doesn't like you, right? Yes. Silly, she said calmly, and I realized that's why we can never be married. However, I always thought since I wasn't a negress that somehow, well, you know, somehow since we sort of worship the same Jesus sort of, you know the white one, well that she could maybe overlook all that Joseph Smith crap. But alas, she isn't like that, and, sniff, apparently not even you are good enough for her, so please leave already. What the fuck? She slapped me hard. I got excited, but I was shocked. The words I'd just read in her mind echoed in my head over and over again. I couldn't believe how much she changed. She had changed so much since the day she brought me home. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologized once again. I haven't heard from Mom either. I haven't answered my phone lately either. You should slap me again, please. I felt bad about lying, but I didn't feel right telling her the whole truth. That's so horrible, she cried and threw her arms around me again in a tight hug. I just smiled and let her comfort me. After a while her grip loosened, but instead of pulling away completely she just leaned against my shoulder, still crying quietly into it. So how are ya? I asked. It sucks, she muttered as she pulled away, wiping tears from her eyes, before taking hold of my hand. But hey listen, I'll help you find a job, alright? We can talk about it later and stuff, but for now let's go back inside, okay? Yeah, you must be tired after such a long day, right? She smiled at me and held my hand tightly. I nodded and followed her to the front door of a stranger's home. The next morning I realized that there was no inside to go into. We were in a playground, for Christ's sake. What was I thinking? She said let's go inside and there was no inside to go inside. God, she fucked me up so much. I guess it's why I loved her. That's what women did to me. Fucked up fucker-ups. They fucked the fucked part of me up. I guess it's what excited me, ever since that first spanking, from my mom. Hi Mom, can I wap? We were freezing, still outside. Oh, I said, let's go inside, and I started to take her clothes off. I get it now, you're the one who's changed. She giggled. You're frigid, aren't you? It's freezing. Dumb shit. Frigid Sean. Chapter 6. My mom hadn't spoken to me once in over 3 days. It wasn't a total surprise though, because she did say that she'd been busy. How do you think she's doing it? Babe asked one of my dad's co-workers while we were standing around waiting for Sean to get off work. I looked over at them skeptically and replied, do you honestly think I know what the hell is going on between my dad and my mother? She left us the day she found out she was pregnant with me. I don't know if she even knows where we live anymore or where we worked before she left. Honestly, it's amazing to think that my dad is capable of changing. Dad and Mom, when I was pregnant with them, I know, man, I know, he really does seem different today. What's wrong? Sean suddenly said, walking up behind me holding 2 coffee cups in his hands. Nothing, I responded quickly, turning back to the others. Sean raised an eyebrow and said, really? He took a sip from his cup and spoke with an air of suspicion surrounding his every word. I think you should ask her yourself, he added, handing me mine, which I gladly accepted without giving him any attention whatsoever. She said it wasn't her place to say anything anyway. He winked at me before walking over to join one of the other guys in waiting. I scoffed at him. What is he up to? I thought to myself as I drank half of my coffee. He knew something. He knew my mom too and was trying to push me to ask her about it himself. I finished my coffee and shoved the coffee mug back into his hands, causing him to give me a weird look. Hey, you've been awfully quiet today. You okay? He questioned. My heart skipped a beat as I realized something. I'm a terrible liar. I opened my mouth to speak but closed it after I closed it again. I couldn't exactly tell him my secret now. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders before replying, yeah, I am fine. It's just hot here. Okay, cool. Just let me know if you wanna go to the ice rink or some stuff. I'll catch up with you soon. I nodded in reply as he started walking backwards, making his way back to the bar where the rest of his employees were. I walked off in the opposite direction, heading towards the parking lot so I could take my car out on a date. Mom and Dad during happier times. As I walked further away from my building, I couldn't stop thinking about the night before. The Mormon Sean, the one I really liked, had gone back to Salt Lake City, Utah. Fake boyfriend gay. Sean knew something was up but he couldn't put a finger on it. That's because I never gave him a finger to put it on. What I did do was walk into the bar where he was drinking with the other employees and scream pretty loud, louder than I needed to, but it was a scream nonetheless. I'm not gay. Sean looked up from his beer and it looked like he was about to cry, but instead he just said thank you before he went back to drink his beer and ignoring everything else. He was acting like I didn't exist after I yelled at him, but I knew he knew why I knew he had come over, so I'm guessing he guessed that it meant he understood it was all just an act, a way for me to get back at him for whatever it was he was hiding from me. I mean, how many times has he told me not to call him Salt? And then when he finally tells me to keep my nose out of his business for once, I decide to call him Salt. Hey Peter, I jumped slightly at the sound of my name being called while I was thinking of Salt. Salt Peter. I was caught off guard as it came from a certain redhead. My eyebrows furrowed in confusion at who said my name until realization dawned upon me and I looked back up at and met the gaze of my best friend, the girl I had spent hours trying to figure out why I liked her. Sorry, did you call me? She shook her head. No, I wasn't sure if you heard me. I laughed nervously and tried to avoid eye contact as I scratched my neck nervously. Peter, I wanted to let you know that I wanted to take this week off. I don't think I'm gonna be able to focus on my job anymore, and I never took anything off before. Yeah, me neither. Mind if I say something really brash? I asked her, knowing I was trying dangerous ground. No, go ahead, she said. No, what? I am able to focus on. No, go ahead. What? Those tits. She slapped me and I never saw her again. I was harder than Salt Peter. Chapter 7. After leaving the mall, Sean decided to drive me home. I was a little surprised. It wasn't a big deal for him to do that, but it was kinda cute, I guess. When he asked me if I needed a ride home after he parked his car, I immediately turned down the offer and politely declined. We sat together in silence for a few minutes as we stared into space, occasionally glancing sideways at each other. You're quiet today, he suddenly said, breaking the silence. You're queerer today. Don't try changing the subject. You always have a smile plastered on your face whenever I drive you home, but ever since you got into the car I haven't seen you smiling once. Oh, I said wistfully, I guess I'm just happy. You didn't see me earlier, but I went to pick up my exes and they both broke up with me. Why would they break up with you? It seemed to be a mutual decision apparently. They didn't want to date me anymore after finding out I was gay. Well, that's stupid of them. They are guys. You know, if they found out you're gay they might not wanna date you. However, some guys like it when you play hard to get. Yeah, I guess, I mumbled quietly. I still don't understand why they would break up with me. They used to be great friends and they actually cared about me, too. I wonder if they still care about me. Then Sean shook his head as if something had hit him from behind and it hurt him and it shocked him. Wait just a doggone minute, he said. You told me you weren't gay. I did my level best to shrug it off in front of all my co-workers just so that I would look cool. What the donut fucker? I know I told you that just to make you feel good, so that it would feel better in a one-way breakup. The fact is I'm a heterosexual gay man who feels best courting a Mormon straight woman, knowing once we get married she'll hate the fact that I'm a heterosexual gay man. You can understand that, right? Sean had to admit it. He did. I mean, why did he go to bed with me every night as it was? I nodded and put my hand on Sean's lap where he could feel a stirring. You know I get turned on when you pretend to be gay, said Sean. Of course you do, sweetie. Of course you do. I mean, take me for instance. I'm a homosexual and it doesn't bother me one bit, Sean said, looking directly into my eyes. And you know that's true. Sean continued, caressing my leg gently back as he talked on. Anyway, I need to get back to work. Thanks for hanging out with me though, I answered at last. Sean kissed me lightly on the nose and stood up, getting ready to leave. Wait, Sean, I said quickly, grabbing his arm before he had the chance to turn around. Yeah, baby, Sean smiled as he turned around slowly. Oh, Sean, don't turn around please. Just don't turn around. Can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. He kept smiling, still turned around. Why did you tell my parents that you aren't my father? I asked, looking up at him intently, hoping that he wasn't going to lie to me. He just stood there staring back at me with a strange expression on his face. I wondered if I had offended him somehow. That's none of your concern, Gerald. but I would tell you if it was important to me," he added, placing his index finger beneath my chin, forcing me to raise my head up and look directly into his eyes. I was still confused by his answer, and I could tell that he was too. "Why would you lie to me like that about who you are?" "Maybe," smiled Sean, "because I just like to see you squirm." He knew it and I knew it, too. I got hot, too, when I scored a good squirm, but now I had to get back to the apartment and pack my things. This was never going to work, this pretending to be a heterosexual homosexual with a homosexual at home with being sexual. You know, being at home with a homosexual sexually, and I wasn't even homophobic. It was a recipe for disaster. It wasn't going to work. And with Mormon Sean back up in Salt Lake City, I decided it was time to be celibate for a while. Maybe I would let my beard grow. I could let my pubic hairs grow to the ground, adopt a whole bunch of cats, learn how to drink coffee again. Chapter 8. I pulled up outside the house where my mom lives and got out of the car. I took a deep breath as I opened my door and stepped out of the car. I walked away from the car. The sun shined brightly onto my face as I looked up into the sky and the trees surrounding our house. "It looks beautiful today," I thought. "It really does." I sighed to myself and leaned against the car. What am I supposed to do now? What do you do when a person hates you for no reason? And my car. All I could think about was my damn car. It's already 10:40 p.m. and I have nowhere to go. I took one last look up at the beautiful sunset before locking the doors of the car and made my way towards the door. I rang the bell and waited patiently for it to open. I knew my mother must have heard the ringing, but she didn't come running to open the door. She probably thought I was a creep or something. "Mom," I said through the intercom. "Mom, it's me." I drove up in my car. Hi, no response. That's what I expected. She hadn't come out of her room in days. I knocked on the door again, this time harder. No response. "Okay, Mom, he's coming inside," thought my car. I grabbed my key out of my jeans pocket and unlocked the door. I carefully opened the door to the living room and peeked my head in to check on what was wrong. My mother wasn't on the couch. Instead, she was laying in a chair near the dining table, which I hadn't noticed. Odd, I never noticed the table before. She had brought herself down here from upstairs. Her eyes were wide open and her lips were parted with tears streaming down her face. "Mom, Mom, are you okay?" I ran over to her side of the strange dining table and knelt next to her. "Is anything wrong? Can you hear me? Can I get you something? Maybe a Coke?" "Oh gosh," she said, sniffling and wiping some tears off her cheeks. "It's been 3 days since you've left." 3? What do you mean 3 days? Why didn't you wake me up?" I asked her. I could remember waking up and hearing my phone buzz. It wasn't that odd. "Oh, yeah. I didn't wake you up because I assumed you wanted to go to the mall, but you never came back. I kept calling you to ask where you were, but you wouldn't pick up. You want to see me get old, don't you? You want me to die on this table, in this chair. You want me to age." "Wait, watch your text message saying that you were going to hang out with me and your sister sounded like it was urgent, so I figured you were gonna skip school or something like that. So I waited until your last period ended and left without you." My heart started racing. "Did something happen?" I questioned. "I don't know. Not much, but I did get older. 3, maybe 4 days older." "Sure. I'm sorry, Ma." All the signs were there, but then I was just so mad and scared. I couldn't do anything. "If anything happened to you, I don't know what I'd do. I'm just so sorry, Sean," she cried hysterically into her hands, covering her face with her palms. Wait, Mom. I'm not Sean. I'm Peter." "You're not talking to Sean. Do you think Sean is your son, too? Do you even know who I am? Is this part of Dad's game, where you find other sons you want to be parents to?" No offense, but I'm feeling a little confused and abandoned. My mom looked at me as if I had just insulted her. "How dare you accuse me of loving more sons than my only son? I've always told you you're my favorite son." "But Mom, I'm your only son. You know I gave everything to your oldest sisters. My heart, my fantasies, my paranoia, my hatred towards you." "No, I don't know." "What is it, Mom?" I asked her. "Is it, Dad? I never should have let him marry you." And she started to weep. "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Please forgive me." "Mom, let's not ignore the elephant in the room. Are you pregnant?" "What?" She gasped and jumped up and covered her mouth. "Please, just explain everything, okay? I've missed 3 whole months, Mom. And I've missed 2 weeks of your life," I explained, sitting on the floor across from her. She started sobbing again and looked down sadly at her hands. "Mom, I'm really sorry. If it makes you feel any better, you're my favorite mom. You're my only child. Oh God, I can't believe it. I'm 30 years old, and now I'm going to become the mother of someone else's daughter. Oh God, I have a daughter. Oh my God, I have a daughter, she repeated, crying hysterically. Hey, it's okay. It's all right. You're really 62. I know I fucked up, but it wasn't your fault that you had a miscarriage. We can talk about this later. Can you give me a hug first? She nodded and immediately wrapped her arms tightly around me, holding me like she wouldn't let go. I hugged her back and let her cry into my shoulder, feeling horrible for what I did and what she was going to have to go through. Do you remember my other boyfriend, other Peter? He's also a lesbian and well, we had sex. I told her. You had what sex? You know, my pretend vagina to her vagina. Good old-fashioned lesbian heterosexual sex. We humped. Oh no, Peter. I mean Sean. Oh no, you were supposed to wait. You were supposed to save yourself for death. My mom continued wailing. Oh no, oh God, why me? I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I can't ever imagine losing you. Please don't hate me. I promise that it won't happen again. Don't try and make promises to me. I don't want your promises. Just leave and never come back. I can handle being alone. You can take care of yourself. Just leave me the hell alone, she yelled, pushing me away. I fell back slightly and fell to the floor, holding my hand against my face and crying silently to myself. This is the end. My tears streamed down my cheeks and my entire body began shaking. I just sat there trying to process what had just happened. Is she serious? Chapter 9. I guess you could say I was pretty confused at this point in my life. I was just entering my late 20s. I wasn't a virgin anymore, and that was good. Who and what? I lost my virginity to what? I'll never figure that out, but that's kind of water under the bridge at this point. Was I in love with my mother? Was my father my soulmate? Was my pretend gay boyfriend my husband? Was the crazy Mormon from Utah in all of her mixed messages someone I really should have listened to after all? I mean, if you die and you're married to someone you don't like, you truly have to spend eternity with that person. But you get all those planets and so on. Is Jesus really going to send me to hell? Because I doubt what some of it said in the book of 1 Peter, or the book of 1 Nephi, the books Mark and Avoid, the book of Mark Avoid and Hate People, MAHP, the book of One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish by Dr. Seuss. I mean hate people and love them at the same time. I mean love them but pity them because they are going to hell anyways. Oh, I don't know. All I know is I'm a heterosexual pretend gay man. I should have my boobies put in, but then I'd probably have to cut my cock off. I don't know. Maybe my mom was right. Maybe I should stop making promises I can keep. Maybe that idea of a whole bunch of cats and black lights wasn't so bad after all. Me long before I read the Book of Mormon, but then, almost like a miracle, I got a phone call on my cell phone. It was a wrong number from a dominatrix who always called herself Elvira, even though she looked a lot more like the pretty singing girl in The Walking Dead when I met her. Both were sexy in my newly honest heterosexual reality, the reality my parents had driven a deep spike into. I should not like what I like. I should not get turned on by dominatrix women, even if there was some kind of psychological coping mechanism from those over-the-top spankings. Not to mention my sisters. Sweet blonde Elvira with the stems that went on forever. Sean, you need to come back home this instant. Something has happened. I'm worried about your brother, she said frantically over the line. I could picture the worry creases that lined her forehead even though we were just talking on the phone, even though I still hadn't met her yet. And why did everybody call me Sean? I'm so sorry, Elvira. My parents have moved. I don't know where they are going to stay. And Mom said she doesn't want to see me anymore anyways. I think she hates me. Sean, you must find them now. You must go to them right this second. Your mother is dying and your father, he is sick too. I think he might be dying. And your brother, well, I forgot. Oh my God, what happened? Your dad's in a coma. Sean, we were having coffee and he suddenly collapsed. I don't know how it happened. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have gone anywhere alone with your father without telling you. He was very weak after the miscarriage and our affair, and Dad had a miscarriage. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I interrupted. He needs to focus on fixing his own mistakes, not mine. I would have done it, but it was way too late to go now, and I can't do anything anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, God, Elvira, I don't know you. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know why I pretend to be a homo, an affair, to no Sean I'm not worrying about it, and you're making completely no sense whatsoever. Anyway, I'm ready to hang up, do you hear me? Maybe your mother is right. Your brother will have our heads for getting you involved in this, but I can't let him suffer in this condition by himself. I'll call the police right now so they can help find your brother and your father. Forget it if Dad had a miscarriage, it's on him not me, and my brother never talks to me anymore anyways. I don't even remember his name. I think it was Sally or something. Elvira stayed quiet for a while and then sighed. It's Sue, I think. I maybe had it legally changed to Sue. That's right, Sue. Like the Johnny Cash song. I'm not sure, Sean. It could have been either Sally or Sarah, but I really can't be sure. Suzanne is nice, don't you think? I'm sorry I couldn't keep it from you, but please understand my situation. It's hard enough to raise your younger brother knowing that your father has already passed away and that you didn't tell anyone about it, but it was for the best. Now Sean, if you have nothing else to add, then I suggest you go home and sleep. She hung up and left me alone in my room with my thoughts and feelings. I think it was Sue. The next morning I woke up at 6 a.m. and got dressed. I went to school early to make it easier for me to get ready for work. I packed my bag and grabbed my wallet and phone when someone yanked on my arm and pulled me close to them, whispering in my ear seductively, "Hurry boy, we have to meet before class, my car is waiting." She smiled at my back. "No, I can't. I need to hurry." I tried to pull myself away, but she held my wrist tighter. "Let me go please." "I'm not letting go." "Now hurry, let go." "I'm serious, I will not listen." Fine, I'll be quick," I replied, sighing. "Thanks, you're welcome. This better not be my mom," I thought to myself. Chapter 10 Parts A and B. Thanked God it wasn't. But she did have this thing about my mother, didn't she? "Damn, you really should call your mother more often, Peter," she said with all the seductiveness left in her voice. I was now looking at her legs. They were nice, shapely, long, slender. She was wearing what I thought were probably very expensive hosiery. Evan Picone maybe, Walford. Everything expensive was nice. Shoes, stockings, women, beer. Savannah Katsev. "Hi Mom, it's me, oh Peter. I'm glad you called. Did you marry a pretend gay Lutheran yet? God, I hate dementia." "No Mom, you know I'm not into that stuff anymore. I'd rather be with a heterosexual woman who's a Wicca, whatever, even a Satanist if that would make you happier." "Oh Peter, you know that's the furthest thing I want for you or me in this life. How could you be so cruel?" My mother started crying when I really just wanted to see how she was doing. "Then she has to start with the pretend gay Lutheran garbage." "Well, could you at least be with..." "No, I can't think of any other denominations." "Never mind, honey." I hung up the phone. Oh damn, I forgot to ask her if Dad really died or not. I really can be such an asshole sometimes. Well, hell's bells, it was worth it I guess. I hope Dad is fine though. Maybe he's alive somewhere. Maybe Mom lied to me so I wouldn't notice it when I look in the mirror. I mean, he didn't really pass on, but I really wish he had. But no, he didn't. He hasn't died or anything. That's a relief. I'm actually surprised they haven't found his body yet. What are they doing? I wonder if I would feel guilty if something like this had happened to me, especially since it was all my fault. But I don't blame myself. I didn't love him or anyone else, so I don't feel bad about it. But he still loved me, and that makes me sad. What if this was just some sort of psychotic breakdown and then I wake up tomorrow and he'll still be dead and nobody will care? I'll just have to deal with it. I have to live on as the perfect son and heir to the family business, and I have to go through life thinking that Dad passed away when I already know he hadn't. And then I'll eventually forget and move on. So that's one less burden to carry, I guess. I should really stop thinking like this. So I got up and drove to school. I really hope that everyone is safe. Wait, what was I thinking? Dad never loved me. Chapter 11. I finally arrived to school and I saw Sue in the hallway. She came running and hugged me tight. I really missed her, and I'd realized right then how much I missed hugging my fake brother so much. "Hey bro," she said. "Hey sissy bro," I replied, hugging her gingerly. She then pulled me into the classroom and she led me to the table next to hers, which was also empty. I sat down with my friends in my grade group. We continued talking about our vacation and how we spent it, and then we heard the bell ring signaling us to go to class. We headed out and walked towards the classroom together. It felt good being back home again. After class I met Sue in the hallways again. She walked along with me until I spotted my other little brother and my sister walking towards us in our direction. As soon as I saw my sister's face I instantly knew that she looked upset, so I ran to meet them. When I got close to the two I asked what the hell happened. They had tears rolling down their faces. It seemed to me like my mom really hurt my sister badly. They didn't answer me at first, so I spoke again. What happened? Why are you guys crying? I said. Sean, please forgive your mama. If she ever says anything to you ever again, don't believe a single word she says. Okay, oh no, is she doing her gaslighting, passive-aggressive, projecting mind game entitled full of herself bullfesses mind tricks on you again? Yeah, but that's okay because we pretend it really isn't happening, said my little sister Toothbuck. Mama needs attention, said my little brother Bucktooth. We don't even care about the names they gave us, that's how much we love them, but I hated to see them break down like this as if they are really going crazy, said my sister. Sue shook her head, but she really shook it, meaning I was the wrong one for even asking such questions. I was in the family to question things. That's where God had put me. I knew it then. I've always known it, but all my siblings never knew it and they never will. They simply think that God was placed in our family to question God. We have to leave now, Sean, please, my sister Sue whispered. Okay, but what's wrong with your sister? I said to my sister. Sean, please trust Mama and Daddy, okay? Just listen to them and don't say anything stupid. Alright, I'm so mad at your mom, that's why I'm acting like this. Now come on, let's go. Yeti, set, go, I said for no apparent reason. My sister Sue was obviously upset about something and that's why she was acting the way she was, and my mother wouldn't lie to me. They both left and I went inside the class, took my seat and waited for class to start. I kept looking at my watch every 5 minutes and hoping I would see them walk in with a new watch. Suddenly there was an announcement on the PA system. Attention pupils, this morning we have a major problem. Our teacher and Mr. Miller have had a massive fight and are suspended from school for 3 days. We'll talk about the details in due time, but meanwhile please don't bother the teachers if you find out anything that could benefit this school. The bell rang, signaling that the rest of the lesson was almost over, so I quickly picked up my books and rushed off to class. I sat next to Sue and my little brother Bucktooth. I think Toothbuck ran away. Mr. Miller was a great teacher and the class learned lots from him, but we didn't realize he was a serial killer. And what's more, what the hell was this about keeping everything to herself even if it benefited the school? Maybe the PA announcer was in on the murders, too. Good Lord, I wish Mormon Sean was with me again. Besides the fact she had nice legs to sit by, and she possessed pretty good taste in hats and licorice, black things. Sean's shimmering legs in black tights in a canary yellow 1950s chair. As usual, I went straight to my next class, math class. Good afternoon, class. I see you all made it to today without any problems, Mrs. Jones began. Mrs. Jones, you have a lovely daughter, I cried. Everyone ignored me. We'll start on chapter 3 right away. Let me introduce you to the worksheets. She handed each student a worksheet and started reading them aloud. Everyone listened intently, but they weren't focusing on her at all. I was. She, too, had nice stems. This part here states that you must solve the following problem. 2, 8, 7, 9, 11, 15, 17, 23, 28. 3x7 equals 4, 5 equals 7, x plus 6, 5x7 equals 6 plus 7 equals 10, xx2, 5yx equals 8, xy plus 1. Now, how many people in this equation are not in this equation? She turned around and stared at the class expectantly. Anyone's silence filled the classroom as the students avoided eye contact with their teacher's eyes, except my brother Sue. She was staring directly at her teacher as if trying to figure out a math equation in front of her face. I looked down, playing with my pen absent-mindedly. I'm sorry, but none of you answered my question, so let me repeat it. I said anyone who isn't in these equations. She pointed at our table. Well, I stood up and then I raised my hand and then I sat down. Mrs. Jones looked at me and said, that's the correct answer, Peter. You get a cookie. That was the first person who said my name correctly in 2 months, and I hated math. Chapter 12. The next morning the sun with a capital S was shining brightly. The birds were singing. Nice people were walking their dogs and I even saw stray cats that seemed happy playing in the grasses together. It was a text from my mother that broke the mood, however. Sean, Is that you? Yeah, Mom, it's me, but I didn't text you. What's up? Sean, is that you? Yes, Mom, I love you. You know, I always told her I loved her when I felt like she was forgetting things. I think your father did not die. Oh really? That's great news. How did you find out we're making love right now? Oh well, that's great, Mom, but how did you find out? I mean, never mind, don't let me interfere. Don't let me interrupt you guys. I'm just glad Dad's okay. He misses you. He let me give you the phone, Alvin, my good stockings. How gross. Hi son, it's me, Dad. I just wanted to let you know that I hope I didn't make you worry being in that coma and all. How's your boyfriends? Are they still Lutheran? Missouri Synod, Wisconsin, West Virginia. None of that liberal gay crap. No, Dad, they are not my boyfriends and they are not Lutherans either. I'm tired of pretending to be gay for you guys, okay? And why are you suddenly acting so homophobic? Chapter 13. My dear Sini, I have missed you so much. It has been over 4 months since you left us to go to college. How are you doing? Are you doing well? Well, what is the point of me talking with my own daughter if you won't answer me? Do not worry about your mothers or brother and sister. I'm fine, thank you for asking. Yes, I miss your voice, but you can stop texting now, please. I understand you're worried for your siblings and I understand how much it sucks, but I will be there soon enough. I promise. I'm just trying to help them cope without me. I miss your little hands in mine. I miss hearing you sing to me. I miss the way your hair tickles my face every time you hug me. I miss your voice, Sean, your laugh, your smile. I want so badly to see you again. P.S. Can you catch gonorrhea from a toilet? This is why I got a post office box. I didn't know who the hell this letter was from. A few weeks passed and I was getting ready to graduate from high school. Here I was, a 35-something-year-old man graduating from high school with beautiful girls on my left and on my right with the current seating arrangement. I probably would never see girls like this again. Of course, I never dated them either because I was so effed up in the head from my upbringing, all this gay pretend stuff, Lutheran or die stuff. The best-looking girls in school were either Missouri Synod Satanists or hardcore Mormons. The gods just weren't on my side ever. I include a photo of Luna. She was literally a Satanist Mormon, and of African descent. My mom wouldn't even let me ask her out for church potluck. Graduation was a mess. Neither of my parents were there. Sean, my pretend boyfriend, wasn't there. Sean, the sexy crazy Mormon girlfriend, wasn't there. None of my pretend boyfriends were there. My dad's husband wasn't there as a father or a husband, and my uncle avoided me like the plague ever since he found out I dated a Methodist Miami Dolphins fan one weekend. My dad's dad, who was the most religious in the bunch, did come, but only to take a shit on the grounds in front of a Catholic saint statue during the after ceremony. To say I was embarrassed was an understatement. But just as I was getting ready to leave the entire grounds and get back into my jeans and t-shirt, there she was, Sean, not the pretend gay boyfriend but the woman of my second choice dreams, the Mormon. She told me she was sorry she was late, that she really wanted to see me graduate. I told her, isn't that the main reason you broke up with me? Because I'm 35? No. I think it's kind of cute actually, she said, and she lifted her skirt 5 inches above her knee just so I could see that she was wearing stockings with the Luther seal on them, Soli Scriptura and everything. I read your diaries, you little goon. I thought you knew better. I thought you knew how I feel about the type of thing, but I guess you can change my mind. So when I was done kissing her, I said you better get moving, because if I was gonna marry her I had to be able to show her off a bit. I said that and she ran away screaming. A note fell from her purse. It was a grocery list, but the handwriting matched the letter in the mail. Jack Mormon gonorrhea. Dodged a bullet. Yes, that day Sean was in my room and we made out for a while. He took my shirt off, kissed my breasts. He started touching me. He was rubbing himself against me. I told him not to do this because of my brother and sisters. I pushed him off me. He laughed at me, saying that they wouldn't notice anything anyway, and then he left. I called after him to come back. He didn't though. He kept running. Sean's Martin Luther Joseph Smith thigh high roll-ups after a Mormon women's mud wrestling tournament. Hubba. So the rest of the summer I went home and did nothing other than watch TV or listen to music. It sucked having nobody to talk to and no one to tell me the truth. One night I walked by someone sitting in their car smoking cigarettes and listening to some loud-ass rock music. I asked them if they had a pack on them, but they turned around and told me to fuck off. I told him that my friends and family were going through the worst time and they wanted the attention. He said they didn't need it. Yeah, I know, I'm not gay, but I really do love that guy. And Sean the Mormon, what can I say? All I said was I wanted to marry her, and that I wanted to show her off. Sean the pretend gay boyfriend never gave me this kind of trouble. His kisses tasted like Boone's Farm apple wine, as long as he kept them below my ankles or into my armpits. I guess I was doomed to be a pretend gay Lutheran for the rest of my life. That is until Elvira came back in. She bitch-slapped Sean until he left the room screaming, and the building for that matter. Does this mean you love me? I asked her. No, it just means I don't like Sean, she said. You want me to tie you up? I asked her, but she said no. It means something different with you, Elvira. I tried to call Sean, but he blocked me, but I got lucky and managed to reach my dad. He picked up. Hello, Daddy. Is Sean there? He asked me. No, Daddy. He must be out partying somewhere. Well, good for him. Maybe he'll learn that I am more than your daughter. Goodbye, Daddy. He hung up. Elvira and I continued to stay inside watching TV. It didn't take long before Elvira started crying, and then I cried too. We sat there in silence until my mom arrived and helped us both to bed. I guess I deserve that. Chapter 14. My new friends, Jack Satanist Mormons, Bobby Delta, Randolph Hertz, Marsha Blades and Kenny. Elvira and I flew to Las Vegas and got one of those quickie marriages since I was 35-something and she was 45-something. It was safer that way. She said let me buy us a celebratory hotel. She just didn't mean a night or two in a fancy hotel. No, she meant the entire hotel. After signing all the papers and letting me sign as co-owner, we both owned the Hilton Las Vegas Hotel. Does this mean we can meet Paris Hilton someday? I asked her. She slapped me hard. I had a feeling I was going to be tied up for a few weeks after that. I didn't care. Others made us like her on that show Real Life or whatever it was called, but I think she's hot. So we got off on a rocky start, but we owned the Hilton Las Vegas Hotel and we had a lot of high-temperature sex. It was a deal we both could feel good about. It was the best sex I'd ever had in my 30-something years. She usually played the dominant role, but once in a while she let me do that, and she actually seemed to like it on occasion. I would say things like fix me up a bitch or tar the roof you cunt whore or buy me a solar panel franchise you yuppies cum poop shoot, and it would usually only take her a few minutes to come. Me, however, I liked it when she put me in bondage, but it was really hard to come that way due to my hands being so far away from my privates, so sometimes it would take me a couple days. She was okay with it and usually spent those times watching Netflix or shopping. She'd even tie me down to the bed and I wouldn't be able to move a muscle, not even my nose muscle. I think she liked it too, but after a while, she didn't seem very pleased by her punishment, so she would punish me even more. After a few nights she would finally fall asleep and I would sneak downstairs and try to sleep, but I would keep seeing her eyes staring at me as I slept. She would wake me up at midnight to fuck me till I forgot where I was and who I was fucking, and then after we'd both fallen asleep again she would kiss my cheek and say goodnight before going downstairs to her room to sleep. She also had a nice body, I guess, and it wasn't bad to look at either. When she was sleeping I would stare at her boobs and think how soft they were, and then sometimes my hand would slip between hers and run over her boobs, and then my finger would touch her nipple and rub it. Sometimes we play games like strip poker and she'd cheat by using her underwear, but I didn't mind. I think we decided we would rather play regular poker, the kind where you keep your clothes on, and I would nearly always win. She would always end up losing because we were just that terrible at it. I guess you have to be to pull the wool over people's eyes. The one time she beat me at strip poker, but I was wearing a chest, so she never really got me too naked. The time eventually we moved back to my apartment. After all, my mom and brother were still there. She stayed at my mom's for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I kept asking her if she felt uncomfortable being with my mom and my brother, but she said, oh no, they are very entertaining. It's true. Every time my mom put me down or my brother put me down, it was with a certain amount of drama and flair, and I have to admit sometimes comical at the same time. I started to learn how to appreciate Elvira's sense of humor. It was like masochism and sadism all mixed into one big bowl of dysfunctional goo. Kind of sexy if you ask me. And like Sean, her gams were great. I had to learn the difference, but at least she was fun to be with. I loved it. And again, nice gams will make up for a lot of confusion. It was the summer holidays after that. When Elvira got the idea that we should open our own hotel in downtown San Diego or San Francisco or wherever the hell it was, and I thought she was insane. She could barely afford rent in LA, but she convinced me that we needed some extra cash, so I bought the hotel and we set it up. Then we moved in and I rented out the rooms for parties and shit, and we had a pretty great time for a while, and then it got boring, so we packed up and left. It had been a nice break and we had a fantastic time for a little bit. We traveled all over Europe doing concerts, etc. We stayed in some nice hotels, too, but we got bored and moved to New York City, and we lived on campus together, and we had plenty of money that we spent on clothes, shoes, furniture and whatever else we wanted. We opened the new hotel and we had to make a list of everything and write down where we had everything, and we put it under to purchase. That was a pain in the ass because if we didn't write it down we would lose it. The hotel was busy, lots of people came and went. It became really expensive, so my parents bought us a second house so we could live a little more comfortably. We decided on buying the old house my parents had and we kicked them out right away. The day after we bought the house we decided to visit my grandparents. We visited the old house I used to grow up in when I first met my sister in kindergarten. I remember I was playing hide and seek and I found her hiding under some boxes. So I called her out and she started yelling that I cheated. I looked around and couldn't find her. I kept calling and trying to find her, and eventually my father found me and grabbed me by the collar, making me fall over from the shock. The next time we played hide and seek, I placed my sister on a Greyhound bus and shipped her to Chicago. "See who's cheating now," I yelled. When I got back from the bus depot, my father said, "If you won't come out you won't eat." So we ate dinner and watched a horror movie. We ended up falling asleep in front of the TV. After we woke up we ate another huge breakfast and then the whole place fell apart. After 27 years, my sister came back from Chicago, but she was never the same again. My grandparents' place burned down. We tried so hard to save it, but we were too late. My grandma passed away and we buried her outside in the backyard with the others. We decided to build a memorial stone in honor of my grandparents' backyard, which was a little hill near the trees. "Dear Sean, but why would you build a memorial in honor of your grandparents' backyard?" asked Elvira. I didn't answer her. Ghosting my wife was one of the sadosadistic dominant humiliation play fetish maso ticket off pleasures she taught me. Actually, almost everybody I knew taught me. When Elvira took a long vacation away from me, she said she was tired of my ghosting her. I got bored, so I started to get to know the tenants in the hotel we owned in San Fran. People there hated it when I called it San Fran, but I didn't care. I had traveled once to France and never spoke a word of French on purpose. The French hated me for it, and one even unsuccessfully tried to tar and feather me. My favorite tenants were the Delta Hertz Blade sorority. It had 4 main members: Bobby, Randolph, Marsha and Kenny. Even though only one was a female, that was okay with them forming a sorority because they were all Jack Mormons. A Jack Mormon is kind of like a Lutheran who masturbates. Anything taboo, anything that would piss off their parents and or church. We partied a lot, and when it got to be too much, Marsha wanted to play strip poker. I said I had to leave. They begged me to stay, but I knew the temptation was too strong, and for guys, Kenny and Bobby didn't look too bad in polka dot pantyhose. I was straight now, yeah, but nothing beats a great pair of legs. It was a good thing, too, because just then, Elvira returned with some new outfits for me. She wanted me to dress up like one of the puppets from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Henrietta the cat. I loved forced felonization. Chapter 15. I think it became apparent to Elvira pretty soon in our relationship that I loved to mess with her mind as much as she liked to mess with my mind. It was sort of a mutual sadomasochism dance we did, a BDSM ritual which at first was extremely exciting sexually, but after a few months devolved into a state of insanity. I'd tie her up upside down deep inside one of our hotel suite's locker rooms and leave her there for about 12 hours, and when I came back to untie her she would say things like, "That's going to be too far. How can I say a safe word when you're not even in the room, but I thought you liked things intense?" I asked her. "And it's kind of funny, too," I added. The next day when we were back at our old Victorian house in New York, she tied me to a chair in the basement and left me there for 7 days without food or water. I had a blindfold on and steel spikes in my neck from a collar that she liked to call the puppy trainer. As she was tying me to the chair she was dressed in the most provocative leather outfit I'd ever seen her in, and it was skin tight. The boots must have had 5-inch heels on them, and she wore one of those scary Mexican wrestling face masks that had nothing to do with COVID. When she came back in 4 days, she said, "You don't seem so excited right now. What's the matter?" She left and came back in another 3 days wearing a plain Jane cocktail dress. "It was exciting," I said, finally getting to respond, "when you were here with me, dressed like you were, saying all those nasty things and so on. But when you left and then didn't come back for 4 days, all I could think of was how I wished the refrigerator wore fishnets, or had magnet pin-ups." She laughed and made the bonds tighter and left for another week. I have to say this about Elvira, she sure knew how to get me back for the locker room incident. Chapter 16. Elvira and I got a divorce the next year. We had no children even though we adopted 4 kids from Vietnam. They hated us tremendously and reported our bedroom activities to social services, and within a week they were gone. We tried desperately to tell them that we kept everything private, but the darn kids recorded us through the walls. All the talk about castration, choking, kicking, your mama this, your papa that. Social services ended up thinking we were talking to the kids that way, and the kids told them that we were. Those little conniving runts. That's the thanks you get. LBJ was right. On the afternoons we were signing the 200-plus page divorce papers, I stared at this gorgeous tall blonde-haired Brazilian beauty I once thought was the ultimate wife material as she smiled while signing her name right after her fake name Sean. She put a little skull and crossbones by it. I don't know if that was supposed to be sexy or a final FU, probably the latter. We had a friendly farewell lunch together at one of our hotels, and that's when she told me about the fine print in those 200-pages. It basically said that if we ever dissolved the marriage, everything would revert back to her. That's fine. I know my dad always said I had a closet to fall back on if a non-Lutheran woman ever stabbed me in the back. I could live in it if I needed to. It looked like I needed to, but not before I grabbed at least 100 bars of soap from the hotel in New York. HAHA. Gotcha LV. You can see why I grabbed as many of those soaps as possible. On moving day, I asked my dad if he could help me move my stuff into his closet. Dad said sure, no problem. Short's tough, and gave me the key to the place so that I could just go inside and check it out. My father had been renting the space since before I was born. He said it had been his mother's apartment and he hadn't used it because he felt it was haunted by the ghost of her. Dad's mother was a lesbian and had an affair with her boss's son, and she died of ovarian cancer, and Dad said they had lived together since high school. Dad also said he used to keep a bottle of pills in his sock drawer. I asked him why he kept them, and Dad replied he only did it to stop himself from thinking about her. My father went on about her and how beautiful she looked in her blue silk bathrobe, and I remember thinking, whoa, she actually had a body. Dad ended by telling me he'd like to see me bring some nice girls home to meet my family. He said maybe I could take the redhead I met at the restaurant a few years ago, or maybe the Asian girl that works with the artificial intelligence sex dolls. Registered sign, factory on Mulberry, trademark sign, street, copyright sign. We were having dinner at the local Mexican restaurant, and I remember getting really nervous about introducing Mom to my friends, especially my black ones, because I had never been around her and it wasn't very professional to bring random women home for her to meet them. My dad reassured me that everything was going to be fine, especially considering that they didn't even know Mom existed. Jeepers Peter, you act as if your mom is some whore or something, one of my friends said. No. It's just that I know how you guys are around strange women. I mean, you don't know her, so she's strange, right? Isn't that what a strange woman is? A stranger. They didn't know what to make of this, so they said let's just get this over with, and they ordered beers. Mom said she wasn't drinking and that they shouldn't either, but then they did anyway, and it's not a good idea to order beer unless you drink 2 bottles beforehand, right? Dad said yes, Mom, and she said okay, but that's not what you need in life, is it? I mean, they were acting all weird, but Mom did seem more relaxed. Dad said we should go back to our place so that I could show them all the new clothes I bought and my new closet, and Mom said I'm staying with you tonight. I didn't understand what she meant, but I guess it was best for everyone if we spent the night together in the closet. It was going to be cramped. It was okay. I was kind of tired anyway. Chapter 17 Part C. My name is Peter. Sound reduction, and I am currently sitting in my parents' living room listening to my mother read me bedtime stories when suddenly she starts screaming no, like a crazy person. I thought that something happened until she started throwing punches and screaming at my dad, who was just standing there holding me in his arms like he always does when I'm upset. Chapter 18. The next day, I was walking to work and a man came up to me and he was holding a sign that said "No gay shit in here." So I walked into his building. I couldn't believe it, but it was actually true. Chapter 19. And now I'm locked in an apartment complex with a bunch of lesbians. I came out of the closet. Prior to this, I had moved into a cohabitation unit for 3 years before my girlfriend decided that she wanted to move out. The lease was up on our unit, so we had to find somewhere else for ourselves. We had just been dating for 2 years and she was ready to move out to be closer to her job, but my roommate was still struggling with some issues and wouldn't let anyone move in. We knew that moving out was going to be a problem, but we didn't realize just how big the problem was. We finally figured that it would be easier to rent than to buy a new place to live, and as long as we kept paying back our bills and paying for utilities and insurance on our place, we were good. We were living off of gas money for now though, so we were pretty desperate. The lesbians sure did come in handy later on, though. Chapter 20. The last time I heard about my sister was when she disappeared a few months earlier. We found her in her bed on the floor of her bedroom with her blood all over her sheets and a gun pointing straight at me. She had been shot twice, but there was no blood anywhere on the sheets, no bullet wounds or anything, so she definitely survived the first round of shots, which meant whoever killed her must have already known where I lived. I don't think I really did quite understand the police report, so I had to see it for myself. Sure enough, there was blood on her sheets, her blood, but there was no blood either. That was odd. There were no bullet wounds or anything, so even though she was dead, somehow she survived. Selfish son of a bitch that I was. Instead of asking her how she felt, I asked her if it was true that these men knew where I lived. She pushed me out the door and said, "I never want to see you again. I think I'll text Mom." I thought, "Hi Mom, it's me Peter. I mean Sean. Sally's okay, there was blood all over her sheets, but then I looked again and it was all gone. She was dead, but now she's alive. She's risen indeed." I don't think Mom knew what to make of my text since Sally was already eating lunch with them, so I just closed my phone and let it go. My phone rang and it was Sally. "I thought I told you I never want to see you again." "But I can't see you," I said. "You're so passive-aggressive." "Sean, I had no one in my life at this point, no hotels, no fancy cars, just a little Dodge Colt and a 6-pack of Colt 45s and 14 cats. Good thing I could afford the litter boxes though. One cat I called Mange. He literally had mange and he gave me the mange in return, so I had to put him to sleep. He was a good cat, but he had mange. Mange reminded me of the time 14 of my 17 older sisters dressed me up like a girl when I was only 5 years old. Sister Boomba was the roughest as she forced a wig on me. The others just whistled Christmas and Easter songs as they rolled the pantyhose and high heels onto my confused legs. They grabbed me and ushered me into the living room where my mom and dad waited expectantly. Mom ooghed, Arden laughed while my dad smoked his pipe. Shaking his head, he said, "All right, that's enough now," and went back to his study to do something about killing the bats in the house with a tennis racket. Mom kept laughing. She laughed all the way past dinner time. It was like I got the pantyhose mange that day. After that, I was oversexed by trauma, especially getting cemented into it after their girlfriends next door raped me. My mom and sisters tried to make me feel like it was all my fault later when I realized I should have stopped the oversexed part. Mange women. Now it was a cold November again. Everybody was starting to vomit turkeys and hear Christmas carols on the radios and in shopping malls and in stores, and I was in no mood for Christmas or anything festive. I let my beard grow to my navel, and I let my eyebrows grow over my eyeballs. I'll let my hair grow to the middle of my back if I have to. I said to my cats. "Bahumtits," I said, picking on some hairy cuticles. And then I went to all the tattoo parlors I could find in New York City. I was still living in my dad's closet at this point, but even he was starting to get tired of my tattoos. The most recent tattoo was one of a woman's you-know-what. That's what my dad called them, you-know-whats. "That's disgusting," he said. "You know what's on your arm?" "What?" I asked. "You know what? A you-know-what is on your arm. It's disgusting, pathetic. Every time you blow your nose and put your hand up to your face, everyone, even the mailman, will be staring at everybody in the room except you. Even at church, you know what?" I asked my dad. "What?" "Fuck off." It was funny actually. I never had a problem when I got my first tattoo when I was 12 or 13, but I was still young, so the whole concept of being able to see somebody naked didn't really click with me yet, and when the ink on my body became visible for the first time, I almost ran to the bathroom. I swear that was the only time in my life I wanted to pee. The guy behind the counter at the tattoo studio was the same one I had seen at the store, and he told me that it's the way they taught you at school, that you had to draw the picture of the person on your forearm and then you'd know who it belonged to even without looking at their face. I guess that's why he showed me the picture, but he said I didn't need to draw it. It was all there on my arm. I was a vagina. I liked vagina. If I ever got amnesia, or dementia or Alzheimer's, it could come in handy. You're never gonna see a penis on my arm. So the next morning I woke up feeling a lot better than I had in a while and went through my routine in the shower and shaved, brushed my teeth, dressed, and grabbed my keys. My mom was cooking breakfast and I sat down to eat, and she said how proud she was of me for becoming a successful businessman and making so much money. I don't know if Mom was suffering from her usual dementia or her more usual delusional fantasies, but I just wolfed down some eggs and bratwurst, nodded, just like I like 'em, and went outside to look for the next tattoo parlor. I had this idea of putting a pair of panties over the you-know-what. It might save my tenancy at my dad's place. Meanwhile, Mom and Dad seemed to be getting along better than ever. Dad was getting more religious just like his own dad, and Mom was getting more socially submissive just like every other woman she ever knew in her life. Their church taught them the woman gets spanked by the man, and the woman then spanks the children in order to pass on the BDSM genes properly. And they fit like a tight leather guilt-ridden glove. It's a shame it didn't last though. It seems as if everything had been falling apart up until then. Chapter 21. What do you want, Serena? It was my parents fighting again. I could hear them through the walls of my closet and my new aquarium. I don't know anymore what I want. You mean you haven't noticed? I've changed my fucking mind about this relationship. That's what I fucking mean. We've become complete opposites and I hate every last fucking second of it. It used to be so fucking easy. All we had to do was fall in love and be together, but now we're just two non-fucking strangers hanging on to each other for dear life because our fucking families are separating us. We both miss our fucking kids and our fucking home, and we want to go back to how it fucking was, but that seems fucking impossible right now. Wow. My mother only said the words goodnight when she was upset. I had never heard her use the F word like that and in so many strung-on sentences. You don't know what you're doing, Serena. You don't realize how far you've come, and that's why we're having problems. You need to remember that this is your life and your decisions. You don't get to decide your happiness, cried my dad. I could hear wood plastic sucking sounds and could imagine his cheeks imploding as he sucked on his pipe in frustration and love. Maybe not yet, you don't, but soon enough maybe I will be happy and I'll have you, too. What am I gonna say? No, that's what. No, I can't. We made a pact when we began dating. We promised to spend our lives together. That promise was one of the things we loved about each other. There was no pressure. It was completely free game. And now you are saying you want to leave New York and take our son with you, to California. Again, but he's adjusted so well to living in the closet. This very well could save his life, him staying with me, you being out of the picture. You know what I want, Alvin. Do I want you dead? Do I want Sean dead? Do I want Peter to die slower, though, but then dead? Do I want me dead? Did you notice that I just asked all those things with a question? I don't know what I want, Alvin, because I have low blood sugar, but I sure as hell want to know something. Why on God's green earth would you want to spend the rest of your life with your son in your closet? What do you mean by that? Only weird people do things of that nature. My dad kept trying to reason with her. I could hear some plastic bottles popping and unpopping. I think he was getting her hypoglycemia pills out for her. My fish were leaping out of their tank. Do you want my baby girl to be happy? Do you really want your kid to live like this? You don't have any idea how lucky you are that he's even around, and now he's probably just going to leave you, too. He's probably going to revert to what? A lesbian in pantyhose again. Is that what you and your daughters want? Dad, calm down at that. You should have left him with my family. He would have been happier. Their mom shouted. They are rich. They are Republicans. They hate the right people. The normal ones. We could stay here forever, Serena. This isn't a prison. This isn't a prison. I'll say it again. This is not some fucking prison. Oh, you work me. How dare you use that kind of language around me and your son, who's probably listening to every word through the walls right now. She grabbed a plate and threw it across the kitchen, causing it to shatter. Yes, it is. I know it is. It's a prison. It's a prison where nobody knows where my daughter is or where I am or why I'm here, she continued. I think Dad was crying. You wanna call someone? Call who? My dad yelled at the top of his lungs. Another fish committed suicide. You know, whosoever is calling you right now. My mom was calmer now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. You have nothing to worry about now anyway, so why would you start to worry if you never had a real chance at anything? Now you have this perfect little house, and a nice apartment you own, and the only things keeping you down are me and your fucking children. You should have listened to me when I tried to help you. I would have taken away all of your possessions, your fucking furniture and anything else worth keeping, and maybe I would have helped you, just a little. You should have listened to me, Serena. But Serena, I'm Alvin. God damn it. Chapter 22. Listening to my parents arguing was like watching an anthill on fire. It was insufferable. But I did learn one thing. The old man had a backbone after all. I was sitting in a chair listening to music playing from my iPod when the screen door flew open and shut as loud as a slamming car door. My head snapped up. Jesus motherfucker, what I yelled. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Sean stood in front of the fireplace, frozen, staring down at me. He seemed angry, and it looked a little like fear. What the fuck do you want? I asked, adding fuel to my discontent, trying to keep my voice steady. He took a step forward and looked around for signs of his mom. Where is she? She wasn't home, he said, looking down at my hands. I pulled my sleeves down to hide the tattoos. I don't know. Sean stared hard into my eyes. Why do you have those things all over your arms? He pointed to my tattoos. I got them done for myself, I said, shrugging. I didn't ask anyone else to do it for me. Who did it for you? I didn't answer. He stepped closer to me. I asked who did it for you. He repeated in his thick Bronx accent. I said nothing. You're lying. Who? There were tears running freely down my cheeks now as I turned and started to cry. It's none of your business, I shouted. I bet it's some old whore, he snarled. A whore with cheap federal prison needles. She's fucking a married man. My mom's fucking him all the time. He spit on the floor. Do you know that? She's fucking him while I've been away. The pain was unbearable. That ain't true, Sean. You're lying, I sobbed. Just stop, please, I begged. He stared at me with cold, hard eyes. Sean, my father asked. Sean slowly moved toward him with murderous rage in his eyes. Don't, I begged. Don't hurt him, I begged even louder. Sean raised his fist to hit my father. How dare you, sir, walk into my private conversation about my whore of a mother? Chapter 23. I didn't want Sean hurting my dad. I didn't want him killing him. He was the only father figure I'd ever known, and I wouldn't want him to die like that. I wouldn't want anybody to die like that. Well, maybe myself under Elvira's boot heel, but I'm odd, no one else. So as fast as I could, I threw the bottle in my hand at Sean and he dropped his fist. I kicked him in the shin with my other foot before I rushed to my dad. My father was kneeling on the ground with the biggest grin on his face as he watched the fight between me and Sean unfold. Dad, please, don't hurt him, I pleaded. Please. Sean stopped. My dad was still grinning. I ran forward and kicked him and he fell on his side. Sean came at me again and I kicked him twice in his stomach, knocking him to the floor. I crouched over my dad again, my face just inches above his. If you touch him again, he'll end up like your brother. You hear me? If I find out you even touch him once again, I swear. My voice broke off as another sob escaped me. Sean was silent. My legs were shaking under me, so I leaned over and put my fingers against his throat. I found his pulse weak. You killed him, I screamed. He's dead. I kicked my dad twice just to make sure. He's dead. My dad is dead. Dead, Dad. You did this deed, you dud. Dude. Dead, did it, dud. Dad, I was losing my nut. Dad. Sean and me, losing it for good. Then I let out a scream that echoed in the house. It was deafening, painful, piercing and filled with anger. I walked upstairs to the top floor and locked myself in my bathroom. When I finally stopped screaming, the tears were streaming down my face and I couldn't breathe at all and I kept gasping for air. I sat on the closed toilet lid and sobbed. I thought for sure my mom would bust down the door, yell at me and scold me for locking herself in the bathroom and ruining the moment she thought was going to happen, but she didn't. She thanked me and Sean for killing my dad. Mom, I have to ask you this, I said. What dear, why did you want Dad dead? Why? Because it was easier than living with you and your children in the same house as mine. It's not rocket science, Sean. What? I don't have any children. Listen to me, your child. It reminded me too much of him. It made me sad. Why didn't you just tell me? I would have done whatever it took. Even have a kid I don't have so I could kick him out for you. I don't know, Serena. I guess because you didn't care. You always knew better than me. You always wanted more, better for them in the long run. Those kids, the embryos you never got to water and watch grow. You know perfectly well what I mean. I didn't. Yes you did. I can read your mind, young man. You pill you. Yes you did. You know you did. I see it on your face, and I wish you'd show me it. I want to see it because I love you and everything you do is for me. But you don't care. Those last words spilled off her tongue from a drooping, melting lower lip of sarcasm. Mom, what are you talking about? How am I supposed to feel good about our family if I watch you kill someone I love? How is that fair? It's not fair, but it had to be done. We can't raise a child like this. And yes, I wanted to kill him because it makes it easier for us. But I would never do this to a member of my family. You know that. Your father was never family, you know. Oh my God. Yup. My mom spoke the words I was afraid to hear. Dad was adopted. Chapter 24. What do you think of my new haircut? I love it. It looks beautiful on you. Thanks. I love it too. Mom smiled at her reflection. She was talking to the two remaining fish in my aquarium. So my ex-pretend gay Lutheran husband killed my dad because my mom asked him to. The only thing you got out of it was the ability to give her a new haircut since his new job was to self-make himself into becoming Manhattan's new provocative hottest gay hairdresser. Having a socialite like my mom as his first customer was a boon for him. How could you, Sean? I asked him, when you know my dad and uncle were once married to each other at one point, and more recently I was living in his closet. You just can't put down that kind of love. That foresight. Sean looked pained. He knew what I was going through but he had to honestly say, that's bullshit, Serena. Oh fuck it. I was so angry. How could he say stuff like that and think I believed it? Think I was okay with it? Think I'd never buy another pair of pantyhose again, at least online? Sean just laughed. Yeah well, that shit's bullshit because I mean it. Your father loved her. He loved her a lot. He loved her so much, and if my mother asked me to take away something I owned I would have done it for her, too. I would have. That's love, dude. Love conquers everything. The reason he did the shit he did was because he knew he could get rid of that bitch whenever he wanted without me knowing. That's how he felt about her, and it was also the reason why he did all this shit to her, cause he felt guilty. And when they were together he was happy again. He didn't care about anything except his work. That's why he didn't deserve to die. He just wanted you. He deserves to die. He's a fucking coward. And I wish he was dead. I fucking wish he was dead. Fuck him. Fuck you. Fuck you, I shouted. Honey, your dad is dead. I pushed Sean, pushing him across the room. He stumbled back, lost his balance and fell down. I quickly stood, ran across the room and picked up the baseball bat I'd left by the bed and ran toward him. I wish my dad were dead so much. I'm glad he is dead. And now I'm going to beat your head in because you made me think otherwise. What the hell did you just tell me? By the way, Sean didn't move. Answer me, I screamed at him. Suddenly Sean grabbed the bat from my hand and swung it across the room. It knocked my lava lamp onto the floor and shattered it into pieces. Red goop flew everywhere. Don't ever call me a coward again, Sean snapped as he got up and lunged at me with his bare fists. As soon as Sean touched me I swung the baseball bat back and smashed the side of his head with it. Blood dripped down his chin and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. I dropped to the floor next to him and held his limp hand. I cried uncontrollably. It couldn't be worse. But it was. My mom stepped into the room. I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked your aquarium over, Serena. Chapter 25. I woke up in the hospital. Everything hurt. Everything was spinning around. Everything was dark. It was all quiet. Very, very quiet. Me prying myself from death's cold, dead hands. I felt like my head was stuffed with cotton balls. I tried to open my eyes. Everything was blurry and moving around too fast. Hey, wake up, sweetheart, a voice called. It took me a while, but I eventually realized it belonged to my mom. I grunted weakly as I opened my eyes wide. Oh, hi, Mom. Thank God I found you. Are you okay, Mom cried. What happened to your leg? My leg, yes. It's missing. I looked down where my entire left leg was missing from the hip down. I haven't a fucking clue, Mom. Oh, I suppose it was Sean, Mom sighed. TSK. That boy, Sean cut my leg off. The bastard. How can you be so cavalier about this? Cavalier? You had Sean kill your father. How dare you even suggest such a thing? Me? Cavalier? I couldn't believe the lies pouring from her mouth as Sean walked into the room carrying a bouquet of yellow and red daisies and fishnet chrysanthemums. These are for you, Serena, he said, smiling. Oh, honey, thank you, sweetheart. Hey, wait a minute. You cut my leg off. SHHH. You get some rest now, baby cakes, and we can talk about our wedding when you wake up again. He walked out and I looked at my missing leg area again. Oh boy, you know, Pete, yeah, I gotta admit, I kinda bet Elvira would get off on this, I said out loud once they both left me alone. Chapter 26. I asked my mom to leave because I was beginning to feel nauseous. I ate one of the daisies and fell asleep. When I woke up again, the sun was shining brightly and I heard birds chirping outside. I opened my eyes and there, sitting right next to me, with a goofy smile on his face, was Sean. My head throbbed with pain. Oh God, what happened to my leg? Sorry, babe, he whispered as he kissed me gently. His forehead was covered with blood which had dried and formed little white dots, and his nose looked broken. What happened to you? Your sister attacked me, he answered. She hit me 3 times and kicked me a few more times while she was kicking my chest. She must have hit pretty hard or else we wouldn't be here now. She thinks I cut your leg off, but you did. He reached out and gently touched the bandages wrapped around my body. As for the leg, you're right, but we always hurt the ones we love. It was the only way I could get you to marry me. See, I have some friends that will help, but now you can't run away this time. He winked at me. The last thing I remembered before falling asleep again was throwing the ball of daisies at him and remembering to tell him to go fuck himself for hey, wake up, sweetheart, my mom said softly as she entered the room the next day and gently shook me awake. Are you okay? Are you hungry? I nodded sleepily. Great, here, eat this. She gave me a small sandwich of forget-me-nots, and drink this milk, it should help you feel better. Thank you, Mom, I mumbled, trying to swallow the sandwich. She smiled and hugged me tightly. But I thought you two were getting married. I thought you hated me, and even though you killed Dad, I thought you were trying to pin it on me. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? Oh, that poor bruised gaslit head of yours, she crooned, wiping some hairs from my forehead. I'm sorry, darling. I just want what's best for you and for our family. I don't want to live another day without my baby girl by my side. Now don't you cry because I'll always be here. Just like you're here for me, and we all know what Barry Manilow or someone like him said. Everything that hurts, hurts for a reason. God told us that, remember, and nothing will ever stop me from loving you anymore. Even hurts. Me smiling for the camera on Thanksgiving, you know, Mom. I swallowed, trying to talk properly. I love my dads, my uncles, my granddads, but sometimes I wish they were not dead. Sometimes I wish it was not him that killed my parents. Tears rolled down my cheeks once more, but this time I was crying in relief. I knew my mom didn't believe me. I guess I was wrong after all. It's almost time for your big day, when Sean forces a Lutheran marriage on you. Aren't you excited? Chapter 27. The doctor said you'll need to stay home until tomorrow and rest for a couple of days, but after that you're good to go. Just like a dog who got neutered, we drove back to my house, and when we arrived it was dark. Everyone was in bed already. When we entered my room, there was no one in the bed but myself. I frowned. Mom, I called. No answer. Oh yeah, I thought. Sean and Mom are married now. They are probably having their honeymoon in some hotel suite or something. Probably something Elvira owns. I drifted to sleep, a red tear floating out of my nostril, on the side my left leg used to be on. The next morning I awoke to an empty bed again, and I sat up to see Sean and my mom talking to each other at the table. Why wasn't I invited to the wedding? Wait, no, I thought, they were still getting married. What's going on? Are you and my mom getting divorced? You guys can't separate us, I demanded as I sat down and pulled the blanket over my shoulders. I felt horrible. My head still hurt terribly. Mom stopped talking abruptly and Sean turned to look at me. He looked surprised and then slightly annoyed. I don't blame him though, because I was the one that brought up divorce. not them. Are you feeling okay? Sean asked. I was confused for a second and then realized that I must be acting weird cause that's not like me. I'm always cool, calm and collected and I don't usually freak out like this. I stuttered nervously. What's going on? Why are you marrying someone else instead of marrying me, sweetheart? Listen, Sean started. Your mom doesn't love you anymore, and she doesn't want to share you with anyone. It's the right thing to do, the ethical thing. No, I yelled. That isn't true. Please, if you could give me a chance, give us a chance, we'll still be a family. Serena, my mom interrupted. Don't say anything else about what Sean just told you. It's rude. We talked about the possibility of divorce, my mom continued, but after a lot of discussion we decided that if we ever separated it would only lead to more heartache, and we didn't want that to happen, so we have agreed to keep you as long as possible. We don't want to lose you and we are going to spend the rest of our lives together, forever and ever, so don't worry about divorce. I looked over at Sean. He was staring at me as if it weren't even he who was talking. Actually he wasn't. Mom was. His face seemed completely different and his eyes were glazed over like a honey ham. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the living room. After I was sure he left, I turned to my mom. Mom, why won't you let him stay? We decided that we want to stay together, and we can't do that if we split. Besides, we are planning a honeymoon in Hawaii. Won't that be nice? I want Sean, I stated. I changed my mind. I pouted. He loves you very much, but he doesn't understand what he is feeling, and it's better to be apart than for him to make mistakes. And we all know even if you pretended to be one, you'd only be a Jack Lutheran. Anyways, come on, Salt, let's let our baby get some beauty sleep. They were calling me Serena now, full time. Mom, of course, was also Serena, but I was Serena Jr. I guess. There were talks of Hawaii. They were acting as if divorce was something that I couldn't handle even though I knew it was best for both of them. All I wanted was my dad to be alive again, and the Mormon, the only Sean I really loved. I wished she was with me so that she could tell me that I wasn't crazy, so that someone in my life could tell me that I wasn't going insane, so that someone other than myself could tell me what total assholes both my mother and Sean were. Chapter 28 Hawaii was beautiful. Chapter 29 Early Memories. When I was growing up with my 17 older sisters and 18 older brothers. Wait a minute, I think I got the numbers wrong. Some of them have passed on so I guess it doesn't matter. Anyway, when I was growing up with this big family, all of them older than me, all of them wiser than me, all of them seemed to know where they were going, what I should be doing, what secrets should and shouldn't be kept. I decided it was my duty to be a clown. It was my christening to let everyone know that I wasn't affected by the madness of a narcissistic home life. By acting silly, I was able to stave off their attacks and keep my head on my shoulders. So when I got into these precarious loving relationships when I got older, I was setting myself up to be able to just laugh my way out of every one of their landmines until one day I had had one too many laughs and I decided to take life a little more seriously. It wasn't just a case of no more Mr. Nice Guy. It was the case of no more clone, no more clown, no more clone clown, no more clone clown clan, no clue for a, you get the idea. And my sisters and brothers tried to fight it but I kept playing my act and eventually they just gave up on me and accepted what they had come to know as reality. I didn't care about any of it anymore. I was finally free. I wanted to laugh, play silly games, hang out with my make-believe imaginary friends and just enjoy my life. I loved them more than anything in the world. They were all I had. Ever since my mom killed my last 2 fish, it was summer vacation for most of the girls except for me. My older siblings, along with a few friends of mine, were spending their summer vacation in Hawaii, leaving me alone in the apartment, watching bad TV shows all the time, eating junk food, and sleeping a whole lot. I spent all my free time thinking, mostly about Elvira. Hey, Serena, how are you doing? It feels as if you haven't been yourself lately, my mother said as she put her hands onto her hips. She had come to visit me every day since I came back to school. I hadn't been well since I had found out that I was adopted and I was still having a difficult time with wet dreams and such. I'm fine, Mom, haven't been myself lately. What's wrong with me? I asked, trying to figure out what to do. If I was honest, it kind of hurt hearing Mom calling me Serena and not baby girl. I felt bad for causing my mom so much stress. I honestly don't know why we decided to call you Serena, Peter, but it does sound nice, doesn't it? Not really, I answered honestly, but I smiled all the same, not wanting to make her feel bad about her own birth name. Time went on and I still liked girls even though my sisters didn't like me liking girls. I don't know why that was. It just was what it had to be, I guess. Maybe they thought they should be my girlfriend. No, wait, they hated me, and besides, who could think of such a thing? That's terrible. That's incest. But they didn't seem to want me to be able to feel comfortable around girls unless it was them. But if it was with them, it was always tilted, weird, chaotic and confusing. Good bad, good bad, good bad. One of my sisters, Boomba, said, Peter, do you like the new name you have? Serena. So it was you who gave them the idea. Boomba, I said, figuring things out at long last, glaring at her. Well, it sure is better than believing in Santa Claus, isn't it? Too dumb to know any better, Serena. I smiled and agreed. Fuck that Santa Claus BS Santa with mange after throwing up on himself one fine Christmas Eve day while I was reading a book by Anton LaVey. My mom was at work. I heard footsteps in the hall, meaning that it was time for dinner. I closed my book when I heard someone enter the living room. My brothers and my sisters were sitting around the kitchen table. Good evening, everyone. My sister by the name of Clarice greeted cheerfully before turning her attention towards me. How are you doing, dear? She'd been asking me that question every day since I got home, but I never answered because it made me uncomfortable. So I just said, Hail Satan. She noticed the tension between me and my siblings because we'd been fighting a lot lately. My mom was being very protective, which led her to think that somehow she did something bad, which led her to punish me in turn. But Mom wasn't there to protect me this time. Satan is the bad guy, Clarice whispered in a threatening way. Good, I responded simply as I placed my bookmark neatly in my book before closing it. Are you ready to eat your soup? She said, standing up from her seat. And our father and I have something we'd like to talk to you about. They always start with that. I sighed heavily before standing up. I followed my siblings through the hallway to the dining room where Dad and Mom, now home from a short work day, waited for me to sit down before taking theirs. Dad was still squeezing a blackhead from Mom's back. So, Mom began, smiling warmly at me. Do you remember telling us that you were pregnant? I nodded my head yes, looking straight ahead. It wasn't often that I spoke to either of them unless it was to ask permission to use the bathroom, and my mom always obliged to every request. What would you like to have done with the baby? I said confusedly. I mean, obviously we're having a baby, right honey? My dad said and winked. What a kidder. He was alive all right. Yes sweetie, but we need to talk about names first, and how you're going to raise the baby, and how you're going to pay for a college education, she informed me calmly. I was speechless. There was a huge lump in my throat which made it hard to swallow. I wasn't expecting any of that. They cared. I swallowed a lump down quickly as if I was scared if I didn't swallow it fast enough I was going to choke or puke or something worse like die. I sat still for a moment or two, trying to process everything before I spoke. I'm okay, I replied. I wanted to cry, but I didn't. What exactly is college? And you'll pay for it? Well, honey, you know that we don't live here, that we live in California, right? My mom asked, taking a sip of her drink. Yeah, sort of. I know, but are you going to move out? I questioned, curious as to why they were moving again. Well, sweetie, there's a reason for that, she replied. We love California, we love the ocean, we love our jobs and our family members, but we are not happy living here anymore. So what do you think? Mom continued to look at me, waiting for an answer which I could give. Well, it depends on who wants to go home, I replied, looking away. That's not true, Serena, Dad said softly. You will miss your sisters terribly, and if you decide that you want to move back to America, then we will support you in whatever decision you decide to make. But who will I go live with then? I mean, what am I going to tell people about my life? We'll take care of everything, my dad added. He had given up smoking, so all he did was chew on pipe-shaped bubblegum now. I shook my head slightly, my mind spinning. I didn't really know what to say, but I did manage to whisper out my reply. Okay then, if that's what you want to do. That's not what we want to hear from our daughter, but we will support you whether you decide to go to California or not, my dad said and popped a loud bubble. It didn't help my situation any to have my parents agreeing on what they didn't want to agree to. However, I was still grateful for it because they were helping me to make my choice. However, I couldn't understand why we were living in California and they were telling me that we were moving back to California. They were telling me I was their daughter when I knew I had a penis. They knew that I knew that I was a boy, yet they kept calling me sweetheart, honey bunch and so on. But I was used to it by now, almost daily. So we lived in California and we were going to miss the ocean, and yet we were going to move back to California, and my sisters and I were going to come back to America for some reason, in some way, in some. No, wait a minute. Of course, California. My pregnancy. It was now the only state in the union that allowed abortions. Hallelujah cakes. My parents did love me. At this stage in my life I knew nothing about quantum physics, and yet I did know something on another plane was probably going on. Love, some call it. I call it what the fuckery, hat tipping. But whether that was my brain or my mom's brain, I'm not sure. I think my dad's brain had a little to do with it as well. I was once an embryo that didn't want to be here, and now I was given the chance to end one that might have. But it had a brain the size of a paramecium. Fuck that Santa Claus BS. My 4 handsome aborted sons. Okay kids, my dad said cheerfully in a flurry of happiness, slapping his hands together, causing a flurry of plastic fake skin and sauce to fly into the air. Slamming his knees up on the table, he got up and saluted the ceiling of our dining room, almost severing his good hand from the ceiling fan. It's time to leave and come back to California. We all, my sisters and brothers, cheered. All of them seemed happy, none of them seemed confused. They just accepted what was announced. I picked up my spoon and saluted my dad, and he looked at me as if I was nuts. And son, from now on, the pill. Chapter 30. The move both from and back to California was hectic, and I think it cost my parents a lot of money. They got one U-Haul, but it was a huge U-Haul. We packed up all our belongings, said goodbye to our house and buried grandparents, drove away into the desert and came back in 2 hours and unpacked everything back into the same house. Nothing like a good change, my dad chirped. My mom was ecstatic. Oh, heavens. Look at the master bedroom, she cried. Look at that wall. My sisters and brothers acted as if every room was a new experience for them, too. Can I put my Beatles poster on this wall? One of my sisters asked. No, I think it would look better on that wall, my mom said, pointing to the floor. It would be much better on the carpet. Don't you agree? I am smart. Yeah, right mom, they laughed, but it was true. The only time my mom ever got upset was when she found out that my brothers and I were sharing the master bedroom, and my sisters and brothers were all in my parents' old bedroom that had the only bed in it. She said she would never sleep anywhere else. I had already seen it once. I don't see why I had to go see it again. Mom spent a lot of time purposefully stepping on my sister's Beatles poster until there was hardly anything left except Ringo looking like he'd been attacked by woodpeckers. Anyways, so we moved to California. It took 3 days for me to get used to the whole process. My family and I had been living in California, then New York for 3 days, and had finally gotten ourselves settled into our new home. Everything was going great, but I still had many things to unpack and figure out for myself, and I wasn't sure what I was even going to do. It's not like I was going to have a job or anything. I had my whole life ahead of me. There wouldn't be enough time for me to have to work if I decided to stay in California again. It took another 3 days to finish unpacking. My mom had to get a new job in California. Ooh, I still couldn't get used to that magical word, meaning she would spend less time with me. I was 14 at the time, and so I was just learning to discover the joys of my hormones, my first pregnancy, and of course my first ejaculation. That magical time came when I was looking at a JCPenney catalog, lightly leafing through the glossy pages when the glossy lingerie section soon enthralled me. The pretty ladies in girdles, stockings, pantyhose, tights. I came in my jeans while I was crossing my legs just turning the pages. My mom walked into the room and asked me what I was doing, and I said, oh, just looking at the toys, hoping I can get some of these for Christmas, I said as I started right after my climax. Well, I think you're getting a little too old for toys, don't you? I wanted to tell her I'm not too old to look at ladies in girdles and pantyhose and stockings, but I kept my mouth shut. Mom, can I have a lock on my door? Aren't you a little too young for that? She asked with a cruel wink. No, I promise. She then left the room, leaving the door open. She never heard my protests. I was young, so I opened the catalog again and found the Barbie dolls. I didn't know what had gotten into her, but I could feel how tense her voice was as she was speaking. What in heaven's name would she do if she thought that I'm too young for all this stuff? What if she thinks that I'm not man enough? What would happen if she started telling everyone that I'm a girl, and they all start asking questions like that? Oh man, I was cooked even before I joined the Eager and Willing Stove Club. Early Elvira imprinting. What happened next was something that I'll never forget. My sister ran into the room with tears in her eyes. Serena, I heard your mom talking to someone else, she told me, worried and crying at the same time. She started crying all over again and then went over to my dresser picking up my clothes and hidden lingerie Barbie doll. What are you doing? I yelled as I tried to grab onto her wrist, but her arms were quicker than mine and I ended up losing my hold on her clothing. Don't touch my stuff, I exclaimed angrily as she tossed my clothes onto the floor with a loud thump. I'm sorry, Serena, she sobbed loudly as she wiped away the tears forming in her eyes. Whatever, please just don't touch my stuff, I said as I grabbed my underwear from the floor and put it back on. And that's not my doll. My G.I. Joe is on vacation and she's just keeping me company till he gets back from Nam. I ran out of my bedroom with my underwear in my hand and went into mine and my mom's shared bathroom, closing the door and locking it behind me. I dropped to the ground and began to sob, letting the emotions build inside me. I felt like I couldn't breathe, let alone move, but I also knew that if I wanted to keep myself alive, then I was going to have to move. I stood up and walked slowly across the small space of the bathroom. It felt weird to move like that. My frog feet weren't moving with the rest of my body, so it felt different and uncomfortable. I opened the shower curtain and climbed inside the shower, the hot water flowing down over my body and soothing the pain away from my skin, but it didn't stop the thoughts from circling through my head. The only thing that would block out the thoughts was the sound of the water hitting the dial. I was just standing there, staring at my reflection when my phone rang, causing me to jump a bit in surprise. I reached over and answered without looking. The phone was pressed against my ear. I leaned forward, resting my shoulder against the bathroom door. Hello, I asked. Hey baby, my father replied. How you doing? Are you feeling better? His tone sounded almost panicked. I furrowed my eyebrows and sighed as I spoke. Yeah, I'm okay. Are you sure that's what your doctor says? I mean, maybe it'd be better if we talked to him about it, he suggested. No, Dad, I'm fine, I said, trying to convince him. I haven't had an episode since I've been home. Everything's good. I'm fine, I replied firmly. Just hunky-dory. I'm fine. My dad didn't say anything for a couple of seconds before saying, Fine. Dad, what's wrong? He interrupted before I could continue. Nothing. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about something. Well then, what are you thinking about? My dad continued asking. Just things. I lied and tried to smile. You're lying. Don't lie to me, he replied with sternness. I sighed again, knowing that he could easily spot through my lies. Okay, fine, I said, trying to give in. Everything is actually pretty good. Actually, I think it might actually be a very nice change of pace. Really, baby, that's great, my dad cheered. That means you won't hate New York anymore. I gave my dad a sarcastic laugh in response. No, Dad, not at all. You can't get rid of me that easy. And yes, California is a nice place to live. It will take some getting used to, even though we all lived here before, for several years. Dad gave a reassuring laugh and said, it is a nice place to be from, isn't it? So are you okay, son? I mean, anything else you want to talk about? The baby, your fourth abortion. At first I didn't think I should, but then I just blurted it out. Dad, yes, I didn't think boys could get pregnant. I am really surprised. My dad laughed hard. What kind of question is that? You can get pregnant all the time if you take care of yourself. And I'd be surprised if you weren't surprised. Ha. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I've thought about it much before, and now that the thought has come up, I'm sure you will get plenty of chances to try if you want. My dad cut me off before I could finish. Listen, honey, it's a good thing you did bring it up. This will help a lot. You need to understand that people who are in relationships and families are not allowed to be sexually active. I mean, I know you're only 14 and all, but I know what I'm talking about, and your mother and I trust you, but that doesn't mean other people are okay with it, he said calmly. But I tried to speak, but my father cut me off again. This is a big decision you got to make soon, and you know you're going to be 18 by the end of this summer, so it's going to be harder. Time flies. Now I know you're probably not ready for it right now. I don't want you to worry, but it's important. I love you, and I hope that one day you find someone special and love you the way I loved your mom, and if not, well, bucko, I will support you, whatever choice you make, he said gently. Thank you, Dad, I replied. I love you, Serena. I'm glad that's out of your system. I guess that now we can hang up so I can finish up this paperwork and you can go do whatever it is that you need to do. I will call you later and we can do more girl talk, he said, smiling. Okay, bye Dad, I said as I hung up the phone and looked around at my room. I looked towards the window and noticed that it was starting to get dark. I walked over to where the phone was sitting and picked it up and headed downstairs and found my mom sitting at the table eating dinner. Hi Mom, I said, grabbing a plate from the cupboard. She smiled at me and said, hi sweetheart. How was your therapy session with the psychiatrist today? It was fine. He was nice enough. I wish I had a friend like he does. When will Dad and Sophie be coming home? Sophie was Dad's most recent mistress. Not until sometime this weekend. Why? They had a meeting with the lawyers and then went out for lunch. Why do you ask? Oh, I just wondered, I explained. I'm gonna go eat in my room. See you later, I said as I finished loading my plate with food and made my way up to my room to watch a movie. It was a movie that was rated PG, so I was hoping I could sneak a peek at someone's panties. It had something called a remote control now, and it had something called a pause button. It also had slow-mo. Wow, I was a member of the Eager and Willing Finger on the Hot Stove Club for sure. Hot diggity gee, we had a really cute dog for a couple of weeks that I like to remember. He vomited in the back seat of our car because he was sick one time, so my mom had him put down. Mom was just that way. It's one of the reasons I like to eat in my bedroom after spending the entire afternoon playing video games with my 17 sisters. I decided that it was time for bed. I shared my bed with my brother Bucktooth. The bed was actually a coffin, but my mom always laughed and said these suckers feel so much better than wood planks or metal throwaway shelves from fridges. Or wouldn't it be terrible? Steel spikes. Huh? Steel spikes. Ouchies. My brother Bucktooth and I in our coffin bed, my brothers and I both got ready for bed and I laid under my covers waiting for him to come to bed. He came to my room as soon as he got changed and crawled in bed with me. Now I'll lay me down to sleepily. I pray the Lord my soul to keep with me if I should have a heart attack and no one can get me to a hospital or back. Please take me to heaven. Capiche? Amen. After prayers, I asked him, you all right? I asked, looking over at my younger brother who was staring directly at the ceiling, his face blank and his hands tightly clenched together. Yeah, I'm okay. Wanna play with the remote sometime? Sure. I just stared at him for a while longer as he didn't elaborate any further. Is everything okay? Are you mad at me? I asked quietly, still staring at him. He turned to look back at me but refused to make eye contact. Instead he simply nodded his head slowly, his expression turning serious. I sat there in silence for a few moments before I finally spoke again. Is there absolutely everything you want to tell me, or are you going to just lie here and brood? Can I tell you something? He finally asked nervously, looking up to stare into my eyes. Yes, I. He struggled to speak as he took his fingers and began fidgeting them anxiously. I reached out my hand and placed it on top of his and gave him a reassuring smile. You don't have to tell me if you don't wanna. It's just, I never wanted my friends to know, he said quietly, his head lowering over the edge of the coffin. As he stared at the floor below him, I pulled my hand back and sat up in bed so I was facing him. What's happened? You gonna barf? I asked. He sighed deeply before speaking. I've been having these dreams. They're about us. They are horrible memories, like the ones where you're being shot or killed. I inquired with concern. And you think they have to do with the accident that you were in, driving too fast on your bike last month, right? Yeah, but they aren't nightmares, are they? Because I have nightmares every night and I'm pretty sure your nightmares are worse than mine. And you actually did kill those kids. That was for real. I'm sorry. He let out a small chuckle before responding. No, you're right. They are not nightmares. They are memories. He paused for a second before continuing. We were at this bar and my other brother, one of the ones who act like you never existed, and I were drinking. The bar was closed at 3:45 p.m. I'm driving home from work, and after I left work to go back to the apartment, suddenly I felt my stomach churn and I started vomiting all over the road. The guys drove me to a hospital. Oh God, how awful. That sounds so painful, I commented sympathetically, but better than slamming Dad's car into a playground full of kindergartners, I guess. Our parents told me it would get easier with time and therapy, but honestly I don't think that will happen anytime soon. he replied remorsefully. I'm sorry. Maybe you could try something new. I always try to keep positive things in mind when I feel upset or scared. That helps. If you want, I'll start taking things slow, I offered. He sighed again and turned his head towards me. Do you wanna shut the hell up? 'Cause I kinda don't wanna talk about it anymore, he replied. I smiled and nodded in response. Yeah. Do you wanna talk in an hour? Sure, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. Why not? So we talked a bit more about random things. I told him all about how my therapist keeps telling me how much he thinks I'm doing good and all that, and then told him about my new book club, which was also helping to distract me. I told him I started collecting stamps and Barbie dolls. He was pretty excited for me, telling me he knew I would make the best member of our club, the Hot Stove Club, and that he was proud of me and all that, which I appreciated. He seemed happy and content, until 1 o'clock in the morning when I reminded him he'd probably have to spend several years in juvie hall for killing those 15 children while under the influence. Eventually I said I was exhausted and had to go to sleep. Truth is we were both bored as a pig in a car wash. Truth is he didn't want to hear my problems and I didn't want to hear his. Truth is we hate it when we're intimate and open. Truth is we always hated each other's guts. Truth is how do you console your brother when he'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit for at least 20 years? Do you tell him he can start collecting orange things? Chapter 31. When I finally entered high school, my mom sent me away to a dormitory in the Arctic. Why? I asked. She simply said, oh, I'd just like to see you get as far away from me as possible for at least 8 months out of the next 4 years. Dad smiled warmly, smoking his pipe as usual, coughing. He didn't say anything. He just kept smoking and smiling. The school in the Arctic was this little church school which had other miserable boys in it like me. The girls were on the other end of the iceberg. I had to smell these boys' dirty socks and their dirty underwear and farting butts and armpits after their daily ice hockey games. Well, I drew cartoons to keep myself occupied. It was really hard to find JCPenney catalogs up there. Some days of my life were miserable, other times it was great. Truth be told, I wasn't sure which one was true until a guy named Tom Hollandaise showed interest in me one day. We weren't exactly friends or anything. I had no idea what he even was. Me hoping to find a Hanes or Lakes hosiery ad in a Field and Stream magazine from the dorm's library. There were no JCPenney catalogs or Cosmopolitan magazines to be found on the entire campus. Here's what happened. One day I was walking outside of the dorm building and this big burly dude walks up and pulls me into an alley between 2 buildings. Before I could even register what was happening, his hand was wrapped around my throat and he lifted me clear off the ground. He started choking me and I couldn't breathe at all. My lungs burned with each breath I took trying to breathe. I thought it was getting bad, so I quickly grabbed at his hands trying to pull him off. He just squeezed tighter. I thought it was bad until suddenly he dropped me on the ground. I immediately fell to the ground gasping for air. I looked at the huge guy and saw he was laughing. He laughed loudly and looked back at me before saying see ya and sauntered off onto his next class. I started sobbing and I knew there was nothing anyone could or would do or say. I heard footsteps approaching me and realized it was the janitor walking around cleaning the drain ditches. He asked me if I needed assistance and I cried even harder because I couldn't speak. I was able to nod yes. He said too bad. He continued scraping old icicles and leaves into his pants and I slunk back to the dormitory. We were forced to memorize Bible passages, learn Greek and Hebrew, Latin and German, memorize hymns, all things necessary for good Lutheran boys. The girls there were kind of plain looking, and the only few hot ones were the ones that went after people like Tom Hollandaise. So a lot of us geeks tried to masturbate whenever we could, long after we thought our room bucks were asleep. If we caused the bunk beds to squeak, sometimes we would get an embarrassing chuckle from these jerks. They'd often grab their cheeks and make squishy sounds. God, I hated those guys. Me jacking off to the cheerleader photos from the prior year's yearbook. One thing that was different was in grade 10, we had been assigned to write a story about a boy that got raped by the girl he was supposed to marry. We wrote a short story about what the rape did to him and then the teacher would read it to the class in front of us. I wrote about the girl that got raped. It wasn't the most interesting thing to write, but I didn't care, because it meant I could write something that I actually cared about. I wrote about what an asshole he was to her and it became my favorite part of class. He was a real jerk that deserved what happened to him. Everyone wanted to hear about girls raping boys. though, so my story didn't get much attention. The next week the dean handed us our assignment to read aloud in front of the class. Everyone turned around to look and listen, everyone including me. After most were finished, I read about how the girl was really afraid that Tom was going to stalk her and make her life miserable, and how we all needed to believe the stories kids tell us and so on. I was getting choked up, and it was a little embarrassing. When I finished, a guy by the name of Runtprick stood up and said she should have raped him, and everyone applauded Runtprick. I knew I wasn't at the right school, but Mom knew better. You're at the high school, she'd remind me. My brother Knock Knock stood up from his seat to read what I had written, and then he read aloud what I had written about our uncle being an asshole to the girl he was going to marry. His voice was hoarse and cracking a bit, making it sound very much like he hadn't spoken in several hours. I thought it was pretty funny and we all burst out laughing, except the dean and Miss Thompson, who were sitting behind the desk watching us intently. I guess my sister cunt must have made some comment because the dean, Mr. Richardson, came rushing forward to ask if we were all right. We said yes, of course, and he told us to continue writing whatever story we wished to have published in the church newsletter. I asked him if the girls' dorm had any cosmos for research. After the reading ended, I packed my things up and rushed straight out the door, heading straight for the Arctic bus stop. I sat down leaning against a pole as I waited for the bus to come along and whisk me to the mall. There were newsstands there. Hey, a loud voice called out, causing me to jump slightly in surprise. Looking up, I found the person who had called out to me smiling at me. Hey, I'm glad you came. Come on, let's sit together and get to know each other. He offered me his hand, which I accepted, and followed him over to where he had already sat down. As we walked closer, he introduced himself as Josh. I explained that I was Catalan. I was tiring of Serena, and that his name sounded foreign and unfamiliar coming from my lips. Josh looked at me questioningly and I just shrugged my shoulders, not knowing what else to say. He laughed lightly and said, well, I guess my name sounds weird too. You know what, that's actually cool. I'm gonna call you Catalan though. Alright Josh, but why did you call me? Aren't you friends with Tom Hollandaise? I asked curiously. Josh shook his head slightly. Nah, I don't know him. I met him through the group chat you guys made. I just joined today. That way you don't have to put up with their guff when they catch you out jerking it after study hour. What did you mean earlier by get to know each other? What group chat? I questioned curiously. Josh shrugged and explained it to me, and when he finished I said I was curious. So Josh gave me a tour of the group chat, which had a bunch of pictures and videos on it. Some were cute, some were scary, some were super cringe-worthy, but mostly the photos made me smile. There was this one video of Josh holding a sign which said, "Welcome to the group chat. Please don't steal my mom or turn her into a swearing cow," and I couldn't help but snort some celery out of my right nostril. I noticed the picture of Josh and another male, and I recognized the guy immediately as David Mitchell. I asked Josh about David Mitchell, who apparently he really liked and loved to tease. Josh said he was one of his best friends and that they both seriously thought that I probably was the only person at that school who was not gay. Phew, I said, that's really a load off my shoulders. Me as a lonely adolescent in the Arctic Lutheran Conditioning Facility, Chapter 32. Mom, hello. They call them blacks now. I like dogs, but I wouldn't want to fuck them. I like cats, but I wouldn't want to have anal sex with them. I like lasagna, but I wouldn't use a vat as a sex aid. I like ice cream, same deal, besides it would melt too fast. I like mannequins, but I wouldn't. But wait a sec, you could, with the right drill bit. Catalan, shut the fuck up. It was my new African-American girlfriend Nina. She liked my poems but not this one for some reason, and Nina was still trying to get used to my mom calling me the Negro's boyfriend. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Flashback. I'm going to save you a lot of time right now and just tell you something weird. David Mitchell and Josh turned out to be two undercover agents who were working for the FBI. The primary reason I found this out is because I wanted to escape conservative Arctic Lutheranism, but the spearhead was when the dean told me to be on the watch out for this because they were responsible for having a lot of the students who were really nice expelled, like those two teachers who were arguing. So the next time I saw them I'd just play dumb, like any sap would. But Josh, I think, could sense there was a distrust and we weren't as friendly as we were before. David Mitchell was really odd. He had facial hair with lots of grey and silver. I noticed it from the get-go but said nothing. I thought maybe he had some embarrassing age progression disease or something like the latest strain of COVID, but then it dawned on me, it was obvious he wasn't in high school. So yeah, I think the dean was right. David Mitchell and Josh both had these serious jobs to do, and I can't help feeling like I did have that job yet, and neither do you. Let me remind the reader, never judge, never, Judy. Chapter 33. The end. The ending had arrived. The book was complete and I was done with the first draft. It was a very hard process to write it, but I loved it. It had everything I didn't want in it, the embarrassing fetishes, the knowing my room bucks knew when I jacked off, everything. I'm happy I completed the story, happy that I was able to finish something I love to write. They even let me read excerpts when math class got to be too much. I still don't understand the concept of happily ever after, but I do agree with this. I have never seen a happy ending, except in Disney's Treasure Planet, and I don't really believe in happily ever afters anyway. I think the main premise of a story should be that everything turns out okay in the end. When you go through tough times, your mind will make it easier to think that way. When you are stressed or scared or sad, all of your thoughts are focused on survival, so that makes for a better story that has less angst. I should know. I'm writing this, after all, but for the sake of argument I will say this. Life isn't like a movie in which everyone is a happy ending at the last minute. Sooner or later, someone plummets to their death, usually someone you want to damn to hell, but they plummet nonetheless. If I had to make a statement, I would have said that life is more often than not complicated. In this world, a single event leads to a series of events that lead up to another one and another one. This goes for every moment you spend in this world. Everything can happen at any moment. The world changes so fast you cannot keep track of what happens in such small increments. It's like a roller coaster of emotions with no safety net, or like a stopwatch that never stops, and so on. Sometimes the highs and lows occur in 1 week, or 1 day, or maybe 1 hour. You never know. All you know is that things seem to get better and worse in the blink of an eye. And just as a sideline, I suggest you buy that rubber mat for the bathtub. You could be taking a shower, slip and break your neck, and if no one is there for a day, you could die like that. I would be remiss if I didn't remind you. I hope you have enjoyed hearing my story. I told the math class. I hope you've enjoyed learning about me, and hopefully one day you will find a piece of yourself that fits perfectly alongside mine. Thank you for all the wonderful comments and kudos you've given and shared. This book means a lot to me. It's my first time writing a story, but you inspired me to continue this journey. Thank you for reading my stories. Except for Tom Hollandaise, I hope you all find as much pleasure in life as I have trying to figure out my own sexual preferences. Please take care. Thank you and may God bless you. Catalin Hugh. I thought, I'm glad that's over. I grabbed the next bus to the mall and found a Cosmopolitan magazine with lots of Virginia Slims women and hot pants smoking cigarettes ads. Nothing beats a great pair of legs type things. And articles on what to do if you're menstruating on holiday, and what shade of lipstick you should wear on Septuagesima Sunday. I wasn't old enough to buy the Penthouse or Hustler or Gentleman's Companion from the adult section yet, but I burned into my memory the covers for that month. Chapter 34. I wrote a really long letter to Mom and Dad that evening and they just ignored it. That song with the lyrics from the Harry Chapin song Cats in the Cradle was playing on the radio as I waited for a response in the mails. My son turned 10 just the other day. He said, "Thanks for the ball, Dad. Come on, let's play. Can you teach me to throw?" I said, "Not today, you got a lot to do." He said, "That's okay," and he walked away, but his smile never dimmed. It said, "I'm gonna be like him." Yeah, you know I'm gonna be like him. I liked my poetry better. I waited another month and they still ignored it, so I had to wait until Christmas vacation when I could fly and see them for a couple of days to talk about it. We exchanged presents and then I finally said to my dad, "Dad, why didn't you write back when I tried to tell you all the crappy stuff that goes on up there in the Lutheran Arctic?" He just smiled and slapped his knee and said, "Well, that's easy. It's simple. I didn't want to bother you with it." He said, "You need something to focus on when you're trying to do homework." So the only thing I could focus on was how great your mom is doing. It's true. My mother really was incredible. She usually was a nurse and worked in orthopedics at the hospital. She did a lot of volunteer work, helping people that were suffering and getting them to where they needed to be. She was so amazing. My mom was awesome. I loved her so much it hurt sometime, but she'd be so good at caring. It's like she knew what the right thing was and she tried hard to make sure I always got what I needed because otherwise I wouldn't do anything right, like remembering to wash my hands. And that was my first time hearing my father mention that my mother was amazing. My face flushed red with embarrassment because of what my dad said. Bacteria, hands, love, and Dad finally taking it all in. You're my daughter. I love and cherish you no matter what. Don't forget that. Dad had said to me that Christmas time, don't forget how proud I am of you. That moment made me fall in love with him even more. They ignored me because it built character. I was having an RHA moment that Christmas. God be damned. Parents' tough love beat his. That night in the closet I dreamt I was on a boat sailing across an endless ocean, looking up at the stars and seeing constellations. But the seawater around me was black, just black, and I felt scared. The sky was cloudy, covered in darkness. Then suddenly a bright light shone above me and then slowly began to grow bigger and brighter. I screamed loudly as I started to wake up from the nightmare I just went through. I had been dreaming of the past and the pain in my dreams. Every time I would dream that same thing, it would send me into a panic attack. I quickly got out of bed and grabbed a towel, wrapped it around myself and masturbated into a pair of one of my sister's knee-highs. The cold air chilled my body to the bone as the tears flowed from my eyes. Once I was fully awake, I took a deep breath and then placed my hands on my knees and bent over to catch my breath. I didn't want to cry again. I was supposed to be strong. It hurt too much, and although I knew I deserved this pain and anger, it was still painful to be reminded that there's nothing you can do about it. After I calmed myself down, I walked back into my room and got dressed for the day. I put on shorts and a t-shirt, which luckily weren't dirty from sleeping in the grass the night prior. After I brushed my teeth, I looked at myself in the mirror and then pulled on my grey beanie and headed outside of our house. I was walking through the snow towards the bus stop when I heard someone calling my name. When I turned around, I saw Josh running towards me with his phone pressed to his ear. Hey Josh, what happened? And what are you doing here in California? I thought you lived in the Bronx, I asked once I reached him. He stopped running and pointed behind him. I turned around and I saw a dark shadow approaching us from behind. Stay here, Catalan, I'll be back. I just got to go check something real quick. Okay, be safe, I said as he ran back and hid beside the tree I just came from. Just then the shadow jumped onto me and tackled me to the ground. Why, you little bitch, why the fuck did you run? Chapter 35. It was my big sister Boomba. What in hell's purgatory was she doing here? Hey Boomba, what are you doing here? I'm surprised you're still alive. Oh, I see you've changed a little since last year. You look different. You dyed your hair pink. I'm surprised you even remembered to come. What the fuck, Boomba? Are you insane? Why would you even try to kill me? I mean, I don't remember you dying, so why would you go crazy killing me? You don't actually hate me, do you? I'm confused right now. You're just acting crazy. What do you want from me, huh? You wanna talk? You want to hear a story? Fine, then listen. Sport, it felt so good to get off my chest all the things I wanted to tell this bully since I was about 5 years old in that wig. So there's this girl I met a couple weeks ago. She seems really nice. I'm really lucky to have a friend like her. But I guess you must have seen her already since she told me you told her I had herpes. So anyways, she was telling me all these things and we talked and talked for hours. I told her about how you used to beat me up and how much you hated me. She listened to me for a while, then she gave me some information on the guys who kidnapped me and the girls from the party. She also told me about the secret organization she belonged to and how their leader would torture other boys to death. They wanted to recruit me and she was the person that recruited me to join them, but I don't think she realized I was a boy, so I had to tell her, hey, despite what my sister probably told you, I'm a boy. I don't think you want a boy in your group since all you do is torture and kill boys. But I heard your name was Caitlin, she said. It's Caitlin with a K, yes, I told her, but anyway, yeah, I am really a boy, but everybody for some reason always gives me a girl's name. Some call me Serena. Some call me Baby Gerald like my dad, and my mom just calls me whatever she feels like it at the moment in the moment, usually pill or pepper spray. Well, that's cool, she said, but we still could use you in our group. Why, I said, I'm a boy, I'd probably be your downfall. I said it was a coincidence that I was born female. Well, I guess it's not a coincidence. You were kidnapped by those bastards, weren't you? I said, yeah, that's what they told me, so I'm going to go home. Bye, Serena. Bye Caitlin, I'm going home, too, and I'll let you know if I change my mind. I'll probably be staying away from my family for the next week or two. Okay, bye Serena and bye Caitlin. See ya later. How ya like them apples, Boomba? Nice story. Hey, my sister picked up a rock and fondled it like she was about to pelt me with it. You're losing it, Peter. You're shouting, but I think it's great now that they are calling you both Caitlin minus the K and Serena. I never thought I had a multi-personality disorder, but maybe we do. I wonder if a therapist can help us understand why other people are calling you two different names. But what do I care? I'm a borderline, or lines, or I said. Still, I wondered what she was trying to help me with. And I did shout too much, didn't I? Well, answer Emmy. Boomba baited me again. Chapter 36. The funniest thing happened that oft-remembered summer. A very beautiful black woman by the name of Nina entered my life. She was like Elvira and Mormon Sean combined, but with capital letters and lots of exclamation marks. I was immediately drawn to her full lips, or beautiful brown eyes, and her gorgeous hair and skin. Caucasians were so anemic looking, and as usual, as is was my custom, she had legs, just like the ZZ Top song. I know, my feminist sisters, I know, but God told me, legs will be important to you. Ignore anyone who tells you otherwise. I created them. If some got too fat, or too skinny, it's on them, not me. Nina and me. When I first pretended to be black like her, I was working on a novel by that name, but it fizzled. Some said I was plagiarizing. I asked her if she'd like to play Tiddlywinks with me, and then I regretted it, thinking, boy does that sound juvenile. But she laughed and said, no, I really don't. You're a little strange for me, however funny you may seem to others. But hey, goddamn it all, she was good, worth becoming annoying too, until she put a restraining order on me. Ball and Jacks, I reiterated, reaching into a Walgreens knee-high infested pocket, and she reconsidered. I found out in no time out she was a lawyer. She had a nice apartment that she paid for, better than my mom or dad, who only owned parsonages left off from the vestiges from old Reverend Hummer. But still, I didn't really know precisely what to make of her. Her name was and still is Nina, and she seemed nice, though very mysterious. But wasn't that what women were all about anyway? Despite my sister Boomba's distractions, mystery, Cosmo mags, menstruations, we did not place restraining orders on each other and played every Saturday afternoon after school on the beach, and usually we stayed close to shore so I could swim without worrying about drowning. One Sunday we decided to go swimming in the warm water, which was kind of hot considering it was summer. I wore only the bikini bottom and Nina was wearing one of those skimpy tops designed to drag straight men into hell's eventual comeuppance. We waded in and swam until we got tired and climbed out of the water and sat under a palm tree near where we had gotten dressed. Mesmerizing Nina, we stared off into space once again and watched as the sun set and eventually became darker and darker until finally all that was left was the moon, and my weird memories of a tiki bar I wished I could build inside a Playboy bachelor-type fantasy. I found such a tiki bar once, small but nice, at a Home Depot. It was on sale for under $100, but even then I couldn't afford it. I think I was digressing. Nina and I sat talking about our families and favorite memories when we were little. I asked her what she did in college, and she said she studied medicine and worked at the University of Texas Medical Center. She said she worked on AIDS vaccines. I was pretty curious about what she was studying, so I asked her to explain, and when she did, it was fascinating. I found out that she studied psychology, which sounded completely insane to me at the time. But it turns out that psychology is a very interesting subject, and it's supposed to help the insane, like me and my older siblings. After I finished asking questions and listening to what Nina had to say, she ended up asking me what made me leave school, because obviously I wasn't there for long. I told her that I was bullied there, but she told me that if anyone bothered me, to come find her and I wouldn't hesitate to come running. I said okay. No one had ever made such an offer. Then I told her about having an anxiety problem and how I couldn't function around strangers anymore, especially male strangers. So Nina suggested that we go somewhere private so I could show her the bruises I had from my bullies. She told me to wait by the Sepulveda tree, the one with KKK postings, while she went inside her car. She came outside 10 minutes later carrying my sketchbook and a pencil case in her hand. I followed her to a small park with a lake nearby. We took off our shoes and laid down on the grass together. When Nina laid her head on my shoulder, I couldn't resist and kissed her forehead. "What's wrong?" she whispered as she gazed up at me, waiting for me to reply. "Well," I paused, trying to think of the best words. "You're beautiful," I blurted out without thinking, just blurting. Nina turned away from me and looked back up at the sky. After I told her that, she turned to face me once more. I waited anxiously, knowing my cheeks were burning crimson. I expected her to laugh in my face. There were some turtles nearby reacting with nonpluses. "But Nina, there's something I need to tell you." She looked at me, waiting patiently yet expectantly, and I, too, waited. I waited about 10 minutes and she got up to leave. She said something about a women's room. Nina, the one woman my mom could never accept. In actuality, she couldn't accept any of them except that one psychotic conservative Lutheran nut job. No, come back. I'll tell you. "I'm not sure what I am." "What do you mean?" she said. "You're Caitlin, with a C, like your sister." "Can't know. I know that I'm Serena. I'm also Caitlin. I'm Sean. I'm Peter. I'm all those things, but I don't know what I am." "I know. I'm attracted to women, and sometimes I think I'm a pretend gay Lutheran, yet only sometimes, and I think I'm just a pretend Mormon because I like legs. I don't know. I'm attracted to the female body, and yet, you may be a demon. My sisters were." "You're probably a male lesbian," she sighed, bored with insight. Then, right then and there, and all of a sudden, the clouds parted. "That's what I am, a male lesbian. All my life my dad tried to tell me I was transgendered, that I was a transsexual, that I was a cross-dresser, that I was a fetishist. You know, one of those JCPenney fetishists who only looked at pictures of women in girdles and stockings and so on, without any intent on marriage." Yes, I understood. Something I learned on the side was psychology in college. Even Boomba said once I was an old soul, when she liked me, and I know enough about it. Nina continued. "I kind of read you from the start, Peter." There, she went and used my real name like Sophie did. Few people in my life did, yet this woman understood me. This woman classified me as a non-gay, non-transgendered, non-transsexual, non-binary, non-racist, non-all. I was so many nons I didn't even know what to say. I felt like jumping for joy. I'm a male lesbian, and I like my penis. I am a non-male, non-gay male lesbian, and I really like having a cock. A less too average one, but still, I'd like to see that penis someday, said Nina. We were out in the woods still, so I said here, and I pulled my pants down, underwear and all. It was a tad embarrassing since I had an old pair of Walgreens suntan knee-highs wrapped around my sklong, still crusted, but in a comfy way. Not now, not here. I want to get to know you first. I want to meet your mother. Oh no, my mother. The two of us smiling, imagining me introduced to Nina's parents. The following Friday was the day after Thanksgiving. It was Black Friday, and I thought, naively, what better day than to introduce my new girlfriend to my old mother. I remember it very clearly because it was a Friday that seemed black. So on Monday afternoon I woke up feeling like shit but excited, so very excited I couldn't wait to get ready that morning. As I drove towards home I kept repeating the same question over and over again. What the fuck am I doing? I thought to myself, what the fuck am I doing? I was nervous, excited, anxious, I don't know, but I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew what was going to happen. I was gonna fuck up any future Christmases with my racist family. I stopped in front of the house and saw that Mom was sitting on the porch reading a magazine. I opened the door and ran to her, giving her a big hug. My mother and I were extremely close. We practically lived together, so I could tell when something was bothering her. Mom was upset. She started crying after she hugged me, and then said, "Serena honey, please tell me you're okay." I nodded my head and wiped away her tears. "Serena, you can't keep it from me. You can't tell anybody," she begged me. I was confused. I didn't understand what she meant. I shook my head as an answer to her plea. She sighed heavily and said, "You're transgendered, sweetheart." She continued, "I'm sorry, darling, but it's true. Someone transgender." My eyes widened and I gasped out loud, "Wow, how did you, Mom? You sound like the Ernest Goes to Camp guy Jitterdun, you idiot." She laughed as tears fell down her face again. "And why would you ever do this? I can tell you. I mean, your father and I love you dearly, but I don't think we could live with ourselves if something bad ever happened to you, like losing your God-given right to be a misogynistic patriarch. Just as only one example, tears formed in my eyes as I stood there speechless. How could I have been so fucking stupid? My parents had a whole system planned out, the whole marriage and raising children plan for me, and for some reason my brain just forgot about everything that I had prepared myself for and everything that would come with it. They really only wanted what was best for future generations, not me. How selfish I had become. Are you going to tell him? She asked, wiping my tears. Tell who? What? I asked, but nodded my head slowly. I didn't know what else to say. Good. And Serena, I want you to take care of yourself. You hear me? You must understand, she stated, looking deeply into my eyes. Tampons, she whispered. I nodded my head and smiled weakly. I walked into my room and closed the door behind me. It was then when I noticed all of the pictures that lined my wall, and I knew what they represented. They were pictures of her holding hands with mine, hugging me, kissing me, licking inside my ear, her hand down my pants. No, Mom, I don't think you fully understand. I finally figured it all out with my new girlfriend Nina. She wants what's best for me. You want what's best for you, but she wants to meet you today. Listen good, Mom. I'm not transgendered and I'm not a transsexual. I'm not even an ice cream salesman anymore. I don't even lust after ice cream like when I was 4. I don't like pink things. I like being a guy even though I don't appreciate killing deer. I like being attracted to girls. I like to be attracted to women. I actually like Hugh Hefner. Well, you know I have certain kinks. Kinks, some people in the psychoanalysis field have learned to term them. We all know you're kinky, Serena. It's just, well, why can't you admit to your father that I'm transgender and you transgender? Wouldn't you like to be a transgender, too? She laughed at her little Dr. Pepper parody and I smiled. She knew a good humorous diversion when she felt it. We kept laughing as if she wanted to become a comedian. Now there's this place called the Ice House in Pasadena, I think it is. I want to be a stand-up comedian starting today. Black Friday, Negro Friday. I could be the next white pretend Negro comedian. I'm packing my bags. Ooh, I can't wait to say nigger and watch everyone throw tomatoes at me only to then say it's okay as long as I am a Negro. Wait, Mom, there's somebody I want you to meet. Her name is Nina. Nina, like Nina Simone. Nina and me when I accepted my being unsolvably white kind of. I guess so. Nina, come in. Nina was waiting in the garage and she walked in looking splendid in her micro mini skirt, white fishnets, shiny black pumps and tight leather corset with the words black as all get out. She looked like a dark-skinned goth dream girl from one of my fantasies. I was in love all right. Serena, she's black. She's a negress. Mom, that's a very old-fashioned word. I don't think we use it in American vocabulary anymore. I don't even think we say honky anymore. I think Webster made it extinct. Oh, but I do, and you know I always have. Mom, you're talking right in front of her as if she isn't even here. Why don't you say hello? Hi, Mrs. Norwegerud. I'm Nina. Norwegerud was my mom's maiden name. My sweet and patient girlfriend extended her hand, but my mom would not reciprocate. Mom was being very rude, very Norwegerud. Then my dad walked in. Oh, Caitlin with a C. You found a black-toned girl. I guess you could say that, Dad. I tried to laugh. I really did. I looked over at Nina and she was looking very, very uncomfortable. Dad came in and hugged her as if she was some lost daughter or something. Nina was taken aback, but she was polite and said, "Hello, sir." "Nina, I want you to meet my wife," and he pointed to Mom. "Oh, we have. We just met, sir. You don't have to call me sir, Mom. Call me Dad." My mom ran into the kitchen shrieking, but then gathered herself and said, "I'll make some deviled eggs for everybody." No, honey, stay here. Let's try to make friends with this new girlfriend of Caitlin's. "I'm sorry," she said, sniffling. "I'm just sort of old-fashioned." Nina didn't know what to say, so she just said hello again and again. Then I said something about having breakfast. "That's it," I bellowed. "That's the answer." Nina and everyone else looked at me confused, but they agreed anyway. I told everyone I'd be in the office getting dressed. "I'll be back soon." I went upstairs to get changed. I sat on my bed staring at the picture of myself that I had hanging up on my wall. I put on my jeans, t-shirt, socks and shoes. I looked in the mirror. Oh God, I look so much taller and whiter than normal and so pale. My hair was completely straightened now. I combed it with my fingers. brushing out all of my non-curls. I ran my fingers through my hair and brushed my teeth. I washed my face twice. I felt nauseous. Why should I feel ill? But my stomach was twisting and turning inside out. I walked to the living room and watched as everyone ate their deviled eggs. I was taken a little aback by all of this talk between Nina and my father. Was she trying to tell him I wasn't her type? Was this her way of letting me down easy? Paranoia was seeping into my veins. But then she looked over at me and winked as if letting me in on a little secret. I had no idea what was going on, but I could feel how nervous and happy I made her. After breakfast my dad took his laptop and went outside to work on his business. Nina and I were supposed to go to the movies, but she needed to go to work too, and she left in her car. After she left, I began playing games on my computer. I found a Pokemon game I had always despised but all of a sudden, somehow found intriguing. About half an hour later Nina arrived back home. She was carrying 2 bags of groceries in each hand. We quickly unloaded everything in our house as usual. Once I finished putting stuff in the refrigerator and closets and cupboards, I went to help Nina get her tampon in. Beforehand, while Nina placed the groceries away, I realized that there were things in my dresser drawer that I hadn't unpacked yet. Things like makeup, underwear, bras, skirts, bras, shirts, panties, socks, sandals, and undergarments. I picked the most random box of clothes and started opening boxes one by one. There were 2 pairs of blue skinny jeans, 1 pair of red short shorts, 3 pairs of green tights, 4 dresses, 1 pair of black high heels, 6 tops, 6 bras, 8 blouses, a few pairs of shoes, and some socks. I was really glad that my bedroom hadn't gotten a lot of personal effects when I moved out, so there wasn't much to go around. As we were finishing unpacking all of the things that we needed to, I remembered something. What did you need to do for that thing we talked about, Nina? Oh, yeah. We went and got my diary from my closet and I wrote in my diary the words introducing my new girlfriend whom I know is dark, to my nutjob parents. I thought that maybe because we talked about everything we did together that Nina would eventually get the hint. But nothing seemed to change at all. She acted like every other day I hadn't changed. Every time I asked if there was anything wrong she would smile shyly, nod her head and tell me to go back to my diary. I couldn't ask any more questions because every time I did Nina would blush and I wouldn't be able to get a single question out of her no matter what. I decided to start a journal. I learned online that journal was a grown-up diary, and see if it would help. I wrote, "Dear diary, I've been thinking a lot about everything I'm doing these days. It's weird. I'm actually happy, even though I'm still not a woman. Only real women can be happy. We all know that whether our ministers believe it or not. I mean, yeah, I don't feel like it, but I am happy." I inserted a daisy then a heart here. I haven't hurt anyone, nor do I feel like I'm lying to them and keeping secrets like before. There's just something in me that feels different about me lately. I hope it's not a sign of a disease, or depression, or something, or God forbid, AIDS. If it is, I will deal with it because my life is hard enough already. The reason I've never felt like this before is because I was raised to believe that people were born and grew from the inside of Martin Luther, and I don't want to break that trust. Also, I want to protect my mom and dad. I don't want to be a burden on them anymore. I've grown to love them so much and I'm not ready to leave. I miss them so much and I don't want to make this harder, but I know I need to learn to live without them. I love a woman who is African American. I love my parents, but fuck them if they can't accept that. Because of all of that, I've learned how much of a failure I am at being human. I hate the feeling of loneliness and helplessness. It makes my heart ache to think about it sometimes. I'm going to be okay. Maybe it'll feel great one day, and maybe I won't be lonely anymore. If I don't get better, I might get better, but at least I'll feel something close to happiness. I sure could use an ice cream cone right now. Nina was snooping over my shoulder. Her neck was stretched about 6 or 7 feet from where she was sitting. She looked at me smiling, and then walked over to kiss my forehead softly, like we used to do before she left for school. I grabbed her hand in mine. I held it tighter. As I pulled my hand out of hers, it started burning hot, which meant I was burning her. "Ouch," she exclaimed. "Please stop burning me." "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was. I thought I was just getting hot flashes." "I'm so sorry." "Well, I know I'm hot, but I didn't think it would come to this." She left and I was left there wondering what I was. Was I depressed? Did I have ADHD just like Garb or Mate made clear? I don't know. All I did know for certain is Nina's coming into my life had made me a better penis-accepting man. I'd never been happier and now I just burnt her. Boy, she's hot. Chapter 37. A few months passed and I didn't feel good at all, and I felt sad and lonely a whole lot. But horny. Always horny. Nina said my body would slowly adjust to me being alone, but still I couldn't bear it. The only bright spot was Nina's visit. At first I'd always get mad because I thought I was losing her, but after a while it was almost impossible to think about anything else. I wanted to take care of everything for her. I would cook for her, bring her presents, go shopping with her, do all sorts of stuff, even ignore the sexiest mannequins in the Victoria's Secret's window. But she said it wasn't necessary. Why would you do that? You've done so much for me, she said, but I still thought it would be nice to give her something in return. Maybe a nice piece of jewelry from the store right next to Victoria's Secret, a gesture which would prove to her I could get her something that bored the hell out of me that was situated right next to a lingerie store, something that could never bore me. It took us a long time to realize that we should go out with others. For example, we'd go to a dance, or go out drinking and then maybe to dinner afterwards, and if I wanted to she would drive me home, but I had to pay the taxi driver. I remember going to the grocery store and seeing a group of girls sitting together. They had their arms around each other's shoulders. They weren't looking anywhere else besides the guy who was buying the groceries next to them. I remember walking up to the man asking him point blank, "Hi, are those girls lesbians?" The girls heard me and one of them said, "What's it to you, geek turd?" And then she spit on the ground close to my feet. She had the most lovely turquoise-colored spit. She had on this billowed skirt on which accentuated her legs in the blackest tights. The tights were the faded kind with little holes all over, like cigarette burns, and if you looked close enough, which I did, she was wearing even another pair underneath. Man, she got my willy to wonder. All of them really did, but she was the only one who had the guts to make me feel like a squirming worm under her heels about to be transferred to the god place. And did I mention her high heels? I did. "Okay, you're not one of those male lesbians, are you?" she said, looking at me unflinching, kind of snarky like. "I think I might be. My girlfriend Nina says I am." "Why, is it that obvious? Do I put off the vibe?" "What, you want to date me too?" Now I couldn't believe my audacity to someone so obviously superior to me. Mandy, oh, I'm sure Nina is joking, right? I couldn't believe she had just said that to my face, almost as if I had no idea what being in bondage and dressed like Shirley Temple was all about, and singing the horrid teapot song. Okay, as my mom would say, enough info. But after saying nothing and that I didn't belong in such a place, this girl just sneered and stared at my crotch. "She's just saying you are a lesbian because she's jealous," she continued, seemingly oblivious to what she was doing to my insides. "She thinks you're with another girl, one of us, but I'm not," I replied. "I'm just talking with you. I'm with Nina, one of the other girls, one who was very tall and I found even more distractingly but dangerously attractive." Laughed loudly at what I said, and then told me I deserved worse. I had enough. I didn't care if these 5 girls were my worst wet dreams in a January nightmare before Tim Burton. I told her to back up. Nina would have been proud of me. But then the girls started laughing again, and to make matters worse, my dick swelled inside my top came out knee-high, and then the man came over and told them to shut up. He looked pretty pissed off. I guess he was a teacher here, or maybe even the manager of the weird building behind us. Anyway, they started talking loudly at each other again, and I just stood there watching them for a moment and then walked away from the shop, kicking myself for not asking them if they got off on torturing boys like me. I don't know whether Nina noticed later on or if she thought I'd gone back inside the shop to buy some tiddlywinks. Anyway, we didn't go out with anyone else, and we both agreed it would be easier if neither of us ever went out with dogs or cats either. I kept telling Nina not to worry and that psychologically, she was probably just trying to protect me from the rest of society or something like that. She assured me that wasn't the case and I wasn't the cause of our problems. "I'm sure someone will come along and sweep me off my feet," she grinned. I did not like the sound of that, but those 5 goth girls haunted me for the rest of my days. None of them were as mean as my sisters were, and that's what made it so very, very sad. Chapter 38. 2 weeks passed and it was my birthday. We had a big surprise for me that night in the evening. Nina wanted to spend the evening at my house with her friends, so she brought over pizza, and we went into my bedroom and played our favorite song. When the doorbell rang, we ran downstairs excited to see who it was. It was none other than the guys I invited over when I dressed up for them like a girl unicorn the other day. My mother also got up when they arrived and made a big welcome home gesture towards them with her hands. And then she went back downstairs to finish preparing the pizza for everybody. She also gave me a present for my birthday. It was a book of poems, so it reminded me of our childhood when we read together and laughed about poetry and our adventures. I loved the book because it was written in English, and because of that it was easy to understand. I thanked her and kissed her cheek. After we had eaten, we played with my new doll. Then I gave her a bath. Then I put her into bed. After that we played cards together and sang to our favorite songs. After dinner everyone went out except us. Then I started talking to my dolls again. I told them everything that had happened since I met them. I told them how I hated myself. I said that I didn't deserve to have friends. I said how I wished that I could do whatever I liked so I could just have some fun and live in peace. I told them I missed them so bad and wanted to see their faces one last time before my time was up. They smiled and said that it was going to happen soon and that they loved me very much. They said that I was beautiful and beautiful things can happen when you wish hard enough, and that I would grow to love me, as I loved them. I didn't want to cry, but I was feeling so much happiness. I was finally able to let out all the stress, pain and sadness I had been holding inside. I cried so much, I didn't know where to release the emotions. When the tears dried up, I looked up from the dolls and saw Nina staring at me. There was something in her eyes that told me she had been crying too. What's the matter? I was still in doll mode. Nothing, it's just that I have something important I want to talk to you about. What's it? What's it? What's this? Well, it's a bit complicated and it's not that important. What I was going to say is I want you to try it your own way because I think that will make you happier and better. You need a chance to find out if it's worth the risks. But how's wills I now sits? Well, it has a name I think, but it isn't going to help you become a hero like I know you hoped. You're writing your autobiography and all. I knew that already. I mean, who doesn't love heroes? But this was a new situation to me. This wasn't something I expected from her. She smiled sadly. Well, then just listen to it, and if you like it don't tell me. I won't force you to. Okays. I promises. I nodded my head, and then she sat down next to me on the bed and began to explain the poem. The boy wants you to know that he's fine without your smile and your laugh and your laughter. It's just him. I didn't feel anything like it described itself though. I mean, I guess it did on some level, and it sounded nice and poetic, but there was nothing too special about it. It was just an ordinary poem, and short, too. One that you'd get bored by the first sentence because it was just the same old same old. That's not really a thing that helps you figure out something, is it? I shook my head. Why are you giving me this if you expect me to fall for it because it's something different from what you usually hear and you need to see that? She replied with a small frown on her face. It'll help you get better. Okay, I'll listen to it. Now let me read you a poem that comes from the new poetry book my mom gave me for my birthday. Okay, sure, okay. We both sat on my bed and I opened it to one that I had just read and I kind of liked it. I'm just a male man who doesn't mail letters. I'm just a guy man who doesn't get his genders. I know I like women and everything they wear. I like to be tied up. Nina looked at me awkwardly. So you're submissive? Well, kind of, I said. I mean, not in real life, only in the bedroom. I know it's not very macho, is it? I don't know. I guess it depends on the circumstance. If I was a lesbian and I had never been married, or even if I was a straight man who never married. Anyway, I didn't write that. She asked me if I'd written any of my own poems, owning up to what a pervert I was. Here, I said, handing her a notebook. The last part wasn't written by any female writer. It was written by me, by a friend who wrote it for me. I asked Nina to read it aloud while I continued writing, and she agreed. I think I'm falling for this woman, but I just don't believe she feels the same. If she did, she wouldn't be so quiet, and if she did, I wouldn't be so scared. I've never had feelings like these. These feelings of longing, they aren't supposed to feel like this, but she makes me feel the same. She makes me feel her presence, the warmth radiating from her, the gentleness, her silky kindness, the sweetness, her perfumey puss. How can you resist something like that? I think I'm falling for this girl, and those legs, and the things she puts on those legs. I love her gentleness, but she makes me so horny. Me so horny. She stopped reading, realizing the poem was degenerating. That sounded kind of funny, actually a little corny, but I think it's cute. I don't know. I don't think I've ever felt like this for someone. It was nice to have something new to feel happy about, she said, forcing a fake mercy compliment. It was Nina who suggested that we should do a new poem together. It sounded really good when she talked about it, and it would made me feel good. Yes, let's write a poem together, I said happily. Maybe you can steer me away from the lingerie parts. She laughed and said, I can do that every day if you want me to. Oh no, I was just kidding, I said, but let's start the poem. Okay, so we started the poem and it went like this. You were so beautiful, my eyes were drawn to yours when the sun shone bright through the glass and the leaves shimmered beautifully. The air smelled fresh and cool and I breathed deeply as I watched the birds flutter around. There seemed to be no more troubles. There seemed to be no more worries, no more loneliness or unhappiness, only joy and joy, beads of happiness. We will stay up late into the night writing, saying words of wisdom. I hope you find it. This was truly a poem about true happiness and true love for us both. And dear reader, if you don't already know, you shouldn't hesitate to use it on Valentine's Day. That's how good it is. I should know. I wrote it with her. Chapter 39. On Wednesday morning, Nina came over to my house to hang out for a while. My father decided to work in his study on that day, so we were alone for a few hours. I didn't know what to talk to her about. She seemed interested in me, but I was still afraid she would think differently about me, or maybe that she might leave me again. I couldn't quite bring myself to ask her questions about how I should act around her. I just didn't want her to leave me or treat me weirdly. I wanted to enjoy my time with her. Suddenly Nina got a phone call. She picked up the phone and started talking into it. She said goodbye to me and hung up. She looked a little sad, but she tried to smile and reassure me that everything was okay. It wasn't, but I thought she must have known what was bothering me because she took care of everything anyway. After saying bye, she went to get something from her car and then she drove home. She told me she'd be back shortly, because my father called her. He wanted her to do some research for something that needed her. I was really curious to know what it was that he wanted her to do, but I didn't ask. I didn't want her to think that I was nosy and that I was asking too many questions. I just hoped that he was going to give her extra money. I spent most of the afternoon thinking about what could be happening to her, and I was hoping and praying that it was nothing serious to worry about. After an hour, when I thought I heard Nina coming upstairs, I quickly ran to the door and locked it behind me. Then I sat on my bed trying to figure out why she hadn't been answering her phone. I kept trying to call her, but there was no answer. I was starting to lose hope when I suddenly heard the sound of a key turning and then a knock. It was Nina. She was stark raving naked, and she had a big cock. She looked sad. I said, "What's the matter, honey?" She said, "Look," and pointed at her cock. "I have a big cock." "Yes, you do," I said. "It's pretty big, all right." "Did you ever see the movie The Crying Game?" she asked me. "Yes, when I was pretending to be a gal Luther, and I did with my boyfriend Sean. He loved it. I was kind of bored, though." "Oh, then you're not into, you know." "Well, yes, it is a bit of a surprise. I mean, I've been trying to tell you I'm a male lesbian all this time, and you know I'm only attracted to pussy. What can I say? I haven't been the most upfront genitalia-wise either, so my cock," she said. "Yeah, it's a deal breaker." I sighed sadly. She started crying and I said, "Oh, come now, this isn't a game anymore." "Yes, it is," she said. "It's a crying game." I had to admit she got me there. Chapter 40. We had to break up, Nina and me. I liked women, I thought, and she looked really hot in lingerie, but she had this huge cock, and I just wasn't into cocks, and I just wasn't into penises either, or dicks, but Nina was. She said it felt like heaven being inside her, and she always said it feels like heaven being inside me. I guess it wasn't just an exaggerated pussy to her. I just wish things could have stayed normal between us again, back before we were naked. Anyway, that's the way the balls bounced. We broke up and we both cried a lot. I was sad and Nina said I should stop feeling that way, but I couldn't. I didn't feel safe enough, to be honest, because I felt like I could get hurt even by the smallest of things, or the biggest of things like her cock. I just wished things weren't so complicated. Then the day before my dad got back home from the hospital for his third vasectomy, he called Nina and told her that I'd lost my virginity. She was angry and sad and confused, and I didn't know how to make things better, so I left them all. "I don't know what to do about Nina," I said to my dad. "Well, son, I think it's best if you stay away from girls with members for a little while. I haven't told her that, though, so I left for good. And I left home once more and then left again and then I came back again, kind of like our California move. And then the next day I would get high and take that pill that would make me feel completely calm, like my brain's going to shut off and I won't have to deal with anything anymore. I know it didn't sound too pleasant and that's why I didn't want to do it, but that way was better than being stuck in my dad's closet again and having to face my failures every single day. After that day I knew I wouldn't want to be around anyone else, except for maybe Patrick Stewart. He always seemed nice and fun. Chapter 41. I don't have much of a sense of smell, so I don't know exactly where the perfume was coming from, but it smelt good. It also smelled sweet and it smelled like my hair. I know it wasn't mine. It was a scent that only comes from a body. It reminded me of something I'd rather forget. It was making me nauseous and uncomfortable. I tried not to breathe and keep listening, because the perfume could have changed. It sounded nice. I wonder if I'd ever heard it before. I made an effort to listen harder, but the voice kept distracting me. It kept whispering. It kept saying over and over again like someone chanting a prayer, like it wanted me to hear or wanted to tell me something or was extremely self-involved and just wanted to hear itself talking, but no matter how hard I tried to hear it, the voice was silent and I couldn't understand it. I'm not sure when I drifted off into sleep, but when I woke up the voice was still whispering. This time I wrote it down. It said in my head, in my heart, you're everything I want, every inch of me wants you. I miss you. I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I miss you. See, I was sort of in a delirious state of mind at that point. Nina had left me. I didn't blame her. I mean, how can you stay with somebody who says they don't like your cock? I called up my dad's dad, the Reverend Hummer. Like my own dad, everybody thought he was dead, but then he came back to life again, so he was still preaching at his fundamentalist church. But I got to thinking, hey, just because he's a fundamentalist 95-year-old weird guy, that didn't mean he didn't have anything good to say about God, right? Hi Grandpa, it's me, Caitlin. Oh, grandson, I'm so glad to hear from you, but please call me Peter. If you're not going to call yourself by your proper name, you might as well call me Peter. Okay Grandpa. Peter, listen, I've been chasing sex all my life and I know it's embarrassed all of you guys. So I was thinking of becoming celibate, maybe a monk even, though I know Lutherans don't do the monk thing. My grandfather didn't laugh much, but he did at this news. Oh, I think we could squeeze you into a monk's costume. It's not like us Lutherans can't be creative and find a costume shop somewhere. Caitlin, come to my office this afternoon and I'll tell you all about real Lutheran monks. When I got to his office, he was dressed in his regular priest garb or preacher garb or whatever Lutherans call them. I don't know. I've been so long away from the church I forgot everything about it. I don't even know if they use real flour in those wafers. Here, he said, handing me a big cloak. Put it on. Oh no, I thought, first Sean, then Elvira, then Nina. Now my grandpa want me to cross-dress. No, not like that. Here, let me help you. Grandpa Hummer finally got it on me and I looked in the mirror. Hey, not bad. Now here's a book I want you to memorize. It's called the Book of Concord. I have to memorize this. It looks twice the size of a Gutenberg Bible. Yes, if you don't, you'll never get your name back. You'll be Caitlin forever. Damn the things you got to do for God. Now here's another book I want you to read. And my grandfather handed me another strangely bound book that was also religious. It had the title, Holy Bible Theology. I didn't think it sounded good, but it didn't sound very bad either. Grandpa Peter said don't read it now because it has some very, very important stuff. He gave me 2 more books. I think these are good ones, too, but he said I'd need 3 more to start reading the Bible. Grandpa said these 3 books you need to read back to back and to each other as if they are your very own children with very real brains and souls, because you may run into some problems along the way, but they will help you to overcome them. Now go to your room, Caitlin, over there in that corner. It's small, but if you bend down you'll fit, and pray for guidance and strength and patience. Then he kissed my forehead and forearm and left. After he left, I decided to call Nina. I wondered if she would pick up. When I pressed the green button on the receiver, I waited and listened to the ringing. I waited, but there was no response, so I sighed in relief. I decided to call again just in case. No one answered. I tried calling for another 10 minutes before giving up. I laid down on my bed and decided to watch television instead. It was almost 4 when I finally heard Nina's voice through my speakers. I could feel her anger, disappointment and pain. I wanted her to be happy, but I didn't know what to say to cheer her up. I felt horrible. She deserved to know that I felt that way, but I was afraid that it would just upset her further. At least I was able to tell her why I was leaving her and that it had nothing to do with her big cock, or even that she had a cock at all. It had to do with me wanting to follow the path of righteousness. This period of life would probably be permanent, where I was celibate and singing hymns to a big vacant lonely sky Monday through Friday and then reading the Book of Concord on Saturdays and Sundays. I knew I was in for some pretty depressing days, probably until the day I died, but at least I wouldn't have to deal with relationships anymore. It made so much sense. It makes so much sense, doesn't it? Nina was trying to make me feel good because she had already met another guy. His name was Peter. She said he was really old and spiritual. I think he's a priest of some kind. Why, that old motherfucker. That old motherfucker. Chapter 42. I don't know what to do now. I'm stuck. I can't leave without Nina because the police might be involved. What am I going to do? What do I do? Those were the words I wrote in my diary journal. Spoiler alert. I kept saying dear diary, not dear journal. Chapter 43. I didn't have a phone anymore. The seminarians took it from me once they found my phone bill and all the dominatrix phone sex calls. I didn't want to bother Nina because she had been dealing with a bunch of crap and I really shouldn't have bothered her any longer anyways. I thought, I'm gonna talk to a lawyer and ask them if I can go to court so I can press charges against the cop who took me and made me sign that stupid piece of paper the priests made me sign saying I had to stay in seminary for another 12 years. And also to get Nina to sue me for all of my medical expenses if possible, especially that surgery I had because of me. Yeah, I should do that, I kept thinking. Chapter 44. Dear Diary, what do I do? I'm sitting next to the lawyer I talked to last night. She looks nice. She has long curly brown hair and curly brown eyes and she wears glasses. She looks familiar. She probably was in one of my classes. I asked her if she could tell me why the cops were harassing my friends and she said that the officers were looking into a missing persons report. Some girl named Mandy Skullfuckery. Mandy. I asked her if she had a photo and she grabbed her iPad and typed a few taps until Mandy's Facebook page came up. Oh my god, it was her. The sexy mean goth girl who made fun of me and made me wish she was my babysitter even though I was too old for that, unless it was make-believe in a bedroom somewhere, of course. But Mandy, why, how, who, where, in what position, what did she have for breakfast that morning? There were so many unanswered questions, dark yet titillating memories of Mandy and her friends after they called me a weird pathetic loser who probably still lived with his parents, which I did. Chapter 45. Besides my sis boomer who alternatively praised me for being who I was and criticizing me for what I wasn't, I had another sister who kind of didn't like me for what I was and wasn't. In fact, she sort of hated my guts. I liked to call her Mr. Sister. One day Mr. Sister said she wanted to have lunch with me and our mom, so I said sure, why the hell not. I got into her car and she sped off with my mom in the front seat, me in the back seat. All of a sudden she started screaming obscenities into the rearview mirror. I yelled at her, stop it, it's just a goddamn mirror. Mister, she said, sis Boomba says you never let go of the past and I agree. I ruined your career and you think it's so funny, she repeated maniacally. It was so weird. I took out my cell phone and made selfies of us as the mayhem went continued. Over her shouting, I tried to tell her I didn't even know what my career was and that I never thought it was funny when any of my siblings were having a hard time trying to destroy me. I knew what sadists were like. Hell, I married one. She kept screaming, so I screamed back. I told her I liked giving them all funny Christmas presents, showing them there were no hard feelings, that there was no such thing as a functional family. And then she ended up with me and my mom just staying silent the whole time as she drove over sidewalks and killing dogs along the way. Then she just went even more berserk and started screaming at the top of her lungs about this and that and how her husband hated me and how he thought that I was a smelly retarded loser and so on. And it was just terrible, one awful word after another. I tried to tell her, don't you know that people don't say retarded anymore, and even my mom interjected, or negress, yes, and that too. Thank you, Mom, but it was no good. She just kept ranting and ranting, so I jumped out of the car like one of my fishes when we were on the freeway. Like one of the dogs, I almost got ran over myself and walked home. It took me hours. I was bruised. It wasn't easy with just one leg, but I finally made it into my closet, closed the door and never wanted to see her or sis Boomba ever again. Then my cell phone rang. Oh my god, it was Mandy. It was that goth girl who wanted to beat me up. Maybe my luck was turning for the better now that I knew who my real friends were. I grabbed my cell out of my pocket and put it on speakerphone as soon as I heard a not too familiar hello from the other end. Hey mans, I replied softly. Hey there kiddo, she replied smiling, I think, her voice sounding much happier than I remembered it being a year ago. What are your plans tonight? Not much. Well, actually I was planning on watching The Princess and the Frog by Netflix, but I don't feel like going out tonight. I kinda wanna stay home tonight if that's okay. I'm really not feeling well. Sorry. That's okay kiddo. Come over tomorrow night if you're feeling better and please don't hesitate to ask. We'd love seeing you around. Okay, she spoke softly, sounding slightly upset. I asked. Yes, me and my 7 or 8 goth girlfriend bullies. Wow, it sounded like it was the first time she called me asshole. We miss you. I missed you guys, too, I whispered, trying to hold back tears from falling, but she had already hung up. Damn, I didn't get her address. I laid my head on my pillow and tried to calm my breathing, but the tears began to fall anyway. It was going to be hard to try to tell her that I liked her better when she was mean to me, but at least I could get back into her life again. How did she get my number? Later she told me Nina gave it to her, and I said why would Nina do that? Nina apparently told her that she was hoping they would all beat me up until I died dressed up like a lobster or something. I think it had something to do with cleaning my room or Jordan Peterson or something. Anyway, I said I could do that if it would make her happy. Mandy laughed and just said it might make them happy too. So when she finally gave me her address, I went over to her place. Mandy was there and 7 of those girlfriends, the ones I met that one day when they threatened to beat me up. They had baseball bats, kind of like that girl from that movie with Harley Quinn in it. It was really hard to get into her apartment since I only had one leg now, but I sat down and Mandy said, "Can I fix your drink or would you like us to beat you up now?" I was in heaven again. One person's hell was 9 times out of 10 my heaven. Chapter 46. When he was born he was blue as fuck. My Mandy couldn't stop crying even though I tried to calm her down. He was a fighter and cried all through the entire operation. The doctor explained to him that it wasn't normal for babies born into the wrong side of the blanket, but he was a baby and didn't understand English quite yet. I tried to explain it to him, but he was a doctor. How does one go about explaining something so obvious to someone who spent his entire career on such things? I kept quiet. They also told him that she was giving birth in a hospital and that hospitals aren't supposed to give premature babies blue blankets. But Harry was blue, and when she finally calmed down he smiled up at her. It was the most beautiful thing that anyone had ever done to her. But then Harry Chapin Catalin Mandy Jr. just fell asleep. For good. Mandy looked up at me and asked, "Are we still married?" I said I didn't think we ever did. And she sighed and said, "Good." I think that was her way of telling me she was going to kick my ass. I didn't know what to do except blame the doctor, who thought my boy Harry would get what he was telling him. On Harry's tombstone it read, "Here lies the only kid Peter and Mandy ever had. He died and now he's even deader." Harry Chapin Catalin Mandy Jr. 2022 to 2022. And a few seconds thereafter, all of Mandy's girlfriends were at the funeral. I felt guilty for sneaking a cell phone shot at my own son's burial, but they looked so fucking hot. Chapter 47. While writing this autobiography, I deleted several chapters due to sensitive material. Obviously it wasn't to protect me but my dad. But, for the sake of my own need for narcissistic supply, I will let you at least get a glimpse by their chapter headings before I get to the conclusion of my most oft sad but in the end, happy tale. Chapter 48. After the whole mess. Chapter 49. When they found out she had a crush on her best friend plus cooties. Chapter 50. After the fight with the girls and they kicked her out of the group. Chapter 51. Before her accident. Chapter 52. When her parents found out and after my accident. Chapter 53. When they found out about my 5th pregnancy. Chapter 54. When her brother found out. Chapter 55. After their fight and her brother's attempt at killing me. Chapter 56. When the police came to take her to jail. Chapter 57. When she was released. Chapter 58. When he first saw her. Chapter 59. When he realized that she wasn't wearing shoes. Chapter 60. When she asked him if they could keep talking and when he first regretted first seeing her. Chapter 61. When His dad broke up with him because his son wouldn't want nothing to do with him. Chapter 62 When she started coming over to play video games. Chapter 63 When her false pregnancy triggered an apology. Chapter 64 When she went into false labor. Chapter 65 During the false delivery. Chapter 66 Once Mandy was asleep. Chapter 67 After she was discharged and told to leave town. Chapter 68 When her ex-boyfriend stopped showing up. Chapter 69 When she lost contact with her brother, threatened to kill me, then reduced it to another beating. Chapter 70 When her brother finally showed up but drunk. Chapter 71 When he left town for a while. Chapter 72 When she found out she was expecting again. Chapter 73 When she was expecting something less important. Chapter 74 When it got to term and she decided to name him Henry David, or Harry for short. Chapter 75 When she gave false hope and false birth. Chapter 76 When she had a baby boy with 3 penises. Chapter 77 When we moved in together. Chapter 78 When their shared vomit tasted like poison. Creamy mint green ice cream memories. Chapter 79 When Harry dies, again. Bold. Chapter 80 When she got back from maternity leave, she immediately went to work at the Virginia Slim cigarette factory, but the only person she knew who worked part-time there was gone. She called up the manager and he said that his wife quit. She had to find a job where he wouldn't see the other dead kids. He wasn't an old man yet, which he was glad about, and he still needed her help. When the kids noticed him walking around, they would call him weird names like walk around and call their mother crazy lady. His hearing was getting worse every day and he was starting to get tired. This was good for me since I was now pushing 50. I was so lonely without her, and that's what everyone kept telling her, except her girlfriends. They just wished I was dead. I back at home, things were getting worse between Mom and Dad. I had a brother that we simply named Algie. He was born blind and my dad and Mom had him operated on immediately, but we had a really bad doctor because he dredged my brother's eardrums out during the operation by accident. So when Dad approached me, I said, "No problem, Dad." I knew it was like getting that psychologist who used to work with Helen Keller's grandchildren, and I brought him over, but it didn't work. So we let someone adopt Algie who was specialized with deaf and dumb kids. He bought him all kinds of stuffed animals shaped like rat fink eyeballs. But the best thing the kid loved was all the pinball machines. This angel's name was Pete Townsend. I think he got inspired by the kid quite a bit. He made a lot of money off of him even though he never gave much of the money to the kid. But Pete did allow himself to buy him more pinball machines, and I think that was okay with little Dowgie. Anyway, Mom and Dad felt really bad about losing Dowgie, and I never really knew Dowgie that well and he was kind of hard to talk to, but I felt bad for everybody involved. Chapter 81 So Mandy was all like, "I'm coming back into your life whether you like it or not, and since I know you're a masochist, you'll probably love it if you don't like it." It kind of took my mind off the family, which was a good thing. I was sad and lonely, but she was different. I don't mean in a bad way because she was pretty nice when she was younger even. I don't mean a bad way either. More like I was sad when she stopped talking to me and ignored me, and when she became mean towards my family. I mean, it was cool when she was mean to me, but when she was to my family I was all like, why did you even have all those fake pregnancies with me then? You knew what and whose family you were getting into. And then I missed them because she always listened to me and I always talked to her, and it was a really nice change from having no one and just listening to silence and thinking all the time. My family never realized how much undue attention I gave them. Chapter 82 Things were getting better between me and Mandy. Christmases came and went, and when I felt it was safe to share with her my Santa mange pictures, she flipped. I think it turned me more life years on the torture than die schedule. The Santa mange picture Mandy creamed over that bought me more time in our relationship. Sometimes she would even throw things in my direction if I looked away from her. Then she would laugh and say that she misses me. It wasn't like we were friends or anything, but she acted like we were since hey, when else would she talk to me? It was weird for both of us. She came over with flowers. I loved roses. It was one of the rare flowers you can grow, and it was red and orange and yellow roses, too. I was getting tired of the black ones. We sat down on my couch with my brother sitting in between us. He would play with my hair or something like that, and we watched cartoons with my brother. I remember how much fun he used to be. He would get mad when people would yell at me when we were watching movies or TV even though he couldn't see or hear anything. "You've grown so much. You look so big and handsome," Mandy would yell at me when we were alone. When she was nice, she was very nice. When she was mean, she was better than nice. I want to stab you in your butt drain. Do I look so big and handsome? I asked her, batting my girly eyes. I remembered from Elvira days, that it makes you want to get out the boxing gloves and beat me up. Can I call my girlfriend? She asked. I wouldn't want it any other way, sweetheart. Sometimes I think she got kind of jealous when she sensed I wanted a threesome or foursome or more when it came to being beaten up. I had remembered that my sister Sis Boomba wasn't feeling all that great, so everyone decided not to go out. I don't think they would have gone anyway if I'm being honest. I think I was the reason why she was sick. My brother wasn't eating his sleeping pills any longer, and I think my dad didn't care about the baby he never had after his 65th birthday anymore. He didn't know it yet, but Mom wasn't really into him. My sister, Mr. Sister, told me that. Tell him yet or he might try to kill my father, and if he did he won't succeed, said Mandy to me privately in the bathroom. You think? Yes. Tell him your mom doesn't love him, or he might kill my dad. But why would he kill your dad? I asked. Because your mom loves my dad, I said. Chapter 83. Mandy didn't feel like she needed any kind of explanations for me. I mean, I had been almost suicidal before she came back into my life, and now she was killing me, or at least almost killing me every day now with her girlfriends with baseball bats, knives, superglue and AK-47s and so on. Why do I deserve you? I asked her one night after an afternoon of them all bludgeoning me. You don't. That's the whole idea, silly orca, she said, leaning into me and squeezing my nuts hard until I screamed. Chapter 84. She was still trying to make out with me, though, have normal sex, missionary position even, because she didn't want me to freak out entirely. I just wanted to go to sleep forever, and when I woke up in the morning I felt so guilty because I felt so happy, but then she wouldn't let me go home, and so I stayed with my deaf and dumb brother over at Pete Townsend's. They were starting a deaf band called The Who. I asked Dowgie to repeat the name since I was in the kitchen, and Pete just yelled WHO. Then, unbeknownst to me, Mandy got the letter from my brother saying I was going to be an aunt. I had known since I was 8 that I love girls, but I had never really liked anybody before. My brother and Mandy were the only two that actually cared for me. My mom and dad didn't know that I existed, and I kept quiet about it for most of my life, and it didn't matter if my brother and Mandy knew or not. I still didn't care either. But my sister, Mr. Sister, and her husband, Miss Piss, wanted me to be their kid's godfather. I rented all the Godfather films and then said no. I didn't think I was up to it. Me, a godfather? No way. At least Mr. Sister had seemed to have gotten over her accusations of her trying to ruin my career. Ha, what a laugh that could have remained. Chapter 85. When I met Mandy's parents, it was at a New Year's party for 2022 at my dad's apartment. I was drunk and stupid, and my sister could sense something off about me, and I told her to keep her distance from me so she wouldn't tell them. This was my sister Hillary. She was the black sheep, so she obeyed me. Dad was his usual joking self. So, you must be Mandy's better halves. They didn't seem to appreciate my dad's offbeat sense of humor, so they gave him the cold shoulder. Well, exclaimed my father after them, I guess some of us are just not up to par with young women who spend all their time smoking cigarettes and beating up nice aquarium lovers. This caused them to stop in their tracks. What did you just say? Asked Mr. Mandy's dad. Theodore, your daughter, she smokes and she beats up my son on a regular basis. They looked aghast. I rushed to my fiancé's defense, but I love it. I love when she knocks me senseless. Look at my good leg, and I raised my trouser until everyone there could not only see my bruises from the goth girls, but a huge tattoo of Mandy's you know what. My mother fainted and Theodore and Mandy Sr. left the party. I'm sorry, Mandy, I didn't mean to. Oh fuck parents, Mandy shouted and slugged another shot. I wish we could, I added. I mean they fucked each other just so they could fuck us. Hillary liked hearing all this talk of parental disrespect. You know you guys, she asked me and Mandy as she sauntered up to us with a bottle of heroin. I always thought that Bible verse about honoring your parents was manipulative. My younger sister Hillary with Dad's finest Lutheran heroin whiskey. Chapter 86. It took Mandy's parents a full 24 hours before they came up with a rebuttal. They knocked hard on my parents' door. Me and Mandy were busy picking at some of the scabs on my leg in the kitchen when my dad opened the door. Oh, you're back. Please, come in. We were just serving breakfast. We don't have long to stay, but we just wanted you to know we know about your son. Oh ho, we all know about our son. Please come in. No, you called our daughter a husband beater, and well, We're now calling your son a meat beater, and he has a love doll he dresses up like Jennifer Connelly like I said. My dad smiled. Everyone knows about Catalan's little quirks and obsessions. A photo of Catalan Peter when he was about 15 years old dressing the Jennifer Connelly mannequin. Catalan is at Manday's dad's spit, his teeth clenching inside his cheeks. So he's one of those queens, a transvestite, a transsexual. My dad smiled and said, he's my son and I'm proud of his predilections no matter what transatlantic bus he's on. I was so proud of Pops right then and there. It almost made me wish we had copulated when we were married. Come, he motioned to them. Let me show you where he keeps the Jennifer Connelly mannequins. The Jennifer Connelly mannequins seated. They had heard enough. No. Come, Mandy, we're going home now. But Dad, I'm scrubbing Catalan's cabs and puss now. Mandy didn't move and I was pleased and proud as punch. My dad didn't miss this opportunity to tell Mandy's parents just how respectful he was to her. You know, he only dresses her in blue jeans and farm clothes. Nothing puerile or salacious. I don't care what your son dresses my daughter in. I think his obsession with mannequins is sick. No, laughed my wise father. I mean he only dresses Jennifer Connelly that way. My son dresses Mandy in slutty goth attire practically 24/7. Jennifer in jeans and standard western wear. Well, I never. They left making sure to slam my parents' door. I bet they don't. My dad chuckled. I love when you wear slut gear, I said to Mandy as she pulled a dried pubic hair from a large pustule. Alvin just yucking his way through life. Chapter 87. He was becoming a good boy. I haven't written about the things that I know, but that was the thing that made me a success. That's when my fans and the public started looking up to me because of my successes. They would read my books in hopes of getting more money to support themselves. As soon as they saw my name on the covers of naughty papers, people went nuts. My book had millions of copies sold overnight. This made me realize that if I continued doing this, the money I got from people buying my novels would grow exponentially. One day a woman and her husband stopped me after the interview show I was in and she introduced herself to me. Hi mister, I read your book The Big Lie and it was just amazing. I think you should sign my copy of Big Lies and I would love to sell it again. She thrust it into my arms. Wait, I told her. Did you get my book The Big Lie or the other one Big Lies? There's an important distinction between the two. You know, I thought she may be lying. And you are selling that book? I asked further. Is that really a good idea? I mean, you've seen it twice at least, right? Why would you want to sell it? She smiled and said, because I love it and I love that book. Do you know that my husband and I have just recently had our first child, and I couldn't be happier, and I really enjoy my life. What could be better than to share something that means so much to you with someone and to watch their eyes light up when they see the pictures that are inside? I love the way you describe yourself as someone who lives to prove a point. It's like our miracle child. We want to give him away someday, too. I think I said something similar to that before, and I wondered when I wrote it. I don't know what I did to deserve such wonderful friends like you. I told the couple and sent them on their way without autographing either. When I said that, it brought tears to Mandy's eyes and it warmed my heart that somebody understood, especially my girlfriend. I enjoyed the selling of such a book as much as I enjoyed writing it. Chapter 88. Now that I was becoming famous, Mandy's goth girlfriends started showing up at our new place on Elm Street much less often. I didn't understand why until Mandy explained they were afraid they'd kill me if they kept beating me to a bloody, unrecognizable pulp. What money might they glean off me was their rationale if I were dead. So, they came by much less often but stayed in touch to keep themselves in my good graces. I had just finished making dinner for Mandy and her entire Addams Family doll set when the phone rang in the kitchen. I answered and a female voice said, "Hello, this is Mrs. Taylor. Are you still awake? Would you mind answering some questions? I am investigating a case that involves your daughter and I am afraid to ask her about your past because I don't know how she will react when she sees me and I'd hate to cause problems in the family." "What type of problem?" I asked hesitantly, thinking what exactly does she mean by trouble in the family? If my mother finds out that her mother wants to find out what kind of troubles she has, I don't think she is going to be pleased. Also, I didn't think my mom was in any mood to learn I got another girl pregnant when I didn't even hump her legs. But Mrs. Taylor didn't answer my question immediately. Instead she told me, "Well, I would prefer to wait till she gets home to hear your side of things." So she wanted to talk to me alone before asking me something else. Well, that was kind of weird. After hanging up the phone, Mrs. Taylor walked back into the kitchen and said, "Let's head out and grab some lunch." "Okay, sure. I'll meet you at the cafe near my apartment," I said. As I headed towards the door, she grabbed my arm and pulled me towards her and kissed me on the cheek. "Thank you very much. You don't understand how grateful I am." I didn't have time to respond. I was worried Mandy might catch us after her shower upstairs. I'd been staring outside waiting for Mrs. Taylor since she said goodbye. So now I'm heading to the cafe to pick up a sandwich and some chips. After I paid the bill, I walked over to the cash register. The guy looked familiar, but I couldn't seem to remember his name. His girlfriend and her son came over and he introduced himself. "Hello, Mom. My name is Ryan. My girlfriend is Samantha. You must be the straight male lesbian by the name of Sean. It's Catalin now. And can you make this snappy? I'm having an affair." They sat down at the table. She gave her drink to Samantha and ordered another one, and when she came back I said, "Sorry, but I have to go do something real quick. I'll be back later." Ryan and Samantha looked at me confused, and I rushed out of the cafe as fast as possible. I ran into the bathroom and locked the door before falling to the ground in tears. "I'm so sorry I didn't recognize him sooner. I shouldn't have run. I'm supposed to be strong." When I finally calmed down, I washed my face and cleaned my eyes and nose with tissue and walked back out the door, still a bit dizzy but feeling more stable. I took a couple deep breaths trying to get my thoughts together. I can do this. They are only going to stay here for a while. I need to try and convince my parents to let them stay with us until they decide to move on from here. Then I can get back to seducing Mrs. Taylor. She has the best taste in ankle straps. I waited till I was out of the building until I realized that I hadn't eaten anything either, so I decided to head over to McDonald's to buy something to eat. On the way there I called Mandy, telling her that my editor wanted to meet with me and to tell me he had some weird news about my last book about the schoolgirl who raped her schoolmates. He was to meet me at McDonald's for beer and chips. I did this so she wouldn't become suspicious. I hung up and continued walking. When I arrived there and found Mrs. Taylor, she was sitting at a booth alone with a soda in her hands. When she saw me coming up, she stood up and greeted me. "Hey there." I smiled and nodded at her greeting me. "Where is everyone?" Mrs. Taylor pointed behind me. She wasn't expecting me to follow her, so I turned around to look. My father was standing right behind me. "You're just in time. I've been waiting for you." He smiled at me and held my hand as we moved further into the restaurant. "Why don't you guys take a seat and we'll order? We're eating dinner together anyway, so I figured we might as well enjoy it." As we sat down in a quiet corner of the room, he said, "So Mandy tells me that you're having doubts. Is this true? Have you given the matter more thought than you're letting on? Because even though we want you to be happy, we don't want you being unhappy either." He leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone. "We can do a lot to change that." He paused for a moment and looked directly at me, and continued, "All you have to do is trust in God and ask for His blessings." The waitress approached the table to take our orders. She didn't say anything. She just handed me a menu before giving my dad the same treatment. Then she took my order and left. After the waitress left, my dad said, "Do you have any questions? How should I respond? Should I tell him everything I feel? That I was having an affair with Mrs. Taylor, who was sitting right in front of both of us? Or should I keep silent and hope that he doesn't make it worse? Or should I pretend everything is fine and act as normal as possible for Mandy? Maybe it wouldn't hurt to tell him some of it at least." Before I could speak again, Mrs. Taylor cut in with, "I think you should start slow, Daddy. Oh, tell Peter boy what happened." She seemed excited about whatever news my father was about to break. The waitress returned to the table and placed my food in front of me. As she picked up my water glass, I felt like I was going to vomit. There were 3 slices of pizza, 6 burgers, and 4 fries all laid out in front of me. It smelled delicious, but my stomach was twisting itself in 2 knots. The last time I ate was breakfast, and the smell made me want to gag so badly I could barely swallow at all. My mouth began to salivate as the smell of the food hit my nostrils. I knew that I would never make it through half of this without puking, and I really didn't think that was a very smart plan. If I threw up, I wouldn't have stood a chance against my parents, who both have sharp eyes and could easily spot the obvious signs of an affair and nausea. I needed some sort of cover-up. But the fact that my parents are lawyers didn't give me many options to come up with one. I needed something that could make them believe that I ate something bad, and fast. Then I could leave. run back to Mandy and pretend nothing ever happened between me and Mrs. Taylor. While I was mentally freaking out and looking around for something that could work, I heard Mrs. Taylor say, "You look pale. Are you all right?" I forced a smile and replied, "Yay, I'm just not very hungry. I guess I should go toss my cookies somewhere else." No, I insist that you finish all your food. I am sure that we will find the answers within ourselves," my dad chirped. "I just wanted you to know that me and the lovely Mrs. Taylor are having an affair. We wanted to share our joy and also warned you not to tell Mom. She might get upset." Mrs. Taylor and Dad watching my mom enter the restaurant. She looked at my dad, who nodded his head encouragingly, and I swallowed nervously and put my burger into my mouth. As I chewed, I tried to ignore my churning stomach and swallow as quickly as I possibly could. Thankfully, after about 5 minutes, my mother appeared from the streets and sat down next to me. Her eyes widened when she caught sight of my plate. "Darling, where on earth is your lunch? You can't starve yourself now, especially not after what happened last weekend with Mandy's parents. You need to eat some fruit salad, perhaps some chicken noodle soup." I was so relieved. I was about to blow my wonderful relationship with the sadistic goth girl of my dreams and spend an afternoon of senseless, fleeting sex with my dad's mistress. The song "Pick Me in the Hall" by Jethro Tull was running through my mind. I began to tap my feet. I could see my dad rolling his eyes beside my mother. He clearly disapproved. Before I could reply, she said, "If I find you haven't taken care of yourself, I'm taking you to the doctor and insisting they give you an MRI scan." I swallowed my food and replied, "Mom, I'm sure I'm fine, and besides, that would only take hours." She sighed heavily and turned to my father. "Please make sure that he follows my instructions, and no arguments." She got up from the table and left, leaving my father to scowl at me. That must have gone well. At least I hoped so. "Are you okay, baby girl?" my father asked with concern. "Oh my God, I'm going to hell. How am I supposed to deal with my parents, their disapproval and constant questions, and their ability to ignore all the terrible things they do themselves? They will never let me live it down. And what about Mandy? Will she ever forgive me for keeping this from her? And what about your sis Boomba?" questioned my dad, breaking my reverie. "What about her? Both her and Mr. Sister. They miss your Christmas cards, son." Mrs. Taylor looked like she was going to puke now. "Dad, they both hate my guts. They don't want to hear from me and I don't want to hear from them. It's simple and it's easier this way. Now I got to go. Me and Mandy have things to do. I bought an expensive wrestling mat and they want to beat me up again, and I never let them down. I never miss an opportunity. I know they don't mean it. It's just a game. But a guy can dream, can't I? I'd love to die famous and not in obscurity like Howard Hughes. And you know something? Sometimes when things aren't fun and it gets too hard to take care of myself, I need my friends to remind me I'm human and that I can fall apart every once in a while." Mrs. Taylor looked down at her half-vomited burger. I could tell her feelings were hurt. "And when that happens," I continued, ignoring the whore, "they are always there to remind me that they love me." I had to leave before the waiter brought our drinks to the table. I grabbed my drink, stood up and said goodbye to my dad and his mistress, my almost mistress. Once I was back outside, I looked around and decided to get some fresh air before starting home. It's a good thing I did, because right as I stepped outside I heard someone yell my name. Turning around, I saw Mandy running up to me. She had on the sexiest negligee, right there on Mulberry Street. Her arms wrapped themselves around my waist and she rested her head on my shoulder. "How are you feeling?" I could smell the sweat coming off of her body and I could taste salt from her tears. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her closer to me, and kissed the top of her head. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Thank you for worrying about me." She pulled away, wiped her eyes and looked up at me with tears in her eyes, saying, "Sorry I ruined everything with my parents earlier." She sighed. What my dad said was completely out of line. "Mandy, stop it. Most parents would freak out if their future daughter-in-law was into dressing up mannequins that looked like famous celebrities." I shook my head and gave her a soft smile. "Don't apologize for them. They know I'm strange. I understand that they want to protect you from my past, but I don't blame either of them. They love you and they are just trying to look out for me. Don't forget that." She nodded her head and sniffled. "But I really appreciate everything you did to help." "Don't. I just stopped myself from having an affair on you," I laughed. "Well, come on. Let's grab a movie." After we saw the movie Lilo and Stitch for the 12th time, we walked into our huge driveway and I realized I hadn't even considered telling Mandy in detail. The way I treated her just before the movie was beyond cruel and immature. I knew she'd probably be hurt by it. I also realized that I shouldn't tell her about it until we had been talking for longer. So, although I would have liked to tell her the next morning, I decided to wait until we went out for another movie. We saw Kramer vs. Kramer. I was so upset by it, I decided then and there to tell her, "There's this lady, see, and she's very tall and psychotic, see, she has the best legs in the world, see, besides yours, I mean, see." Anyways, when I got finished, a sense of relief washed over me, just to be able to tell her how I almost blew it yet resisted temptation because my father did it for me. I was expecting Mandy to kiss or hug me with thanks, but instead she just reached for her cell phone. "Heather, it's me, Mand. Yeah, listen, have Judith, Petra, Aurora, Rachel, Victoria, Roxanne, Barbarella, Ashley, Buffy, Georgia, Brittany, Chanel, Skylar, Amber, Mindy, Delissa Cooper, Josie and Gertrude meet me at my place tonight, say midnight-ish. MK, good, kisses. What was that all about?" I chuckled. "We're going to see," she said with a wry but angry smile. "We're going to see chapter 89. I couldn't have been more mistaken or excited for what was about to happen to me in the next few short hours. Catalan, the night is world changed just after 12 a.m. Polaroids by Mandy. At first there were just 4 of Mandy's friends who showed up about 5 minutes to midnight. Oh, I not only could handle this, I thought, this was going to be exciting. "I love you so much, Mans," I said to Mandy, who was getting the Judas cross out of the basement. "Georgia, Petra, Rachel and Gertrude, we weren't playing patty cake anymore." Mandy left the room and Georgia, Gertrude, Rachel and Petra walked into the kitchen and sat, crossed their legs and grinned at me. They were all dressed in their tights, petticoats and boots as usual. "Hi, Catalan," said Gertrude. "Remember me?" Of course I did. She was the only one who scared the living caca out of me. She once threatened to castrate me just because I said I liked her kneecaps one day, and in front of Mandy, too. When Mandy returned, I couldn't believe what she was wearing, or what was wearing her. She had the tightest corset on, it must have been, or some steel tubing, I don't know. She made her makeup look like a death skull, and everything below her waist was knots, ropes, leather and heels. She was wearing some kind of torture device. I'd never seen her this goth, this creative, this devilish, this frightening, before. Did I love it? I wasn't sure. Hi, Mom, are you crocheting tonight? Shut up, Worm. Come to the basement, Worm. The others are already waiting, said Petra menacingly. Prepare to die, Worm boy, said Rachel with a throaty throat. Come but don't come, said Georgia. And I brought my scissors, Worm, whispered Gertrude into my left eye socket in her best Russian accent. That damn secret entrance for our fire escapes. I knew that might bite me and the keys to one fine day, for there in the basement were the other 16 women, some sitting, some standing, some throwing darts, and 2 were playing billiards. One other was drawing cartoons, I think, some Mickey and Minnie Mouse scenes. Kind of cute actually. I think she thought torturing me was a dumb idea. They looked like trapdoor spiders waiting for their prey. Judy, Joanne, Victoria, Roxanne, Aurora, Barbarella, Buffy, Ashley, Brittany, Chanel, Skylar, Amber, Mindy, Delissa Cooper and Josie in her pussycat t-shirt. Where's Sarah? I asked Mandy. Sarah became a Mormon. All of them were in various attire from long leather boots, executioner masks, black tights of course, and I think Skylar was wearing a Jasmine costume from Aladdin chapter 90. Everyone has a cross to bear. This was ours. Mandy loved to also torment, at least mentally, our Christian friends on Facebook. When her Seventh-day Adventist friend Cross Ross put a picture of a cross on his page with the words, "I bet no one else will post a cross on their page," Mandy responded by posting the above picture. Now it's one thing to be totally wrapped up in a sexual fantasy. I mean, fantasies are just that, fantasies. You can fantasize about being crucified to a cross by an Amazon woman who's 10 feet tall and you've been shrunken down to maybe the size of a ruler. Blood can be pouring out of your hands and your feet, but that doesn't mean you really want to feel the pain, truly be crucified. You just want to look into that Amazon's eyes and see how she's getting excited by your helplessness and regression to a blubbering baby again. and that may not be everybody's cup of tea, but it was always mine ever since confirmation classes and I realized I was a male lesbian with submissive tendencies, a male lesbian with sadomasochism tendencies where humiliation was paramount. In private, of course, I also realized when I was confirmed and drank my first communion and nibbled on my first wafer that I was almost a transvestite man. My sisters thought that cross-dressing universe, but I never got there, and I often regretted it. That crowd really knows how to party, but I was learning to be okay being a simple male lesbian who jacked off in two women's knee-highs on occasion, so I had no shame in admitting it to anyone who asked and I just went about my day as usual. Well, for me there was no shame, at least. For those watching me from the sidelines, there wasn't much else to explain, except the whole I have a sadomasochism side thing, but that wasn't exactly what happened at first. There was a reason people would assume why I had this fetish. My sister, Chiazumi, had found this out when we were both 12. She didn't know anything about gender or sexuality or even why Dick Van Dyke wasn't a dyke and Mary Tyler Moore slept in a separate bed on the Dick Van Dyke-Mary Tyler Moore shows. Me at age 12 trying hard not to show my arousal when the girl bullies picked on me for wearing dumb shirts. She'd never had to deal with this stuff before and I guess for her it wasn't that important, so I decided to tell her. We talked a lot during that time and I told her everything from when I was in middle school, to even now, all the way to my current orientation as a lesbian trapped in a male body. She took it well. No, Chiazumi is a very empathetic person, unlike most girls in our generation I think. And once we got to talking about sex she started making some pretty wild predictions about the guy I might end up with. It was something to do with him actually having a penis, a vagina, or whatever. One of those two, something like that I think. I haven't seen that movie, but I don't want to take any chances either. One thing I've learned about sisters, it's a given, even an understanding, even a sister like Chiazumi can lose interest in your problems after a while. Especially when she turned out to be a female lesbian herself. But here I was in the basement of my Aunt Mandy's house with 20 gorgeous sadistic slightly cicada-like, psychotically insect-like, quite a bit psychotic mind you, women who wanted to see me tortured if not killed before sunup. They were all besties with my soon-to-be wife Mandy, and they were just as pissed as she was with my attempted affair which my dad saved me from in his gracious and ingenious manner. I still worry about my mother of course, but she's so on another planet it probably doesn't really matter. Anyway, back to the situation I was handed. I was laying on my stomach on a yoga mat with my face buried in said mat. I could barely see where my one good foot was supposed to go. I kept chanting and repeating the mantra to myself until one of the women came over, one with long curly black hair and glasses. I thought she looked kinda cute, kinda sexy actually. The librarian about to reprimand you for screaming obscenities in the library type. The other two weren't half bad either. They were wearing tank tops showing their torsos, which is a good enough reason to look away for a minute, right? Which I did, but it wasn't until I felt something warm running down my cheek when I snapped back to reality. I saw all 5 women laughing at my misery. One of them grabbed something off of my bedside table and ran back downstairs. In the meantime, the librarian type shoved a bowl of bones and animal skulls into my hands. Here, beg for penance to these while we wait for Josie to return, she said. I looked at the smelly bowl and simply said, I'm sorry. That seemed to satisfy her and she took the bowl away, handing it to Mandy who set it down beside my basement bed for later. She walked back to me with a bottle of water. She put her finger to the tip of my nose and brought the bottle to my mouth before pulling it away. I took it slowly as she allowed. I opened my mouth wide. It was cold, the liquid dripping down my chin and onto my neck. I licked my lips. I closed my eyes and gulped it down. Once it was gone I wiped it across my chin. Another round of giggling followed. They were definitely enjoying themselves. They were all holding back smiles. This was probably my favorite part. Humiliation, embarrassment, gorgeous women laughing at my expense, gorgeous women derailing my career, gorgeous dominant, towel, leggy, beautiful women who knew how to get dressed properly humiliating me beyond most people's conception of belief. It was always my favorite part, until I lost a job, of course, or when my health deteriorated, but that was neither here nor there. I was in the pink of my Amazon Prime when I started dating Mandy and she knew it, too. She knew I could probably last a week with this kind of torture. I mean, they really don't crucify people these days, do they? I thought to myself. Again, I digress. To make matters worse or better, depending on your perspective, all 20 of these women were dressed to the nines, and when I say nines I mean really ones or twos, because they showed a lot of skin. I could see their navels, I could see their ankles, but most importantly I could see all of them wore some kind of hosiery that drove me crazy. Nylons, stockings, thigh-highs, tights, pantyhose, you name it. They had patterns, roses, skulls, stripes, polka dots, you name it, colors, vibrant dragonfly greens, fluorescent reds, crimson cadmiums, dark Cleveland browns and blacks, taupes, all 12 taupe shades. Only one of them wore knee-highs, but the rest on her slender body was all leather, so that was okay, I guess. No, I take that back, it was pretty darn cool. Mandy saw me staring at all of them, and she was probably thinking that I would have had affairs with them like I was trying with Mrs. Taylor. But no, if she only realized the fling that didn't get flung didn't fluctuate. It was a whim. It was a weak moment. Mrs. Taylor just had these incredibly nice chiseled kneecaps. That was it. I bet the pantyhose she was wearing was purchased at Walmart, for Christ's sake. But no, Mandy would hear none of it. She was hell-bent on torturing me even if it killed me, and I was going to take it even if it killed her, metaphorically speaking. Of course, she held all the cards. She had more friends than I did, and they were all taller than me, meaner than me, more gothic than me. They had more tattoos than me. They had more efficacious ways to read my mind, and I suppose that's what hurt the most. They knew I didn't want to leave the basement, and they knew it could and probably would kill me. A photo of Barbarella getting the back part of the Catherine wheel ready, chapter 91. Now, just in case the reader wonders whether or not these women were serious, let me just tell you what they managed to pull into the basement during those few short hours I wasn't home. They had a pair of anguish spears, a tongue tierer, thumb screws, something they called the hook, a chappy chopper, of course the rack, and a knee splitter. They also had for our pretty big basement the chair of torture, the brazen bull, something called the dunking. I knew what that was all about from my mom, and lots of almost drowning stuff from the George W. Bush days. I suppose the boiling room exposure and rat torture were my favorites to be fearful of. Yep, they had a couple of cages full of rats and lots of peanut butter on hand. I could only imagine where they were going to put that peanut butter. The most brutal torture device was of course the guillotine, but that would have ended all their fun right away. There was the heretic's fork and the Iron Maiden. That was one I feared the most. I possessed a hatred for their music. Paul Not Nauman at the Arctic Seminary played that shit all the time. Then there was the Silicon Bowl and something they simply called the Dub, which I think had something to do with the drowning stuff again. Yeah, Gertrude, that Russian bitch, was really into drowning me. What a torture! I think the most painful one, of course, was the wooden horse, also known as the Spanish donkey, or wooden pony. It was the most painful medieval torture tool ever devised in history, and they had one down there for me, imported from Spain. It was a triangular wooden device with an angled hurt shape, and yes, it hurt like hell. But I digress. The Spanish donkey was a wooden horse, but unlike the kind your Uncle Ned might have in his workshop, it would inflict pain by using the victim's own weight by keeping the legs open, tied with ropes from above while lowering down onto the subject. I survived it, and Aurora wasn't happy about that since she loved anything equine related. The Spanish tickler, I believe, was one of Petra's favorites. It was a torture device so sharp and cleverly designed that bones and flesh would not get in its way. Now the cat's paw was a three-pronged device that shredded through human flesh, but the Spanish tickler was a four-pronged device very similar to the cat's paw. These sexy demonesses had both, but they preferred the Spanish tickler by the end of the night. I was a shredded mess by sunup. When they said we're going to beat you, Catalan, to a bloody pulp, they weren't kidding. Jack, a Mr. Sister flashback. It wasn't fun once I started feeling more pain and less arousal. That's just the way sex is, isn't it? Expectations. Divorce in the end. Even sexy sadistic faces meant nothing when I was screaming in pain. And all this for Mrs. Taylor's kneecaps that I never was able to even rub against. You could call this mental torture, I suppose. But Mandy had other things lined up for my punitive solutions as well. Isolation, debilitation from food and water, sleep deprivation already planned for me for the coming weeks. Sensory deprivation was probably also planned, but she never got that far because we started making up a few weeks later. pudding and so on was some of that not kind of sexy stuff, and actually I kind of wished it would have gone that far, but making up is hard to do sometimes. It also can save you a lot of bruises and scar tissue later on. The next day, of course, was sensory assault exposure to loud music and sounds, and this torture was triplicated when the music they chose was the Backstreet Boys. Please, please, I shouted, Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys. Not the Backstreet Boys, but they countered, let us choose the boys, you stupid faggot. Their idea, and probably mine, too, of the Backstreet Boys. There continued to be long periods of exposure to bright lights, and yet the Viking torture was one of Rachel's favorites. I won't even go there since I have Viking blood in my non-Johnny Depp, non-Disney Empire veins. Note, I don't wish to besmirch their name, my Norse kins, to be clear. Fuck Disney. The German brethren in the Arctic Lutheran Seminary indoctrination programs, who used to spill Norwegian jokes, would not approve. Fuck them, too. Me mansplaining my Viking roots to the goth feminists, even though I approved of their feminism more than my own masculinism. E equals elephant in the room, in case you're numb. Then one eventful evening when I was being dragged to the door after I was beaten senseless, I guess you could say I was sure as fuck passed out. I must have, because I awoke to find myself tied to a metal frame with an iron bar across, and this is where the back cover became so important to my sexual soul. I loved them all. The evil, the bullies, the Jezebel spirit, as Mr. Sister would have named them, as long as they had vaginas and not penises. I adored them, even if they wanted to hurt me. Unlike the church, when these goth girls treated me like shit, it was revivifying. By the way, that's me in the center, obscured by their fists of passion, and their ball-busting kickers. Each of my hands and my wrists were bound to the post. I tried thrashing around, but to no avail. The pole was firmly fixed to the ground and I was unable to move anywhere without breaking something. So I simply stood there, Mr. Pegleg, wondering if my life would come to an abrupt end when I heard footsteps approaching me. I could feel someone sit down on the ground next to me. I was hoping this was a nightmare and that it would turn out to be just some dream, but I realized after about 30 seconds of silence that I was not dreaming, and the person sitting next to me was also in fact real. So I couldn't help myself. I turned around and asked, "And who are you?" "My name is Yona. My family owns the house next door to yours," she said with a smile that made it obvious her whole body was shaking with amusement. "And as much as I would like you to know my name, it's not my place, it's my name. You'll find out soon enough anyways. What I can't figure out, however, is why you wouldn't ask me. After all, I'm your new neighbor. I have lived here for the last 6 months now." Yona was very pretty and kind of my type, so I immediately felt this was a setup by Mandy to see if I would cheat again. I think Mandy figured if I cheated on her right in front of her and her 20 girlfriends, then I deserved to die. But I was smart. I just told her that if she ever needed her lawn mowed, I could do it for like $5 an hour. I glanced over and saw Mandy frown. She wouldn't get me that easy. "I can cook Mexican cuisine like a gourmet cook," Yona added. That was it. "Mandy, have your girlfriends peel every milli whatever from my penis." This new neighbor was good as gold. Mandy, to her credit, ignored her Catholic friends. Give us Barabbas chapter 92. Then Josie, I always equated her with the Saturday morning cartoon with the Pussycats, but it never made enough sense to either of us. Pulled out something called the Heretic's Fork. The Heretic's Fork is kind of like Satan's one-step method to a better posture, as a sharpened fork is planted beneath your chin, stabbing your jaws any time you lower your head. I'm sure it would have resulted in many misunderstandings. "Are you looking down your nose at me?" Mandy would say and laugh as she fondled the fork. "No, just being tortured for being a heretic," I answered meekly. But I wasn't a heretic. My parents were. My sisters were, as were my brothers. Anyone who claimed they loved Jesus but condemned even assholes like trauma-ridden Hitler to eternal hell was. I wasn't even an adulterer. I was an almost adulterer, and I didn't even get to touch those miraculous kneecaps, for Christ's land or lake's sakes. The next thing Josie started with was the Jonah and the whale. Now, I didn't grow up Catholic, but I knew a religious torture device if I ever heard one. "Put me inside a fish, no matter the size," I bellowed, "and you'll witness a suicide that would make even Vincent van Gogh accede." I grew up Lutheran, but Mandy grew up Catholic like a lot of goth girls did, and they had this doohickey thing where priests used to sprinkle little drops of holy water on the crowds during certain masses. It's basically the same idea, only here molten hot metal is used in place of refreshing blessed water. Gertrude, the Russian who should have been born German, was in charge now in our backyard, and mainly she saw to it the piping hot liquid would be dripped on my eyes, but Mandy wanted me to see everything that was happening to me. She was still hoping I would get aroused, and besides, the lead sprinkler almost always ended in certain death, yet she wanted me to be alive to see if I would apologize eventually. The outsider woman they named Alyssa Cooper, architectural signs Cohen, who used to work for Warner Brothers and also a funky sign shop in the Valley, was the strangest one from the bunch of Mandy's entourage, who understandably and primarily liked the Scold's Bridle. It was sometimes referred to as Brank's Bridle or A Little Princess. This device relied heavily on public shaming, and it was used primarily on women, but since they all knew I had a lot of women's names, they thought it might work for me. Aside from having to wear a heavy iron mask on my face, the device was outfitted with a spike bridle that dug into my tongue, and any time I tried to speak it would just inhibit me again. I would never pitch another idea to Hollywood because of Alyssa, since it was commonly used on women who were considered to be gossips, and I wasn't a gossip. They were able to improvise, as I was known as an almost adulterer. Barbarella was probably the worst of Mandy's friends. She was big and muscular, and although I usually went for the Winona Ryder types, sexy as Satin Satan herself, she was easily able to get me into a hanging cage just before the sun rose again. The hanging cage was designed to be too small for your frame, so you either had to crouch inside into backbreak and yoga-esque poses, or if you were lucky, you'd be strung up unable to stretch your legs over the ground. In any case, most unlucky souls trapped in the hanging cage would die of thirst, exposure or starvation. Even Mandy couldn't stop Barbarella's fake empathy, and she let me out before any of that happened. Now I'm going to get to the Iron Maiden, which is something that Buffy was heavily, almost obsessively into. Most of you know what an Iron Maiden is, but in case you don't, it was a self-righteous 80s metal group and I never liked them. But Mandy did, and so she started playing that in the basement right after the Avery Backstreet Christmas CD everyone, including Barbarella, was getting sick of. The girls put me into a prenup iron mask before squeezing me into the Iron Maiden. This was to protect my non-iron eyes. The Iron Maiden was an intense torture device that impaled victims while also enclosing them in an iron coffin. It reminded me so much of my brother Bucktooth and I cuddling together in our coffin bed when we were little, back in the nice family days. It's not a very nice way to spend a Sunday afternoon, and some may argue that the Iron Maiden is fictional, but let me tell you it's not. Buffy can tell you it's not. Barbarella will tell you it's not. All these holes in my skin can tell you it's not. Enough of that. Want to know what the anguish pear is? Unlike regular pears, that awful fruit that feels like you're eating sand, the aptly named pear of anguish was designed to go into an orifice, and not just any orifice, mind you. I mean any orifice. And then it expands painfully. It would inevitably cause momentous problems, so you could probably assume death was inevitable. But once again Barbarella inevitably came to my rescue. It didn't seem Mandy could give a shit, but at this point, I was beyond Mandy. I was beyond our engagement or the hopes of children together. The rack was something Mindy liked. Mindy, not Mandy. It consisted of a table fitted with straps for all four limbs, which were systematically pulled in opposite directions in order to literally stretch the victim until the body gives out. I thought I could handle it until I heard some of my bones popping, but at only 5 feet 11, I thought one nice outcome of this was it could make me taller when this was all over. Maybe I could make a movie something like Space Jam if I was lucky enough, or garner very tall Sarah's love from TikTok. There was this album in the 80s by David Byrne called The Catherine Wheel, or maybe it was just David Byrne with some others, I dunno. But sure enough, these deliciously evil women had one down in our basement. It was big and it was round and it was a wheel. With this device, the torture in question would have my limbs tied to the spokes of the giant wheel, which would rotate until my bones broke. Then one of these lovely vixen bystanders would bludgeon me with an iron mallet. If a merciful death was ordered from Mandy, the executioner would put me out of my misery. But if not, the wheel would be placed up into the air, which it was, since I'm still alive to tell you this story, so that me, the barely living victim, could have my severed limbs eaten by birds or the rats. And I hate to say it, it wasn't Mandy but once again Barbarella who never let it get that far. Okay, now, if you've read this far, you're probably going to be able to stomach the next part. Ahem. It wasn't a crucifixion. It wasn't the saw. It wasn't American Horror Story. It wasn't the Spanish Donkey or the Brazen Bull. It wasn't even the Judas Cradle. Ahem. It was being hanged, drawn and quartered. It's weird. I always thought if they did that to Jesus that would have really taken the cake. Not that he was lucky being whipped and crucified and all, but imagine being hanged, drawn and quartered. Barbarella and even Mandy didn't allow it to go to the end phases, but let me tell you what they started to do to me. I was dragged, or drawn, through the backyard on a galloping horse going in circles until Mandy ordered the horse to stop and say, "Now it's time for your execution, Caitlin." It was torture enough calling me Caitlin with a C. Then I was hanged, just enough to be very uncomfortable but not dead. They threatened to further torture me, disembowel me and behead me, which of course never happened except the torture part, and then they threatened to cut me into 4 different pieces or quartered. I think it's probably an extreme right-wing Republican who invented this one, maybe McDonald's with their quartered pounders. I suppose you might be wondering, if you're an animal lover like I am, what happened to those rats in the cages? Chanel, a gorgeous blonde with legs that would have made Rod Stewart blush, brought the box of rats over to me and she said, "Now Peter, I mean Caitlin, this is known as the Angry Rat Box. I've been starving some already ill-tempered rats and I'm going to place them inside of this other cage which will be strapped to your abdomen. Then I'm going to pull out the bottom and the rest, Peter, you can probably imagine, but you probably won't, if you know what's good for you." Yes, if I ever doubted the sanity of these women I probably did at that moment. My abdomen sure enough was pretty much eaten up. I had broken bones, my neck was sore and my ears were bleeding from the horrible boy band music that kept playing. They even brought in some disgusting New Kids on the Block. Help! Their gyrations to the music made the physical torture mentally unbearable. Mandy's cruel girlfriends gyrating to the New Kids on the Block. It was just so painful, and even a break with some television wouldn't have helped. Mandy walked over to me, clicking in her high-heel boots like she knew would drive me crazy. She bent over as the last rat was picked up and placed into the cage where they told me, thank God, they were all going to go to a non-kill shelter. "How you doing, bucko?" she asked me. I said, "Not so good. You ever going to cheat on me again?" "I don't think so, probably not, unless I get so horny." She slapped me hard and that was enough to get an erection. Mandy placed her hand on my stiff member and squeezed gently and told me to relax. It hurt, since it had been peeled with a potato peeler prior. It hurt badly and I felt like I was about to pee in my pants and I wanted to throw up, but I held myself together for the sake of these women. And then she removed her hands and said, "Oh well, it can't be helped, I guess. I'm sorry, kiddo. The other things she did to me were so much worse than anything that I ever went through, but it couldn't be helped." She looked so sad, and so I tried to reassure her with an innocent grin as the tears leaked out of my eyes as my nose was clogged with blood, which I guess must have been the blood dripping from my ears because I didn't hear a thing. Mandy mocked me, turning my sick mind on even more. When she then went over and sat beside me, she just rubbed my back with her cool hand and held me tight, and I thought I must be going crazy. I felt someone brush against my one good only leg and looked down. There was Barbarella holding a white plastic bag with a straw sticking out of it. It included a Happy Meal in the bag, and that made me happier, though not much. Barbarella left again and Mandy just stayed with me till the day I metaphorically died as any sort of Peter with any sort of Peter. She gave me a gift to take with me into the afterlife, the after Mandy life. It was a wooden doll of her with a toy knife. It had a Friends TV show vibe to it. I took it with me to see Buffy when she was first incarcerated for cutting something special, something I held dear to me, off of me, in the women's prison. She hugged it tightly. Buffy didn't say much, but she smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile though, but it certainly meant a lot to me. It wasn't until I returned home and opened the bag that I noticed the doll hadn't moved at all, and when I looked closer I realized it had a hole in the middle of its forehead like it was missing some vital brain organ, and when I checked under its ass I realized that its vagina was completely flat. Barbarella anticipated my shock and must have given me some sort of anesthetic to calm my nerves as I felt like I was going to vomit. The only reason why I'm going to finish this account is I'd been looking forward to writing since the day my mother said I was stupid for believing in evolution. So please do bear in mind I'm not making this up. Caitlin Catalan, diary entry, and that was the year 2041. Close to the second bladder in a movie when Sean Young got screwed over big time. The crowd at the prison around Buffy fell silent as she finished talking. So I'm gonna state a few more facts, then ask a few questions, and if anyone doesn't answer or can't, they should leave right now and never try this with me again. Back to your cells. Buffy looked around at the audience. She had seen many faces throughout the years. No one left the auditorium. My wife Peter was special. Catal and Caitlin Peter after my fiancée Mandy and her friends were through with me. I must have aged at least 6 months. See Chapter 93. The Buffy months. My oldest sister Bertha Butterbum laughed at all of those rodents in the house. She enjoyed laughing at everybody, especially us kids, but sometimes she laughed at Mom and Dad the worst until many years later when she married a millionaire. I think she was preparing for that. I remember sitting in a jacuzzi of this with Dad and asking Dad some dating advice. Dad's eyes were glazed over and said nothing until Bertha's husband came out with more alcohol. Meanwhile, Dad had been quite busy and he had made something of himself or for himself with a new hobby. He had just bought 200 chinchillas and placed them into our basement. His idea was to make fur coats out of them and make $1 million or so for us. To offset this and to try to make the kids feel a little less guilty about him killing all these cute little rodents, Mom bought for us 4 guinea pigs she kept inside the refrigerator. My younger brother Turd would upset watching Dad put a live chihuahua inside our basement freezer. Yeah, we experienced traumas, our individual PTSDs requiring Cs. Some of us turned into doormats while others boots with cleats. See, I can remember asking my mom why she never spoke up when Mr. Sister screamed at me in her car that one day, because at that age my mom was getting pretty old and I thought it was pretty bad for her heart. My mom looked at me and said, "What car? What screaming? And who is this Mr. Sister? Is that some new rock group?" That's when I knew it was pointless to even utter a word anymore. I didn't tell her any more details about the Twisted Sister, but then later on she told me to be more careful when talking about this sort of stuff because it could hurt people's feelings. Me, about age 12, trying to assimilate our family photo albums, and maybe you might think that that kind of thing doesn't bother people as much these days because it doesn't. But it does, because I don't care that it bothers people who are older than us, because we're supposed to be adults, grown-ups. And yet I guess some things don't change and I am still not an adult myself, despite growing up faster than everyone else around me. Maybe that means something different today in the world we live in, but still it doesn't mean less for me to care how someone feels about my mom being deaf to the real world. My mom has always been there for me. She never let me get into fights or do anything like my brother did, and she made me feel safe. Never once did she force me to eat a can of rat poison, and never did she encourage anyone at church potlucks to kick me in the balls, and I would never, ever want her to feel afraid or uncomfortable or scared just because she got the wrong pronouns or because of my words. It's so stupid, but if she gets upset now and doesn't talk to me after I say something dumb like that again, I'm going to have to make everything up to her somehow. That's my new plan, the dream. So here we are now sitting in front of the house where I grew up. It's 3 stories high, 150 years old, an old Victorian. We'll go inside. I'm just saying hi to our old neighbors, but when we do get inside my mother starts looking around with interest and I'm wondering what exactly she's thinking. I look around too because sometimes I just stare at things without really registering they exist, and I wonder what it looks like from my perspective. I've seen pictures of it but it's different every time. Then my mom lets out a gasp, her hand flying over her mouth, which isn't surprising seeing as she just walked into our home, and I follow her gaze down to see something in the living room that makes my heart jump up my throat, and also surprises me because I'd expected this, but then again I suppose it's no surprise considering that all of my childhood memories of this place were ones I thought would never come back to haunt me. She walks slowly towards the doorway, taking in the sight before her, and I follow along behind, feeling the blood rush through my head as I try not to look at the couch or the old black and white TV. I focus on the floor, trying to keep from stepping on any debris and failing miserably. If only I had worn shoes. My dad is sitting on the ground, his eyes red-rimmed as he stares at the coffee table. I'm asking my dad if he'd ever heard that song by Harry Chapman, Cats in the Cradle. He says, yes, I like to listen to it all the time. Dad's felt sorry for himself ever since Grandpa Hummer always ignored him. It was then that my dad told me that the person I knew as the Reverend Hummer who tried to get me to join the church again, really wasn't alive. He was an angel animatronic. Dad's dad really died when my dad was only about 12 years old, and so my dad would talk about him wistfully from time to time as if he was still alive. which was easy with the robot around a lot of times. I always wondered why he ignored Reverend Hummer whenever he came over to give us private communion. So that's why the Harry Chapin song made sense to my dad, more sense to him than it did to me, because I thought we still had some time left. I grew up just like him. Sis Boomba, Dad, Mr. Sister, me and Mom circa 1960. Mom didn't seem to care because all she could do was talk to the girls all the time and ignore all the boys. It's why the boys all became damnable reprobates and all the girls became queens with lots of children and princesses and princes. And I was always Peter or Caitlin or Sean or Babijirl and then my new name which I gave myself in my final abode. Then I woke up. I was back at the table with Mandy and Barbarella about to cut my willy off, when the circus was all over and they decided I had had enough torture. I realized I was full of cuts and bruises and all kinds of nasty things from the horrible yet somehow exciting event in the basement and yard. Mandy and I sat at our little breakfast nook, the one we called the Nookie Nook. I looked at her and I said, "Are you satisfied now? I almost had an affair but I didn't, so are you satisfied?" She said, "I think so. How do you feel?" "Kind of hurt, but I guess I deserved it." She said, "That's what I thought." A moment later Barbarella walked into the room and grabbed me by, placing her large biceps around my throat. Mandy walked around the breakfast nook table and held me down as they both ripped off my clothes and Barbarella pulled out a large machete. "I thought you were the empathetic one," I said to her, looking up into her steel-wool eyes. "That was just during times when I'm on my period. It's time to pay the piper." Peter Piper. Peter Piper who picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. Now if Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? Then she cut my dick off right at the base. Peter Piper lost a pickled pecker, laughed Mandy. "What a pickle!" Peter Piper is enjoined in Barbarella as she held her Peter pickings aloft. "She sells seashells down by the seashore," I mumbled, trailing off as I passed out. I couldn't believe it. They flushed it down the toilet and rushed me to the hospital so I wouldn't die. "Now we can get married," said Mandy while I was strapped to the intensive care unit, and I said, "No, no, 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 no. Don't you know I liked my penis? I was a male lesbian and now I'm a eunuch. A unique one but a eunuch all the same. I'm a unique eunuch." "Go shut up," Mandy said in unison with the penis surgeon. Some more time passed and sure enough we broke up. I was a bit heartbroken knowing I could never have sex again, but at least I could pee, and obviously I could still poop. But then the most unusual thing happened to me. I got a call from the police. "A Buffy Kidneyston wants to talk to you." I said, "Will it cost me since it's coming from the women's penitentiary?" They said, "Of course. How do you think we pay our bills?" I was still intrigued so I said, "Sure, go ahead. How much will it cost?" "By the way, only $80. "Fine, whatever." "Caitlin, is that you?" "Yes, it's me." "Who do you think it is?" "You are the one who called me," I said, a bit irritated, still thinking about the $80 I'd have to shell out for this. "I'm in prison because all of Mandy's friends pinned me on your entire torture event. In fact, they convinced the authorities that I'm the one who castrated you." "What? Mandy convinced you?" "I mean them. You didn't cut my penis off. Barbarella did and Mandy helped her. They should be in prison, not you. You were the nice one with the thumbscrews and the waterboarding. Those bastards." I was fuming. "Oh, they are very clever girls, Buffy. Very clever girls. You've been framed, Caitlin. They are very clever girls indeed. Can you come down to the prison and talk to me through a glass window, like they do on television detective shows?" "Sure. Can I get my $80 back?" "There, you think we both got a good chuckle at that one." Barbarella and Mandy flushing Catalan's penis down the commode. Chapter 94. Buffy the Eunuch Complex Slayer. I had told the cop that Barbarella was already taking custody of me so there would be no need for her to testify, and he agreed to put me on hold before returning to his station. "Well, I've got to go," said Mandy. "She'll drop me off at work and go home and try to get a hold of the others," she said as she leaned across to peck my cheek goodbye. "I'm sorry that I had to break up with you, Mandy. I really love you, but I just couldn't stay with you after you cut my trouser snake off." She told me she was sad but understood. Plus I love Barbarella more and I wanted to marry her, and it's just, I couldn't handle it anymore. "I hate you both now. There should have been other ways to handle Mrs. Taylor, in my humble opinion." "I'll miss you," Mandy said softly, and with that she kissed me on the lips, took my hand and squeezed it gently and went to leave. "I'm going to go see my mom after work," I thought as I watched her pull away. She'd been acting strange and she'd even ignored my calls, but I've been trying to help her, but I don't know if I'm doing anything right these days. I reached down to scratch my stub. When I got to the women's prison, Buffy was nowhere to be found. I tapped on all of the glass windows that were in that room. There must have been about 8 of them, and everybody who was sitting trying to talk to other inmates got pretty irritated. I know I would have. But then at last somebody on the PA intercom said her name. Buffy is having a pretend meeting with all female and male lesbian units. Please come to room 34C if you want to listen to her and her new ideas on how we should be running women's penitentiaries for real. I got all excited. Did I hear correctly? Male lesbians. I knew I was a eunuch now, but I still felt like a male lesbian, especially when I went to the bathroom. And just because you don't have a dick doesn't mean you don't have fantasies now and again. When I got to the auditorium, there she was in all her glory. I started snapping photos. She started talking about how things needed to change in society, how we treat women and how we treat male lesbians. I shouted out, "And eunuchs. I am unique and I am a eunuch, oh yes of course. And eunuchs." Buffy the social revolutionary, she kept her speech going, and all of the ladies were very supportive of her ideas, including the parole officers and the warden and all of the guards. Just as everybody was about to be let go for lunch, a burly woman guard grabbed me from behind and slapped a pair of handcuffs onto my wrists. "Here now, what is this? What's going on?" I asked. She said, "You're under arrest, Peter, or should I say, your eunuchness." It was later explained to me that Buffy had planned to have me arrested so that I could spend the next decade with her behind bars. She had it arranged so that we could be in the same cell together, which reminded me of my closet back home, but with a hot lady friend instead of fish. Dad would visit once a year and Mom usually came by with eggnog for Christmas. It was a painful reminder of how distant our entire family was and how we were not like other families. But I appreciated it, and Buffy kept telling me how lucky I was to have parents who knew how to make homemade eggnog, and at least Mom and Dad were still together. They were getting on in years. I tried not to cry when I realized this. I didn't want my tears to ruin the mascara Mom spent so much money on. "Peter Patrician, I am arresting you for first-degree murder and aggravated rape," the officer read from a piece of paper. I just stared at him and tried not to scream. "And second-degree child abuse and conspiracy," the officer continued reading. He turned and pointed to the man behind me who also had the paper, and he smiled and nodded at me and gave me a thumbs up. It wasn't the first time I had to sit through such things. I had been framed many times by many types, both male and female, mostly by my sisters and parents, but to be framed by my new girlfriend Buffy was beyond belief. I think I was going to spend a lot more than 10 years, even though she was only getting 10 or less on good behavior and revolutionary social work. But she was selfish, and you know me, I was always drawn to the narcissist types. Something about the human magnet syndrome that Ross Rosenberg always talked about, codependence, self-love deficit, bad feelings about women's undergarments. I had done my research from YouTube videos on this stuff, and look where it got me. Living in a cell with a hot girl who would leave me the first chance she got. Chapter 95. I'd done this many times before. I knew where I was headed from the very beginning, and it was all my fault. Buffy would probably say otherwise. She'd tell everyone that it was the police, that they, Mandy's friends and the inmates who were female lesbians, hadn't done enough. But it was me, and the police were only taking their punishment into their own hands, and I knew it. I was a self-sabotage expert, not to mention a self-abuser, even with just a stump for a painful reminder. She told everyone I got pregnant, that I used to hit her. She said I raped her, told anyone who would listen I forced myself on her. I told everyone that it was all her fault and I shouldn't have left when she told me to. I told everyone that I killed our baby, but of course most people had the sense to say, how could you have a baby when you only have a breath mint for a dick? I usually said, you got me there, but I remembered Mom having a fetal ultrasound sonogram of me printed out before I was born. She always said she knew I was different than other boys when she looked at it. One Christmas, I asked for a copy and she said to keep the original, that it creeped her out. Thanks, Mom. Now I can say this was my own and that I had him aborted for good reason. It was the only time I felt Mom was the sane one. But I was desperate and paranoid. I guess no one believed I raped Buffy. I was only with her after I was castrated. So in the end, I'm spending probably the rest of my life in this prison. the next 9 and 1/2 years or less with Buffy, which is nice, and I could maybe make some more friends here eventually if I played my cards right. Thankfully I didn't have to go to a men's prison. That would be just awful. They have all those smelly socks and armpits and ugly things, you know, like penises. If I have any advice for you single people out there, it's just to be yourself. Don't go through all the metamorphosis that I did if you can help it. Once you figure out you're either transsexual, transgendered, or even just a simple transatlantic traveler, just be trans and don't try to be what other people say you should be. Heck, I was a male lesbian, and I was proud of that. Now I'm a eunuch in prison and I'm proud of that, too. God bless America, amen. Someone was clapping with metallic-sounding hands. It was my artificial intelligent grandfather, the Reverend Hummer. He applauded my little speech once Buffy left the prison and left me with her lecture duties. Amen. Sean, Nina and I say amen. 15 years later I was released on weird behavior. I walked out of prison and sat with my mom in the waiting area for the judge and jury to hear the new charges. 2 of my sisters were trying to get me on almost the minute I left the grounds. I told the court they caught Buffy stealing $1 million from the bank, so then Buffy and my sisters got me charged with possession of stolen goods, theft of government property, illegal prostitution, attempted blackmail, with a fake partner, and conspiracy. I got to spend my first day beaten to a pulp in a New Husagawa in Northern California, primarily with a reduced sentence but one which earned me a life sentence anyways, jailed as an inmate void this time. Hell, even I admitted to it. It was a lot of fun watching the guards beat the shit out of each other in court. You never know when one of these guys might get fed up and decide to take advantage of almost any situation. I do digress at times. I remember that time I was so gaslit from my sisters and Buffy and Mandy I actually believed I was accused of being an assassin. I was so scared I was shaking. I mean, they kill criminals, right? Well, you're gosh darn tootin' right. I killed lots of other people in my head, but I didn't actually kill anyone out of spite. I just stole from a bank. That was out of spite. I almost had an affair and I was accused of raping and killing children. I wasn't an assassin, but that's how I get paid now. Mandy and Mr. Sister and Sis Boomba sought that, for being falsely accused of some serious shit, and also the prosecution said I'd robbed banks when I was in grade school and they would have believed me, but instead they decided to go for the jugular. So that's what I got, and that's why I'm here today. It's sad that we are in this situation now. You, the confused reader, me the depressed eunuch. It's true, there's nothing funny about getting convicted of robbery and attempted rape and murder. It just sucks. And, oh, by the way, you can write to me at the Redwoods Correctional Husagawa Facility in Eureka, CA. I'm here for life, so I ain't going nowhere fast, lol. And by the other way, I had my name changed one last time. I am now officially Afterglow's Sugar Daddy sound reduction. I got the idea from a famous poodle who won a blue ribbon at a dog show in Lolita. They let us inmate voyeurs go to last spring epilogue. Some folks, I'm guessing Mandy and Barbarella, have been spreading lies about me. Don't believe them. I haven't died. If I was dead, I wouldn't be publishing this memoir. As for my folks, they are gone. The prison lets me visit their graves once in a while. The first time after my mom died, I saw her tombstone was added next to my dad's. Mom's was much smaller. Fucking patriarchs. I approached gingerly. Hi Mom, but there was no answer. Only the whispering whines which seemed to say you'll be here, too, someday. Don't worry. Rest in peace, Dad and Mom. I love you ASS. It's only because of their stupidity that they are able to be so sure of themselves. Franz Kafka.